To the city on the left side, throwing up west side, yeah. Slide. To the land outside, top down in a ride, oh yeah. Slide. To the city, big dreams meet Hollywood schemes, oh yeah. Slide. Slide. Hit the I-5 going 95 in a V8, switch lanes on a freeway. Hit the 110 going 110 with the top down, run the city like a relay. I had way too many switch on me, man, you never would've thought they friends. I got way too much going to be worried about them, can't worry about them, oh no. Slide. To the city on the left side, throwing up west side, yeah. Slide. To the land outside, top down in a ride, oh yeah. Slide. To the city, big dreams meet Hollywood schemes, oh yeah. Slide.
All the racks laying all on my body, peeking out the window with a shawty, and you know I'm getting rich like I'm Roddy. I'll be so
We'll just transition to ourselves. Okie dokie. We are live. Oh, there's a third bonus. Welcome everyone to another stream. What do you mean? Oh. It's PRFA. There's too many Perfani teams, alright? There's like 3 of them. Yep. It is a bit cooked. PRFA. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, you're asking the wrong guy. Maybe everyone's here because I pinged 800 people. Apologies everyone, this one's a little bit scuffed. While I just fix everything, I only got home like 15 minutes ago. Or I got home 15 minutes ago and I was like, oh wait, do I need to do this stream? And they were like, yes please. So, usually I spend like an hour setting everything up. Speak again? Should be. Oh wait, it's because I muted you. It's all good.
I'm muted, Chad. It's cooked.
Alright, Ruby's back. Won't be Catsbee. One and only.
Alright, I can hear myself. Oh my god.
And
Sound
that's a
like I
good
just
start.
got out of bed. Which is literally just happened. Had a bit of a long one. Had a good night yesterday, and then I was like, wait, hold up.
I mean, I'm just spinning right now. I'm absolutely turbo bamboos. Holy moly.
Turbo-tastic.
Blue bottle's working. Rafter is working. Alright, we are also
It was Lysa, right? Is that how it's pronounced? Am I stupid?
Lysaea button? Or like,
Lysaea? Oh my god.
alright, sounds like they're ready to get into draft. PRF have made their tag. Nope. Coven Syndicate have made their tag the wrong thing because I've misled everyone. Very good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I should probably share screen to you.
Blue.
Alright. Into round one
Red.
bands. Super band.
Oh yeah. How we doing this thing? That's right. I did the thing where like I see the one stream, and then oh my god, it's a heavy ADC focused.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wrangle has a lot of really comfortable picks, and does quite well on them, like the Sivavara, Sinara. Those are kind of staple
Yeah.
picks. Oh, good lord, I've got everything out of order. I apologize. That is a blue pick.
I was gonna say I've noticed a lot of the
It's because I did layout.
it's fine.
Forget it, man.
It's all right. They're gonna like 3-man ban Wrangler, and then they're gonna go, oh hey, let's take the Ash as well. Because it looks like Ash was also a comfort pick, but I'm sure you'll probably respond something with range. Which, speaking of range, we're gonna see Caitlyn now coming in as that pick.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think I saw someone comment the other day that the PRF bot lane likes Ash Seraphine. I have no idea how true that is. It's hearsay. Like I say, I've done exactly 0 seconds of prep. I don't even have team logos on my stream at the minute.
I think you're doing more work than what I'm doing. I just got up out of bed and I'm just here to say words and spit fire on a screen. That's about it. I got the easy job.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, you do have the easy job. Wish I'd just gone out of bed. What a dream. There you go, there's the Ash Seraphine.
I was going to say, yeah, certainly going to be, speaking of comfort, I mean, that's clearly what they're going to be doing. Is it, so you PRFE on the back.
It's PRFE.
PRF.
I think the draw was set up
I see,
by,
I see.
I believe it is. Let me have a look on the Discord, see where they are. It is in fact PRFE. So I think just when they made draft, it might have been Coven who made the draft and entered the blue team as being PRFA instead of P.
E.
Alrighty. And Ornn top lane.
I'm liking these picks actually so far from both teams. Pretty standardized.
Yeah, they basically like turbo weak side slammed team. Like he rarely gets like a strong side pick, so Ornn is not surprising. Xin obviously is like for most teams the kind of number 1, number 2 priority jungler.
Yeah. He's still a decent jungler out there. He's always going to be one of those ones that no matter what will just kind of sit in that comfort zone. And I mean, Nocturne clearly is going to work pretty well with an Ornn. So I mean, Call of the Forge God, Paranoia kind of work very well hand in hand. You know, you're literally black screening everyone while you see, depending on the skin, you're either going to see a train or you're just going to see a giant pair of battering ram horns. So that's kind of how it operates. I would say, though, I mean, look, we're already going to be seeing an Olaf coming across. A little bit of mid priority from the side of PRFA as well, dropping in with the Oriana.
Yep.
And they're clearly going to help Slemp, I guess, off the top side, yeah, with that Olaf Gwen ban.
I want to
Since they
see
do-
a Cassiopeia ban here or something along those lines. I have seen, like, Lysaea has had some games where he has, I don't want to say 1v9 because his team didn't, like, int him or anything, but, like, where he has been, like, head and shoulders the carry.
Right.
He has, like, some insanely strong games. He had a game against Griff, who we all know is a pretty safe player, and, you know, fairly capable. I think he went, like, 7-0 on Cassiopeia or something like that.
Ah,
So
it's fairly.
yeah, it's pretty comfortable.
That's pretty rock. I was gonna. That's a pretty solid rock grab there.
Yeah.
And I
So
mean, Cass is one of those champions as well that I find can work a lot. Like I find a lot of these comps that people are playing in this like tournament. I find Cassiopeia is like just simply denying of either like dashes when they
Yep.
get grounded is just
Yep.
so good.
yeah, that ability, man. Honest to God, what is it?
works.
Is miasma or something like that? The
My
bane of
asthma proceeds to take a puff.
yeah, something like that. I mean, it really is the bane of I think collectively everyone's existence. I like this Cassante pick here.
I mean, Sante is pretty safe in the terms of for and on. I mean, it's also a pretty common matchup, I would say, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think also like there's not a lot of tankiness on the side of Perifani. So you know you obviously want to be drafting a tank here at some point, which Cassante kind of is. But then also there's a couple of fairly big beefy boys who Cassante can have a bit of a field day with. On the other side there.
Oh, Silas, I'm happy.
Yeah, this is actually not a bad Silas draft either. Like Nautilus, Call of the Forge God, Paranoia. Like, can't be upset here.
I better
Of
not be
course.
seeing Silas picking up a Nocturnal.
I mean, it's got a lot of utility. Like, I don't think you'd be going out of your way to get it, but by the same token, there you go. There's the Cassiopeia.
That's the Cass. I was gonna say if there's...
And I love Cassiopeia into this draft, man. Like, there are 3 very dash heavy characters here.
I mean, it is, and I mean, Silas doesn't necessarily have doesn't really have a good time in the terms of cast. I mean, unless he's gonna really be landing in that all in, like exceptionally fluent. Once you kind of get grounded, it's a bit of a fine. How do? You kind of just sit there and go, let me just take these twin fangs to the face. But I mean, it's still figuratively, not too bad of a matchup, anyways. And oh god, we're getting. Wait, Havoc can't be playing.
Yeah, Havoc is in fact playing. Havoc is the mid laner, and I'm just gonna tell Havoc to watch his lip.
Havoc's stinky.
All right, very good.
It is pretty good. I'm gonna quickly grab some of these abilities, moving player names and stuff. Give me one tick. I'm like, I'll remember.
Yeah, so I think these guys had their mid laner leave early in the season, maybe, and they had to replace him, which is where Havoc came about.
Oh yeah, right.
Like after like a week or two. Can't remember who it was for the life of me. I just remember it was a big set of shoes to fill. Prices there.
I mean, Havoc's still a pretty solid mid laner. I mean, I played a couple of games with this guy. So I mean, I'm sure he can, fill in that little boots that needs to be maybe fulfilled. And I mean, Silas is also one of those champions that I do see, Havoc kind of, I guess you could say, happily free roam if he gets to that little power spike that he likes to achieve. And when that man gets set off, he can certainly keep the game in his favor. But look, it's still going to be a lot of work though.
Cass is a lot of work to overcome, I think. Like,
I was gonna say exactly right. Like, let's say it's Cass. You're just telling me about it though.
yeah. And I mean, melee into ranged is always like a little bit miserable in lane to an extent. I'm sure that there's some new like Doran's Helm tech that makes this more tolerable. But I think fundamentally still a bit sad. So the question is really, can Silas get something happening early, or is he gonna kind of just have to suffer in the side lanes, I guess?
Yeah, can get to that point certainly. Excited though to see where these things do eventually ship off. I will wake up. Fear not. I've had a energy drink, so I'm sure that'll kick in the next like 10 seconds. They usually say though, chugging a bloody white monster as you wake up isn't necessarily the healthiest option, but
we've got an emote for that server.
My goats. It's like
one of the most underutilized emotes in the whole server, but that's okay. Alrighty, draft is finished locking in the client for us as we get ready, and we've got some PRFA lovers in the chat. I think we've possibly got the other PRFA team, or at least some of them. I see Govos in there, watching along, and you got to come out and support the sister team when they're live.
Gotta support your fellow teams. Although I wonder if it's gonna if there could ever be a chance where you have it what it was many moons ago. You had Samsung White. Was it Samsung Blue? Yeah, remembering.
And then
eventually
so
comes
first,
time you support each other.
So first it was Najin Shield and Sword. I think it was.
Yeah.
Hello, I have made it.
Monkey's made it
in the nick of time.
Yeah, he was delayed a little bit, everyone, because someone stole his order at McDonald's, so he had to get it remade.
Well, what our theory was is because they're doing the Football World Cup cups at the moment, our order had 4 of the cups, so we were suspecting someone saw that and were like, oh, we want, because Macca's toys and gifts are quite the hot commodity at the moment.
I don't know why, man, but it is what it is, I guess.
God damn.
It was crazy in there. Honestly, it was crazy.
I mean, if there's any reason to be late, I think a Macca's run surprisingly gives the pass. At least that's for me. I fully support it and commend it. Like I don't see anything wrong at all.
I'm usually here on time.
No, of course. It's okay.
Buddy messages 15 minutes before it's due to go live. Yeah, I can stream tonight. Oh, actually, I'm at Macca's. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Well, I thought we were going to play tonight, and then the icing on the cake is while I'm sitting waiting for my order, our game gets cancelled tonight.
Did you have Eric and friends?
Yep.
Free win.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Well, it was going to be a free win anyways if we got on the rift.
Whoa. Crunky Pete. I've got to be honest. Every time I see this guy play, he's a bit of an animal.
I had some special things in store for Eric and friends, let's just say that.
I will be back in just a moment.
It's like I talk to Eric and friends, on a daily. That's because outside of this tourney, I do vibe and chill with a couple of them, and man, the amount of things I say after their games in a professional manner, but it is politely going, why are we running it down?
I definitely was excited to verse them. Like
I was too.
I always take the chance to verse really good mid laners, and God Complex is a really good mid laner. And so versing good teams and good mid laners brings the best out in my play. So I was excited to see what I could bring to that matchup. And yeah, it's just unfortunate they decided to bow out. But Diet Wolves 3-3 now after going 0-3 since my return. So
the reorg structure. It's like when the star player comes back. It's like it's like SKT. They have Easyhoon coming in. Couldn't win a game. Faker returns from his break, and all of a sudden the wins start coming back, you're basically just become the faker for Dire Wolves. It seems then
Exactly,
bringing the team
exactly.
together, bringing the vibes. That's what we like. For obviously those, I guess, watching, we should be jumping into the game very, very shortly too. We're just obviously waiting for the spectator delay. How do we want to operate this? Are we going? Am I going more color? Am I going to do play? What are
What are
you
you
feeling?
feeling tonight, mate? I'm pretty
Well,
easy.
I'm well, I will say I'm more of a play-by-play to heart. Like that is a given fact, but I'm also pretty chill in the arts of I can kind of just flex it about, chill it out.
You go.
Nothing
How
too
about
crazy.
first game you go play by play, and then second game once I finish my Macca's spread, I can do a play by play, and then yeah, third game.
We get to game 3. We let the viewers decide. Maybe I don't
Yeah,
know.
third game we'll both do it at the same time.
Oh, that'd
We'll
be
see
so
who can
good.
outvoice each other.
100%. Don't even start not even actually even talking about what abilities happening in the game. You're just screaming. It's just loud noises. It's just
Yeah. I digress, though. We are on to the Rift for game 1. We have got some interesting matchups. It looks like we are still got. Yeah, there we go. The things have changed over.
That's right. Let me
but-
just clear the scores and get squared away.
And it will be Coven on the red side. Wrangle did manage to get his Caitlyn this game, which will be a bit of an exciting lane, especially into the Ashe Seraphine, which is quite the imposing force in the bot lane. Got some interesting matchups. Obviously, the Cassante Ornn matchup is not one of those, but Silence in the mid lane is always a pleasure to watch.
Gonna say Silas is, and it is Havoc. You know, he's pretty comfortable in that champion. So, keen to see what he tries to bring in his debut. I mean, look, I guess jungle pathing. It's going to be pretty similar. I was expecting them to, you know, I guess path on that bot side, try to get that heavy focus, get the engaging in, try get either of the snowball, because once either of them get online, I can certainly create a bit of a pain for the opposite team, as the hook's going to be coming on through. Locks won't be landing. That's all right. Little warm-up jitters, I say.
Yeah, and both of these teams are 4-1, so they're the big boys swinging it out on the Rift today. I like both of these teams. Both their lineups have been proven to be quite the beasts. Obviously, the sister team of this PRFA esports team, PRFA Asian, are the only team to take a game off of the Coven Syndicate. So it will be interesting to see if the sister team of that org can do the same to Coven, because they've looked pretty damn good since that week 1 upset.
I mean, certainly have it. I mean, we just saw a little bit of, Kami doing a bit of a burst from the Lightwalker root snare that landed onto Wrangle there. So, I mean, look, it's going to create that pace, keep that momentum going. Because, I mean, look, when you see an Ashe Seraphine, you're always going to be pushing in. But if you can get that poke out, just like they do there, slowly chip it away, it's going to do tremendous, as 2 pots was already used up from the side of the from Wrangle there. And it just supports man. Trying to get that vision out there and also just beating up each other. Nothing too hot so far.
Yeah, I mean, I really love watching Lox as Nautilus as well, so it'll be interesting rather to see how he navigates this lane, as we see top lane trading doing its thing. Interestingly enough, the mid laner for Coven Slint usually goes double combat stuns, but we are seeing a little bit of argy-bargy in the jungle here, as Havoc has made his way into the jungle to disrupt Jetman's clear.
I mean, he certainly has. And I mean, look, you're betting an Ignite as well for a Flash, which, I mean, look, it's going to set Jetman quite a bit. I guess for if he's trying to go for that pre-6 gank, or even potentially locking in when level 6 does come up available. Like, sure, you'll get on top of it, but I mean, you know, depending on who he ganks, they'll also have Flash available. He will not. Still sets that pace, and I mean, it nearly low-key turned into a kill there, as looking on the mini-map, I mean, Havoc was potentially looking up for that scuttle, but I think they're just going to let it go. Nothing too much will still continue there, but I guess I'm eager to see then, you know, what Vepa's going to be doing now with knowing the fact that, you know, Jetman doesn't have Flash available. I'm hoping, you know, you've got that 5-minute timer on the clock, start, like, trying to maybe make a potential play out of it, or even, like, go for that heavy engage. Root's going to be landing up onto the Locks, going to take quite a bit of damage there from the side from Lightwalker. Hook's going to be landing on in, though, right now onto Kami. Kami's going to hit by the Caliber's net into the Q, which is a nice, solid trade back into that aspect now.
Yeah, nice hook from Lox there, as we see Havoc is trying to get him there. Gets the first blood onto Lycea. That was a really nice lineup there. Sorry, my
I apologize, it's me.
For just a second when I was trying to see what was going on, but
Let me do the zoom out too. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this overlay working and all of that stuff. Oh my goodness, there we go. I can't for some reason get it to reset the scores. I'm hoping it'll correct once this game closes and we open the next one.
that's all good. I'm sure the viewers are mentally capable enough of being able to figure that one out. They were in game 1, but you never know.
I can even...
Just disclaimer, it is still game 1. We're only 5 minutes in. We haven't just been streaming for the past, I think, what, like 8 minutes now, and we've already had 2 games out of the 3. But I was gonna say, I mean, it was really played there by Havoc getting that pacing there onto, you know, Lysa at the moment. As right now we're gonna be seeing Slempt going to put a little bit of the knock up though. Q's gonna land from Casual just to pull him out for a little bit there. He does have 6 available. Don't know if he's going to get a cheeky playoff in time. Q's going to be landing up there, which will be using that all-out ability. But the deny from the Bellows Breath, though, keeps himself alive there as Flash was used from Casual.
And it's really just the battle of who can buffer CC here in the top lane. Is obviously Cassante with his W. Looks like the Bellows Breath is coming out with the double knock-up combo.
What a play.
Slimped, putting him in the bouncy castle.
Quite literally, and... Damn, I mean, it's literally what it was, you know, I mean, if Casual got his play up, then, you know, we're going to be seeing a dead Slempt, but instead, it's, nope, you know, got the deny on that CC buffer, and just went, yep, alright, it's now my turn, good luck, you've got nothing, pal. Used Flash.
I want to shout out an Ornn solo bolo who clearly knows exactly where Lethal is. Like,
It was
just
pretty smooth, I agree.
So clean. It's rare that you see an Ornn just go, yeah, I'm going to just solo this guy. I've got Lethal.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing Havoc going on for the full engaged nukes, and oh my god, if we had a slow play on that back step, I mean, look, you know, Lysea was still going to be dead anyways, but still avoiding that petrifying gaze at point blank. Sheesh, very nicely done from both players, but look, Havoc's going to be claiming that, and this is what I was saying, you know, when we're doing drafting as well, you know, once Havoc starts to get online, he can push his lead, and still out at the moment.
Silas is just an absolute feast or famine champion, and as you're saying, he's going to be loving having this lead in the mid lane. 2 kills early, is well on the way to his proto belt, and yeah, this poor snake woman is left with just a ruby crystal and a null magic mantle, which is not ideal.
Yeah, I think it's a scary time kind of to be on Coven. Generally, you know, this Silas is in a position where if he wants to, and there's a play happening, he can get up and leave, and there's really not much Cassiopeia can do about it right now. Because if she decides to follow, it's, you know, donating another kill just about, so... Pretty tricky time.
Not much. Yeah, and obviously if Silas can manage to get his hands on the Nocturne Paranoia, that's going to be a nice lane gank into any other lane. You know, he could send that top, he could send that bot, but obviously the Nautilus ult is excellent as well to steal on that Silas. So he's got some good options this game in terms of ults.
He definitely does. I mean, look, Ace Hole's going to get used there. Clearly, I guess, just do a little bit of damage to the Light Walker. I mean, Void Grubs are up. We did also notice as well with like that topside play, since you know, we had Slimped down on that, that they did go for the Dragon for side of PRFA. And I mean, we do have a Nocturne currently hovering right now because the Arrow's going to be coming on to Wrangle. But I mean, Lightwalker is just going to get hooked, grabbed, snatched, and just decimated in a matter of seconds. Kami, though, trying to do a little bit of damage, but it's going to really just be the play there.
And that's the locked Nautilus right there. He is absolutely deadly with these hooks on the Nautilus. Definitely his most imposing champion. So good to see them getting a little bit of an advantage out of this lane, as the Wrangle Caitlyn really enjoys a little bit of gold early game just to get that first item online, and then things start going absolutely downhill for that Caitlyn, where you just, things are smooth sailing, you know?
Very much did. And I mean, I wonder if anything's going to really kind of happen in this mid side. We aren't going to be seeing the Abduct landing, though, from the Havoc man himself this time. So, I mean, look, they're just kind of getting, from what seems to be a little bit of vision control on that top side at the moment. And I think we're also going to be seeing those Void Grubby Grubs Also probably 9 moments after as well. Oh no, Kami, no. Kami needs to be careful right now. It does get hit by the Q, but looks like, you know, no one's really there to set anything up. So the abductor's going to be landing onto the mid laner at the moment. And I mean, Havoc is just absolutely taking this for what he can. The Ignite will be ticking, and the final boom comes across, as now Havoc's going to be on a triple kill. Oh, sorry, killing spree. My bad.
Really nice plays from Havoc. Just pushing the pace, just showing this Lycia, who's honestly one of our premier mid laners, absolutely no respect in this lane. Just going in over and over. Yeah, really awesome plays. And Silas just doing a lot of damage. Did receive a couple of buffs in the last patch. You know, gave his Q a lot more power. So Q-Max Silas is back on in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. Back on the menu. Oh, a nice cleanse almost instantly. Fancy feet from Wrangle. He's going to go for the kill onto the Ashe. Traps galore. Headshots galore. And they're going for the... Oh, they go for the Seraphine as well. Wrangle under the tower. Might trade back. Oh my god. It's by the smallest of margins, but Wrangle is very much online.
Did he just walk outside of the turret and S-key? Did I see that right?
Yeah, you did.
That's extremely rude.
I mean, is it really rude, or is it just to claim that aura? I mean,
I respect it, but I'm not sure if that was an S-key because he was like, oh, well, do I live or die here, or that was just S-key, you know, aura farming. Who knows?
I think the common thought probably would have thought maybe I do die here, because I mean, the third tower shot was like coming just in, but I think, you know, he literally just got out of that turret range, like by the slitherest of moments there. I mean, we do have Dragon though coming up though in 5 seconds here, saying we're seeing a lot of pings and a lot of grouping at the moment. I mean, we can already see though for for Coven, they have it literally visioned up everywhere right now. As Locke's going to be engaged onto Viper, and the knockup does come across there. W's going to be landing there as now Kami comes into the return here. We got Wrangler doing a little bit of poke damage there. Nothing to fully lock in terms of the kill securing, but they can maybe position themselves now a bit more cleanly for the Dragon.
Yeah, so the Sundered Sky is on the Zinzao, so they're probably going to try and take this Dragon down. Lycia, KCP is not in the greatest spot to contest, so it looks like it could just be a free Dragon. The first Dragon of this series, oh no, second rather. Is second over to Perry Fine.
Yeah,
That will be a King Tech and an Ocean, so that means we won't be getting either of those for Soul.
Yeah, we've been betrayed by the auto spectate once again, skipping out on watching dragons being taken.
Dragon is a boring objective. It's just confirmed. I mean, it clearly wants action pack, and I mean, we're going to be seeing a Hex Flash Hook coming on into Viper at the moment here, and he's going to be using the Crescent Guard just to keep himself alive there, but a little bit as now Jetman tries to claim for the blue buff. Doesn't yet actually caught out there, because the plant's going to save his life. Welcome to Blast Cone World.
Good little take on the top side there. Knew that the Zinzao was being delayed in that Tribush. So, yep, that blue buff is now mine. And, yeah, I mean, this Nocturne's farming up pretty much the same as the Zinzao. But once he starts getting online, that Nocturne is an absolute nightmare to deal with.
He very much will be. And this is a random question, not really more about the Rift, but I've got my mate messaging me because he's just finished work and he's about to head to a card store. Do I buy 1 pack of Riftbound cards, or do I buy I should say booster pack? Do I buy 1, or am I buying 2? Am I spending $240 or $480? Please, I need both.
Is there a correct answer to that?
A singular booster. Is it what, the original set or the?
Probably just be the Spirit one. I think that's what we're probably going to be looking to grab.
It depends if you're playing or if you're collecting.
I mean, doing a bit of both, but I'd probably be finding myself to be more of a collector. Investments, you know? Investments.
Well, if you keep it sealed, it could be good. I've still got a couple sealed ones of both, and yeah, I played a couple games, and I was really dog at it, so I've decided to become a collector.
And I mean, speaking of collecting right now, we're going to be seeing PRFA going in for this little bit of engage here. We do have Vapor going to be taken down there. Locke's going to claim that kill. Paranoia is going to get used up with the Death Charge onto the Jetman as he'll be taken down there. Lightwalker claims kill. Call of Fortune is going to be knocked up 2 targets. Hook's not going to be hitting onto anyone with a battering ram. It's going to be landing onto no one as it looks like teleports are used. And it's just a 1-for-1 takeover for the junglers.
Yeah, I mean, for everything that was used in that fight, it was surprisingly light, but Havoc's looking for more. He's going to go in with the silence combo. He does a lot of damage right here. Lycia gets the lucky blast cone. Does he have the cooldown on the E? Does Havoc? He turns around. Oh my god, he's playing that matchup beautifully and read him like a book.
My god. Someone Havoc read the script, memorized the script, and knew exactly which timestamps he was getting altered at. He's been practicing for weeks. The turnarounds are ridiculous.
God damn. That was bloody clean, I'm going to say, in terms of the petrifying gaze takeouts. And I'm also just sorry, I'm paying attention a little bit, of course, to the UI, and I'm liking when the big items get purchased. We're seeing them, you know, pop on the champion, which we know we did see the Michaela's Blessing coming in. Now for the side of Lightwalker, which is going to help out for a little bit of the CC chain, considering, you know, Kami's going to be rocking with the Ghost there. And I mean, we're seeing already Ping's top side. Herald's being taken at the moment. Literally on spawn.
Being on top of these objectives PRFA have, really just like pulling the trigger as soon as they see anything up. Obviously Jetman on the bottom side of the map, and they are swapping the Ashe into top lane because this Nautilus Caitlyn have become a bit of an issue. I don't know if they're going to be able to kill this Cassante, but they're going to give it a good shot. He's under tower, he's not moving. Wrangle takes him down with that Infinity Edge first item.
The IE first item, and then, I mean, their call-out didn't really get, you know, casual out much more further there. I think they actually kind of got the good timer engaged on the supporting knock-up. And speaking of knock-up at the moment, going to be landing onto Kami there. We've got Havoc going for an engage on the mid. Dud grab the Petrifying Gaze. Going to be using Shelly, though, to do a little bit of a charge. Looks like they're bringing it topside. And we're also seeing members of the side of, you know, PRFA going to be coming to the top. We do have Call of the Forge God going to be used up to clear the minion waves at the moment. Shelly's going to get literally charged into a wall instead. They won't have this available, but I mean, we've got Jetman coming from the backside. Reinforcements has arrived here right now as they are going to go in for the engagement capabilities. Their on-call is going to get used up, just taunting up them for one. Havoc's going to live with the 1 HP. Teleport from Saya is going to be keeping it there. Does get themselves a first kill onto this battlefield at the moment. And that's going to be that finish scene there. That's it. That's it. Done.
It's very scrappy at the minute. Like, they're really just... Everyone's just trying to kind of, you know, take an inch and take an inch and take an inch. And... Conversely, they're also very unwilling to give any.
I don't know if I liked that top dive play, considering we didn't get the hit from Shelly onto the tower. Like, I felt that tower just kind of denied quite a bit there, and I mean, it's going to be a bit hard now, you know, for PRFA maybe to even go in for a potential play onto this dragon. But I mean, look, they are going to be grouping up at the moment there. People are very strongly, well, I mean, we don't now have a Cassio W there at the moment here, as here we are, things going to be signed up there. Jungle Objective is going to be going to the side of Cobb in there, as now we've got the all-out using up to 3 members. This Cassante is trying to do anything, but his CC walled onto it at the moment. We've got all on the backside. Slammed is currently trying to do anything if they can here. We've got Havoc claiming a little bit of a play here, as now the Call of the Forge God is going to be not even a movement there, but I mean, Havoc does come in there. He's just bringing his team alive here, as now we're going to be seeing Kami partner for the double kill. That's going to be a triple kill there now. And it was just such a long fight, and then all of a sudden, the tick of that bomb just finally came across from Havoc, and literally claims it for a 5-1, but they didn't get Dragon, though.
I'm going to say, I think PRFA played that... oh, look, it was rough for Cassante, you know, in the back lane there, trying to deal with 3 people getting basically... minion blocked into the wall, but PRFA played that fight ultimately very, very cleanly.
Yeah, it was just an absolutely standard front-to-back affair for the majority of that fight, and then Havoc just found that little reach around, sneaky around the backside, and just took the whole team of Coven out by himself, pretty much.
I mean, they were all kind of fairly low. They were. I think that they were basically begging for Silas to come and flank them on those health bars.
That was an awesome play by Havoc, and he's definitely transferring this big gold lead into big plays and into big moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the great things about that fight for the side of PRFA is, you know, they didn't have all of the gold just end up on one guy. There was a fair bit of gold went over to Kami on the Ashe as well. So, you know, it's not all your eggs in one basket right now. The whole side is looking quite strong.
are looking strong, and I think, you know, PRFA are playing quite strongly as well in regards to like a team together. I think Calvin at the moment are just a little bit at a loss of trying to like set a pace for their games, even when it kind of comes to the fights. But look, we'll honestly see if they can kind of do anything to kind of come back here. Because I mean, Cass is still very much, you know, out of the game. I'll be kind of like short, unfortunate, like answer to say there. But I mean,
she is, but she has scaling items, right? Like, she's got the Rod of Ages stacking. She's got nearly a fully stacked tier that will eventually turn into a Seraph. And those are both pretty big spikes. So it might buy her enough kind of survivability to become relevant in these fights as well.
This is a really nice cast game, so you're going to have a couple people just diving onto you. I digress, as there is a fight breaking out. Call of the Forge God is going to go a little bit wide. As we look at the bot lane, as there is a wet noodle fight going on. So we'll be looking at that for the meantime.
It very much will. I mean, you know, welcome to the top lane, you know, welcome to the top lane battles, baby, for like the entire game, especially for a Gasante Ornn. It's like, both of them aren't really going to kill each other until they both
It's going low.
I mean, it very much is. I mean, it's already onto 6k at the moment there. We don't have the grounded now from the side of Cassiopeia. Havoc's trying to grab and abduct onto Wrangle there, but doesn't really get it there. I mean, this didn't get the reset onto the Baron, though, at the moment, as Ace of the Hole's going to be fired away there. Now they finally got the Baron reset. Coven, I actually will say, played that very decently well to ensure that that didn't get taken.
Both teams, you know that this game is on the thinnest of margins, and a fight either way could completely tip the game. There's a big shutdown sitting on the Silas, so that is up for grabs for Coven, and I'm sure Lycia on this Cassiopeia would love to get a little bit of that gold in the pocket, finish off the Seraphs, and just be that a little bit harder to kill in these team fights.
I mean, there's a pretty decent shutdown sitting on that Ashe too. Obviously not the easiest target to access, but there does happen to be a Nocturne, so given the right fight, you could be looking at a, you know, nice little payday.
I mean, speaking of payday, we're seeing, you know, Slemp now upgrading that IE, you know, for Wrangle as well. So, I mean, that's going to allow even a little bit more burst damage there. Which, look, so far, I mean, it's kind of what Coven, you know, or Coven, sorry, will kind of have to use at this point in time. I mean, you know, Wrangle is the one with the gold. He is, you know, currently 4-1. I mean, we just saw Vapor just land that W onto that, but they're not going to go for the bite on that bullet. But yeah, Coven kind of have all their resources, you know, onto Wrangle rather than, you know,
looking for the fight here. They're corralling them into the Casante.
Sorry, you set yourself up there, but never mind. The Call of Fortune is going to be used up there at the moment there, as now we're going to be seeing literally Locks getting CC changed to Oblivion now at the moment, as now Slem's going to get taken down for 1 HP. Kami does get themselves a kill onto that spree at the moment there, and I mean, this is going to be Baron being literally awakened there at the moment.
Yes, I was trying to give you a layup there, but I accidentally threw it out of bounds.
Yeah, no, my apologies. I was going to say, I was pumped for you. You know, I feel like we've been doing. I feel like we've been doing a 1-for-1, if that makes sense. You know, you know, I do one and then you do the other, and I was like, oh yeah, this is how we're doing it. I was giving you that hyped moment.
I just saw them encroaching around Coven. I was like, oh god, they've found them. They've found the perfect team fight where it's not like it's not just a straight up sort of like front to back, which they really want to do with this Caitlyn. And yeah, Havoc just found the Caitlyn with the stolen Nautilus ult and just sent Wrangle up into the clouds.
Did. Beautifully played. Beautifully played.
I have to say,
I mean, look,
if you decide of purifying right now, nearly 9k up, very, very decisive team fight win. Baron buff, you know, I mean, you got to be looking to kind of get one last fight and end the game here now, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. And ooh, it's just a bit of a rough one. I'm not too sure what this Coven team comp can do, as they do have the engaged with the Ornn and the Nocturne, but there's no other tools to follow up. You know, there's no diving damage. Both the Caitlyn and the Cassiopeia want to control ground, want to create little bottlenecks in these team fights, and it's hard to create bottlenecks when this Silas is just like, all right, well, if everyone's going for my backline, I'm going for yours.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's got, Viper as well that can work very well, with the Silas synergy. And I mean, they've been literally setting that pace up at the moment very well. I mean, they've even been, even then, Vapor and Casual have been, like, in that last fight, literally had control of the entire backside. It was, you're just watching two big tanky boys at the moment, doing what they kind of want. As we're going to be seeing, Depth going to get used up here with the Cold Forge God at the moment. Going to get used up there. Paranoia comes across through. Docks up to 2 targets. They are finding a lot of picks here, but the Encore is going to keep everyone alive as the Petrifying Gaze slams up to 2 targets here. Casuals on a double kill. They are going to be setting their sights for the potential end here. They do land the Obstruct onto Slept, and he's going to be taken down here. Towers are now going to be falling. I don't know if Coven's going to be able to defend this. It's Wrangle, the man by himself, to try and defend this.
Yeah, it is really just Havoc's world, and we are living in it. He has taken the bull by the horns, and he has taken Coven to the limit. And in this first game, they're going to be taking down this Nexus. It is 1-0 to PRFA Esports.
Very good. I have to say, what a clean game by PRFA there. Like, there were a couple of moments where it could have gone one way or the other, but for the most part, they really just had a handle on it the whole time.
I mean, they very much did. I do agree with that. I mean, they played it very well from the early game objective timers. Literally they were playing them all on spawn, like literally to the T. I mean, yeah, we saw a couple of little scrap ups. We had that top-sided, battle there where they kind of didn't get to use Shelly for its real purpose into, getting that tower. But, I mean, even then, still allowed a 1-for-1 trade. Didn't lose too much onto it. But, yeah, I don't know. Either way, Coven, though, going to have to go onto the back end, have some little time to maybe think of a new game plan.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because they did get a couple really nice pieces in their draft. They got Locks on his Nautilus, they got Wrangle on his Caitlyn, but it just felt a bit disjointed in the draft. There wasn't many things that could help the Caitlyn create space. The Nautilus really does want to go in and disrupt the Ashe and the Seraphine, whereas, the Cass and the Caitlyn were just sort of sitting on the back line, trying to help, trying to peel themselves. So yeah, maybe in the second game have a little bit more of a sort of a robust team comp, I would say. As there's plenty of tools that PRFA could use to play around with. They had a good front line. They had disengage, re-engage. They had a lot of team fight damage, and they had this mid laner in a really good matchup. Typically, I wouldn't say the Silas Cassiopeia matchup is the easiest for Silas, but he made it look easy for sure.
I mean, it very much did. It was like that one kill, and then congratulations, everything just set the pace. And that's what I was telling Chef when we were looking at drafting. Like, when it came to the prior lock-in, it was just, once Havoc gets that one kill, he literally made it his world, which, he said at the very end of the game there, he literally took his team and said, don't worry, I'll carry you guys on my back, and let's just get that flow going. But look, it is, fearless drafts, so we're not going to be seeing those. I will say, we're actually going to be seeing a lot of key champs not being able to be played for the remainder of this. So, very, I guess, kind of keen to see what game 2 might have been. I think for the side of Coven, I think it was just, I feel like if maybe the Nocturne potentially got maybe switched out, maybe that could have done a little bit of work. But look, I'm now just going to be talking a little bit more for the past. I guess keen to see what they kind of bring into the game 2 drafting matchup.
Yeah, and you touch on the Nocturne sort of being a little bit out of place in that draft. If the Xin Zhao was on that team comp, you'd be feeling a lot better if you were Coven in that sort of team fighting aspect, because the Silas dives in, you're able to whip him out of there, create a lot of space, you're able to use that ult to stop a lot of the Seraphine and the Ashe damage coming through onto your team. But then that also means that PRFA might get the Nocturne, and the Silas loves working alongside that Nocturne in those team fights. So, one door closes, another opens, kind of tight beat. But yeah, the Nocturne's just quite hard to play in that situation. Obviously, Jetman is a very capable player, but yeah, didn't really put himself in the position to succeed in that draft.
All right, we've got word. Coven have once again chosen to go red side, obviously valuing counterpick a lot, as is the flavor these days.
I didn't see game 1, but did they go for the top lane counterpick or
No,
the mid lane
Cassiopeia was
counterpick?
the counterpick.
Interesting,
counter.
interesting.
And I mean, it wasn't a bad cast pick. There are a lot of dashes and stuff like that, but I guess the trouble became was Nocturne was picked in like the 1-2, so you kind of locked yourself into the Nocturne really early, and then you get scummuzzed by having to pivot the team comp.
So Siva is off the board for Wrangle, another one of his sort of premier champions. Loves farming and right-clicking. That is definitely a bit of a classic move from him. So that will be taken away. And it's also a really good way to extend the game. You absolutely melt waves as soon as you get to a certain point of the game. Let's see what... Yeah, they're going for the Nico ban. So yeah, another Wrangle ban being taken. So they're not putting too much respect onto Lycia's champion pool here.
No, they triple banned ADC last game. We had Civi Unara and
let me guess, it's gonna be Varus this time.
Yeah, Varus was what it was last time too.
Yeah, it was.
The Varus ban. You might see something coming out from Wrangle, maybe like Emilio Lucian could be a really nice move. I think that's a really strong lane. Probably if you're going down the list of combos that are available, that is definitely up there.
I like a Lucian Braum if the angles, if you can get a Braum into the comp and it makes sense. I really like the Lucian Braum lane, or Nami's not so strong at the moment, but obviously Lucian Nami. But I think Lucian Braum gives you a lot of early game power.
I feel like Braum, though, at this point in the game, it's not a very blind pickable champion.
No, this is true.
Whereas Milio with the Nautilus off the board is a blind pickable champion. But first pick is the Rumble, so it's a very solid first pick. Everybody loves blue.
Speaking of blind pickable champions,
yeah, that is definitely a blind pickable champion. There doesn't have many hard lane assignments. Probably the only really known counter to Rumble is going a Galio into it, and then even in that is not like a hard counter. It's just sort of like and I would suspect this is a jungle Malphite.
I mean, it could be a jungle. Could be the jungle Malphite. It could also just be still, I guess you could say, a Hopper. I mean, I probably agree with you more in the terms of putting maybe Malphite in the jungle. Rumble Malphite, if it is more of a top matchup, it's kind of almost free win, I'll say, for Rumble.
Yeah, surely.
Oh my god, what is going on? So we've got two very beefy boys in the top.
Tell me this. Tell me this is a 4-way Gragas flex, please. I know it's not, but please.
It's a very interesting pick, I will admit.
No, I love a Gragas.
So far from Coven is a little bit random, not gonna lie.
You see, what you're missing here is that you can Bomber into Malphite ulti, and it's like the biggest alley-oop.
Or, alternatively, they're all perfectly grouped up. Your Malphite ult is about to hit all 5, and then a cast blows everyone perfectly out of the way.
Coven would never fumble like that. I wouldn't. I can't even believe that you'd think about that.
And, one of the best pairings for Rumble is the Vi. You chuck down that Vi ult, and then you lay down the red carpet on top of them, and they're kind of sitting on it, burning down. So, I mean, PRFA just going for a very classic draft, and another pairing for Vi is this Ahri. So, they've given their top side a really nice start here. I like the way that they're handling this draft, but honestly, the Coven draft is looking better now that they've picked these champs.
Yeah, I mean, a good read, perhaps.
There you go, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it's a good, as the Coven draft kind of looks better and better, maybe it was a good read. Okay. We're having a for fun game, maybe? I don't know how comfortable Lysaia is on Yasuo.
Or is it a bot lane Yasuo?
Surely Malphite Yasuo bot lane?
Yeah, I don't I don't think
I
I've
mean,
ever
we've
seen
we've
Wrangle play a melee champion before, but
we've seen it once before. All right, in Div 1, it has happened. So, just saying, it could happen again. A lot of setup here for this Yasuo too.
yeah, Zaya ban is almost too perfect right now. So you're looking at this Ari, you're looking at this Vi, and you're thinking Zaya. It's gone off the table.
Please
Very
don't
fine,
5
reading
ban
that very
Wrangle. It's
well.
gonna send his ego to the moon. This guy's gonna just feel like some sort of unbeatable god if they 5 ban him.
I don't know. I think it's the opposite, where it's very frustrating, especially as an ADC. If your whole pull is essentially being taken away, gonna have to pull something out of the bag here, and I'm pretty sure
Ah, there you go.
you want to you'd rather win this game than cop 5 bans.
So my question here is, what do you think the odds are that this Yasuo is going bot lane before they lock in this 4th pick and watch it be made?
I'd say probably 0%.
I don't know why you would.
There you go.
Oh.
I mean, I've seen it in Div 1 before, you know, sometimes people just want to do a wacky draft.
I feel this is such a impossibly hard game for Misfortune right now. Like,
Yeah.
even if you do get a good bullet time, it's a Vi and an Ari. They're gonna get out of it pretty damn quickly, or they're just gonna CC you. So
Is this not like a much better Lucian angle than a Misfortune angle, surely?
well, that's what I was thinking. The Lucian Milio is still on the table, and it
Well,
still looks great.
Like, is this not a perfectly fine angle for Braum? Like, you've got 3 or, you know, certainly 2 dive
Been
champions
banned.
on the other side. Like, yeah, I mean, they banned him though, right?
I don't know. I still feel like the Lucian Milio
Yeah,
was
I mean,
definitely
either
the
or.
in this team comp. MF obviously a lot better into the Jinx lane. But Jinx Lulu is really nice.
Look at this wombo combo, by the way. Everything is set up for Yasuo ulti into Misfortune ulti. Like, we have word Gragas top, Malphite jungle.
Yes, I was gonna say. I feel
Yeah.
like if you're gonna put a champion to cause a little bit of disruption onto a rumble, Gragas is that champion that can have a little bit more of a flexibility. I mean, it's usually more Gragas favored, in that top-sided area. So, but I mean, even to your point, yes, everything's kind of scripted in the terms of 100% getting in all in onto that Yasuo pocket with the Misfortune, but they also have champions like, well, a Vi, right? Sure, you can, use the unstoppable force. You're going to allow the last breath to go in there. But then all you got to do is press the cease and desist button, onto the Misfortune. And congratulations, bullet time gets interrupted. I mean, even then, you can kind of go halfway through with that ultimate. I mean, this is me thinking way too much into it. But you can even drop the wild growth on top of it. And you can even cause a mid interruption onto multiple members. Because, I mean, Gragas is just going to then, cop it. I mean, it's going to also interrupt the Rel. But, I mean, I feel this game is going to be a bit. This game is very much going to be a simple matter of who gets to press the button first, and who can then blow it up. Because you're gonna have a hyper carry Jinx, but I mean Jinx is also gonna have a hard time, I will say, to even find their footing unless they get excited. I don't know. It's gonna be a very explosive game. I'm gonna say it has to be explosive
for sure. I definitely like that they have 2 really hard to kill champions with this Gragas and this Malphite. As Perifani's team comp is just go in and kill. And yeah, on paper, this Perifani team comp is really good. They've got loads of synergies. They were able to get a strong bot lane despite a rigorous amount of ADC bans. And they've just got really good synergies, especially with that Vi Ari mid lane. It's going to make the Yasuo's life pretty hard. And then also in the team fights later on, this Vi and Rumble, there's nothing that this Misfortune can do. There's nothing that Coven's team can do to stop this Vi ult going onto the Misfortune. And yeah, it might be quite rough for Wrangle in these team fights. He was having a bit of a hard time with the stolen Nautilus ult in the last game, and I do think he's going to have even more of a rough time into this team comp. But that being said, if the Rolling Stone gathers enough steam, this Malphite could be an absolute weapon in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. I mean, look, for the side of literally, for Coven Syndicate, it literally is going to be, can we get ahead early, and then can we keep the game going? I feel if the game goes potentially, a little bit more further into that late game, maybe I see, Perifani maybe being able to take maybe a little bit more charge. But again, it literally is going to be all down to, can we get the picks? Can we get the lockdown? And then can we just then literally set the pace? Because I mean, you got all these champions that quite literally go all in there, but you can even blow an equalizer to literally, like, where Malphite's going to ult, right? Like, and then you're going to know where the Yasuo goes in. You can just equalizer on top of that. You don't even need a season to cease, to do that job of locking in that target, because Yasuo is quite literally locked into place. So I'm very keen to see, how Perifani like esports are going to be using these tools to, I guess, really excel into their team fights. And I mean, Ari does have a little bit of a struggle in that mid lane matchup, especially into the Yasuo. So I mean, look, maybe it could be the other ultimate way around, But I mean, but even then, we did say, let's say, have that counter, and just didn't really get set more of a margin there. But I hope, for Jetman, makes a little bit of a name himself. That's something I want to see in this game. Want to see him actually come in with a little bit more force compared to the last game.
Yeah, and interesting that Syndicate didn't go for a counter pick really, but that was Havoc just went for the counter pick himself. Like he just took the Ari blind. Oh, well, I'm not sure if he took it blind actually. I can't remember.
He did.
No,
Yeah, it was
he
blind. Yeah.
he did take it blind. So maybe Lycia just really likes this matchup, but Ari for Havoc is, after that Silas performance, is the kind of champ that I want to see him on again, and really dictate the roams, can disrupt Jetman in the jungle. So yeah, I think it's a nice draft for Havoc in terms of the fact that like he just popped off in game 1.
100%. You want to use that, right? Like you should already have, that flow going. You know what? Sure. You counted me before. You're trying to counter me again. Go ahead, man. Like I'm gonna clearly still set the pace. So 100% should be rolling with that, I'll strongly say. And I mean, I find for laning phase, you've got a Lulu, right? Like the Lulu quite wholeheartedly kind of just gutter stomps Rel, and that's just because I get polyed, right? So it's going to be a matter of if they try and even maybe go for those early skirmishes, going to be a little bit difficult for the side of common. But I mean, even then, maybe they don't need to do that. I don't know. It's
definitely
a lot in
like
the basket.
I feel like it's when you look at the win conditions for Coven, it's a lot more specific than it is for Perifani. It's a lot of tools. You really, in reality, just need to get one reset for this Jinx and team fights, and you've kind of won. Whereas for Coven, you have to hit multiple people with these knockups, with this wombo combo to like pull off your damage. And the damage is also both AD. Like I know that this Gragas will probably get a decent amount of AP and cooldown reduction in this top lane. So yeah,
I
it
think
can be done, but it's hard.
I think what I like about this Coven draft is that I want to see Slamped a little bit unlocked from Ornn duty. Like I mean, even on Ornn, we got to see that solo kill where he shows off that he's got hands, he has mechanical skill. So like give him something that can really utilize that, and kind of make some plays and has a little bit more of a, like a little bit more agency and ability to affect the outcome of the game. Because I think that's kind of one of the things that was lacking for Coven last game was just like the amount of damage they had compared to the side of Perifani. So I think Coven having a little bit more, on the top side of the map is going to be important here.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly wouldn't have minded a slightly different draft from Coven if they were trying to execute like a wombo combo team comp, as they don't have any point and click, which is really the main thing against this Ari, against this Jinx who can really space well if they have the opportunity. And yeah, it's gonna be quite hard. But that being said, I feel like if this Yasuo gets ahead, it's gonna be pretty good eating as soon as the Malphite or the Gragas lands their ults. It's just squishy targets, so they can, in theory, pop someone pretty quickly, but Same issue as last game. They've got 4 champs that want to go in, and they have no champs that want to hang out with Wrangle on the backline.
Or Wrangle. First, no champs that want to hang out with him. Or rather, I should say, second. First was that Endrick. Oh no, actually, he was the one not getting a beer, so I take that back. No sympathy for Wrangle. Carry on. This is self-inflicted.
We're taking it back. And speaking of taking it back, we are going to be coming into the game 2 for the side of, PRFA Esports versus Coven Syndicate. Where currently, right now, we do see, our boys, Syndicate, setting their pace into a potential. They need to get this win, to keep themselves in. I mean, both teams are 4-1. Hopefully they, brush off from what occurred last and then slam it through.
Casual
roll with
doing a very big brain move here, getting the double cooldown reduction item, getting his overheating up above halfway as he heads into lane. So, pretty cool tech from him. Obviously is familiar with Rumble, and he's got his pick for this game. I do want to shout out Havoc as well. He played this draft really well. Ari is a really good pick right here. The Silas has been taken away, which is kind of the premier Ari counter. And so, yeah, he thought he was definitely all good to blind pick this Ari, and then Lycia just said, hey, look, I reckon the Yasuo goes well into this.
Certainly. Seen a little bit of a difference, though, in the terms of juggle pathing. Instead, we've got Jetman going to be pathing from top to bot, while, Vapor's going to be going from bot to top. So, wonder if maybe they're going to try and maybe do a preemptive early setup, maybe, if they can get the wave, management for that top side potential gank. Because even then, get the Rumble online. That's when you will see Gragas having a little bit of a struggle down there. But, again, though, it's just going to be seeing where things can currently go. And things of currently going, Havoc's caused a little bit of a poke there. But, that tower shot, don't think you wanted to take that either. You're having a good win early trade there. And the tower said, yeah, nah. Got to make it even, Stevens.
And Lycia obviously annoyed about game 1, putting down the hurt onto Havoc in this lane early, trying to get some aggressive trades off. Cassiopeia wasn't really enjoying that last game. Trading going down in the bot lane as you would expect. The MF and the Jinx pretty even on the standings. This Gragas is almost out of mana in the top lane, so he will probably be looking for a reset anytime soon, as Casual has already got his little cheetah recall off. Might miss a minion or 2 to the tower, but yeah, it's all pretty chill starting. No early level 3 kills or anything, as they do find a nice CC chain onto Kami. Wrangle is looking for the kill, and he will be getting the first blood. Really nice play. They have to get aggressive onto this Jinx Lulu in the early game, or else they're going to get run over.
It was really very strongly played there, for the side of, for Coven Syndicate there. They literally got the lockdown. They got it played early. Lightwalker wasn't necessarily really in a position to be able to support Kami in that. And, no, very exceptionally well there. Speaking of exceptionally well, they're going for the engage into life.
They try to cancel the B, and Lightwalker's going to go down. Even blows the flash. Fight in the mid lane is breaking out. Exhaust are traded across the board. The Malphite is whacking away. Oh, can the Yasuo get out? He is out by the skin of his teeth. And the Rock is throwing stone hands at Vepr in the mid lane, as he might be able to turn the trade. They're going for a swang and bang here as the Rolling Stone. Oven off to the races with this start.
I'm not too sure why we were still continuing that fight there, I'll be honest there at the moment. Once Havoc's down, kind of just have to, just let it go. It was very interesting seeing that. Yeah, I don't know what Vapor was really thinking about keeping the potential back and forth trade. But no, really very much of a banger start to this game than it was last game. Because like I was saying, I wanted to see Jetman get himself in a little bit more, get that early game jungle presence. Although Malphite usually isn't that jungle pick that, let's say, gets that early setup, but hey, he's literally setting it loose for this, so, and we're liking it. It's 2-0.
Yeah, the start to this game, if we had scripted it, no one would believe us if we were to say that the Malphite is 2-0. pre-5 minutes, but Casual is looking for a casual trade onto this Gragas. He's just going to drink a pint and get over it, as he is looking for the reset. Nice little trade back onto the Rumble. Yeah, it's a really good start from Kovan, and obviously just no respecting this. Damn, Wrangle is picking up another kill as the Jinx goes boom in this bot lane. Trades all across the map, and oh, the Malphite has made his way back into this mid lane. They are looking for this trade. The Yasuo is going to get another kill as Havoc is going to try and pick up a trade kill. He will get that. Lethal tempo is ticking, and Havoc has got himself a blue buff, which he will be more than happy with. But here's Lox. He's sneaking in here. He might have flash to get onto Havoc here. No exhaust available for both. They are going to sneak away, but Havoc is potentially going to try and go for a kill. Both of these mid laners playing very aggressive.
Damn, that was... It's very heavy focus onto this mid side, into this mid battle. I mean, you know, one of the champions that you wouldn't want to get ahead there is going to be, you know, for the Yasuo. So I guess they've really spent a lot of utility to try to get it down. But I mean, Q is up there, won't be getting the knock up. But I was going to say, like, for that bot lane engage as well, that double up with the early BF sword, you see Kami go from literally full HP to none. Like, absolutely gone as we got Casual going for the TP.
Yeah, and Wrangle is falling in love with this Infinity Edge first item, which is quite curious. I'll have to pick his brain on that particular build path, but it is snowballing. Oh, the, the Malphite flash ult was quite interesting, as I do think that Havoc has enough reaction speed to be able to get out of the way of that, but Spirit Rush is down, traded for the flash and the ult of the Malphite, but I guess they're just going to trade that for the Dragon, which means that Kovan will be sneaking ahead.
I mean, they are going to be sneaking ahead, and I mean, look, Dragon Cole's going to be kind of the right, you know, aspect to go there to get the utility. I mean, you know, you got all the people that are currently fed ahead is your bot side, so literally play for that utility there and get it going, and Fiddle Drake early is really not that bad. It's like things are now starting to trade a little bit there for the top side. Not really much of a wet noodle, I'll say. These ones are a little bit different, but we've got Kami really low.
Getting hit up with the bullet chain. Oh, a flash E from the Gragas. Throws out the cask, and he is put under the bar. Wow, that's a really nice play from Slimped, and that's the top laner that I know. You know, he goes for these aggressive kills, takes the combat sums, and he does work in this top lane.
I was going to flame the directed cam there for moving us off of the dragon kill, and then it did a really good job flicking between two fights, and now I can't really say anything.
That was a big play by the big man in the top lane.
Yeah. And this is
E really caught him off guard.
This is what I was saying early on, right? Like I think that giving Slampt the tools to show that he has hands and giving him the tools to influence the game with those hands is ultimately probably a better thing than just locking him on Ornn duty, even if Ornn is a relatively impactful champion. I think if for no reason other than it's better for us, the spectator.
Yeah, and that use of the unstoppable force.
Yep.
Oh, Wrangle's going for the flank on the MF. Flashes over the traps. Kami is looking at the stars right now as Wrangle is putting him down. A nice big team fight going on around these Void Grubs. It is 10-1, and the Kovan are striking back in this game too.
They are quite literally striking back from literally bot side ADC flank to seeing the, you know, wombo combos happening there onto the Grubs. It is much of a different game for Syndicate this time. Rather than sitting on the back end, they're the ones that are taking charge, and this difference in this game style is literally what they're going to be needing to keep the flow going, but Charm's going to be landing.
Yeah, and I was saying the Malphite ult invested early. It doesn't really matter because that was a 7-minute Zeke's from Jetman, so he's going to be having the ult, and he's going to be getting locked down by this Vi here. There is not many tools to be used onto this Malphite, but he is going to get burnt down and cooked by Casual.
Yeah, speaking of cooked, I think he like a bit too much more than what he could have chewed there. I mean, you don't really have Slemp there really in a position to support, nor do you have, you know, Latea as well. Yeah, guess it was just a little bit of a freebie, but that double up's going to get shielded at the moment as now you got Lox coming in from the sidelines.
Polymorph, but that is a bit early on the Polymorph. As the sun goes out, the bullet time is coming across the bow. Kami sneaks out of there with barely any HP as a double buff. Double buff Rel is made her way, is trotting around this bot lane looking for some more kills.
And I just want to also pay our attention, by the way. Oh, never mind. Last breath's going to get used up onto Havoc.
Nice exhaust use and is traded back. Almost hit her with that charm. And here comes the Rock. He's going to storm in there and he's going to blow up the Ahri. Revenge is sweet when you're a Rock.
I love this champion so much, man. What a goofy ass character.
We've got big, slow Rock, and then he uses all of his force. Just reminds me of, I feel like watching like the big boys that play like the, you know, in the URL and like the rugby league and that, and just watching them have their little moment where they do their short sprints where they literally barrel into another player. Then you'll see them go off the field. Like, it's literally how I see Malphite. He's literally that champion of waddles off into the jungle, gets his little rest. So Mr. Car's gonna get you top of the casual.
Oh, just misses the E. Would have picked up a kill on casual for sure.
The
He might go
minions.
down to these minions. Last two auto attacks as he got down. Oh my god, the shield comes in clutch. But yeah, as you were saying, it's really like high cortisol gaming with this Yasuo and Ahri pressing every single button in the tool shed versus the Malphite one button. Oh, a nice combo onto both of these guys. Kami and Lightwalker almost get the kill back onto Wrangle, and here's the Malphite. He's waddling over. He wants something to do.
I really like to
He's
think
got
that
Flash.
Gep took inspiration from Slampt. You know, he saw Slampt do Bomber early in the game. He went, hey, I can do that. My turn.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. 100%.
But despite, you know, the what I would say is a bit of a draft gap from the side of PRFA, it's just a hands gap this game.
I mean, it really is. I mean, all of the laners are playing exceptionally well there. And also, paying attention to the Wrangle build, he did switch it up. It wasn't an Infinity Edge first buy. It was going for the standard Bloodthirster, and we're going to see Lightwalker getting caught here.
Lightwalker is going to go down to one more Rolling Stone as the Malphite is chugging along, and with the super low econ build that the Malphite goes in this jungle, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with as they stack up these early dragons.
I mean, they're stacking up the early dragons. I mean, this is a completely different, you know, team matchup seen covered in this current series at this point in time for Game 2. I really do feel like, you know, PRFA Esports are just at a loss on where do they want to go? You know, what do they want to do? I mean, I feel like Lightwalker, yes, you want to get Vision out there, but you've got no one to really support you this time, and this can literally happen again with Unstoppable Force available as they're going in blind.
Yeah, I mean, a big difference will be this mid lane matchup. Havoc just had his way, and a big knock-up and combo onto Havoc. He's going to get stunned down, and Jetman is on a killing spree. As I was just talking about, the difference is Havoc in this mid lane. He was taking over on the Silas, and right now, wow, it is a big difference here as Mom Goes Boom is looking to go boom against two. He does pull out the bullet time, but it is not enough. Casual in this top lane, juking it out with Slimpt. Ippa is in the wings, waiting for an opportunity, but yeah, that time Wrangle bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
I mean, that's a lot of shutdown gold to just give away.
It's probably the last person you want to have that gold as well.
Yep.
Oh, a nice flash combo as well. Slimpt is himself in this matchup.
Yeah, man.
Slimpt needs to be changing his name to Slick because damn, that was literally like the last like duration that you can hold that E before you make the flash play. And sorry, one moment, I'm getting randomly called on WhatsApp on my computer. I got ringing in my ear. Scaring me.
Good.
Man, I feel really vindicated watching Slampt on this Gragas, you know, going, this guy's got hands, let's see him use them, and boy is he ever.
Nice wombo onto the Jinx. Kami has got nothing they can do about that one.
So, I think an interesting thing to point out here, Grunky, was, you know, early on you said, oh, you know, Coven's win con is, you know, getting multiple people knocked up and getting the Yasuo ultimate, and Coven kind of seemed to have just gone, is it?
Well, I mean,
one's fine.
I will definitely eat my words, as this Malphite pick is an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Hello.
I think the fact that they were able to get those early 2 kills, they got a 7-minute Zex, which lowers that cooldown of the ult so much, so they've just been making plays pretty much off cooldown of that ult, and it's just, it's taken over the game. So, fair play to Jetman, who's really playing with this lead exceptionally well, but right now he is caught out stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he is the rock, and he is putting them in a hard place. Wrangle getting a big knock up on them, but they're turning back on. Vepa goes down. They're all grouped up for the Jinx, but they do no damage right now. They're looking for the turn as the big man is in the bush, landing the combo. Wrangle fires the ult a little bit late. Oh, Casual just sneaks out of there, but a bomber onto the Rumble. Kami is looking for some hits, and he sneaks out of there. The Herald will be the prize for that team fight. Oh, the big combo onto them too. The play is not over as Wrangle finishes off 2. Big team fights. Wow, Coven, it is 20-3 at 15 minutes. Could you have pictured this after game 1?
I mean, it's that lock-in, the game 1's the wake-up call, right? Like, time for us to really lock in something that's... I mean, this is a more unusual draft, to be honest. It's not something that you see a lot of at the minute. And so clearly they've put on their very best drafting hat, picked something that works for them, and away they go.
Yeah, I do talk about they might have lost a draft, this or that, but at this level of play, comfort is king. And if you're able to play things that work for your king team, that really enable the different pieces of your team, then yeah, play it, send it. And I'm very impressed with Wrangle in this game. He took 5 bans this game and said, look, I know that MF's a bit immobile into this Ari vibe, but let's send it. I'm gonna go. Oh, they found Casual caught out. He's up shit creek without a paddle, and Slempt is trying to look for some plays as they are going to keep looking for the big man in the top lane. He's got a bit of juicy shutdowns on his head, but everyone is just going to sneak out. They did use no, they didn't use anything for that, so yeah, it is all just chill on the Rift at the meantime.
It is indeed chill on the Rift, and sorry, I do return. Had a little bit of a getting ganked ambushed in IRL land. I was gonna say, I saw like part of that play where they were going for the Herald there, and Jesus, the wombo combos that literally, Syndicate, Govan literally got to pull off there. But I mean, looking at the gold lead for almost every single laner, everyone is essentially almost sitting at a 2k average lead to their counterparts.
Yeah, things are dire when
want to be.
It's dire when the support's sitting on like a 1500 gold lead. So...
It is, but I mean, you got Viper returning here onto the frame of the Slammed. Oh, goodbye. Man got locked down.
I mean, this is what you want to see. I think if there is anything that can kind of turn around a big team fight for these guys right now, it's gonna be the equalizer, living up to its namesake. And so I think what you want right now is to get gold onto this Rumble, get damage onto this Rumble if you can, and hope that you get a good angle.
Well, it's very sloppy. A lot of sort of pretty egregious recalls happening everywhere, and it's getting them caught out. Hopefully Kami can shore these things up before game 3, because going sort of 1-10 or even worse, 1-11 or something like that is going to put a dampener on yourself in game 3.
It very much is, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like in the terms of turning this game around, it really is starting to kind of close. Like, I feel like you're gonna have to start thinking, you know what? That's all right. Maybe we'll let them take game 2, but just need to start slowly to think, what are we gonna kind of like prepare for our game 3 matchup? But I mean, look, there is still a potential chance to currently come back in, but I don't know. I feel like you're gonna have to work really hard, and I mean, I feel like for Syndicate to kind of give away this lead, you'd have to literally make something pretty tremendously, actually, I should say inaccurate. Like, you'd literally have to let it fumble.
Yeah, I don't think there's many proactive things that PRFA can do to, like, wrestle this lead away from Syndicate. But they have to sit around, they have to bide their time and just hope that they make some mistakes that they can take advantage of. As I said, there are small margins on what this team comp can do in team fights. One missed Malphite ult, one poorly timed Malphite ult paired with the Yasuo ult could spell a lost team fight, but Pepper is a bit caught out here. Might just slide away with that Q. But yeah, they're just baiting around the Baron here. They get the pick onto the jungler, and that's going to be pretty much a free Baron. Oh, the red carpet is laid out for Wrangle. He is the celebrity of the night. Lox is being taken down. A nice knock-up onto Lightwalker. Gets caught out there. And a bomber onto 3. Lightwalker taken down at the blade of the Yasuo. And that should be a Baron here, as Casual is sneaking up, looking to try and prod at this defense. But nice play, nice team fight. As look at this Gragas, is just such a unit.
I mean, he certainly is a unit. And I mean, look, Syndicate, Carbon are just going to be setting their sights onto the Baron at this point in time. They don't really think, Profani, like, esports have anything to really kind of come into it. It's just, I mean, the Super Mega Death Rock is just going to be denied by a bunch of wind. I don't understand how wind beats a rocket, but, in the game of League of Legends, anything's possible.
It's really strong
seeing, Baron take, and I mean, it is a tremendous lead. I mean, it's now heading up to 11k, and Dragon's up in a minute 40.
Yeah, I look, if I'm Coven here, do I care about planning for Dragon? Like, just group mid and end. You 10,000 gold up on a team fight combo, like on a team fight team comp. Just end the game. Like
Malphite definitely has enough armor to be able to send an engage and attack the tower for a good 10 seconds. So they could just send it in on them. But, why risk it? If there is any opportunity, it is over chasing something and letting Wrangle die in the backline. Potentially sending the Yasuo under tower into a place he doesn't want to be. So just play it slow. I'm sure that they could pick up advantages. As they are looking for this Gragas, he is going to slide away, but they engage onto Kami in the mid lane. Comes on the other side of the map. Can we jump back to see if this Gragas survives? He does get out of there as Lycia is chopping them to bits. He does go under tower. A really nice E over the wall for the Gragas as he slides out of there with little to no HP. Coven are on fire in game 2.
They are literally on fire, and we're going to be seeing Inhibitor going to be taken down here. Literally, no one's really going to be around here. Slamp is going to be teleporting in for that little victory screen page that's coming across through. The towers are going to be falling in a moment. Members aren't even up until another 20 seconds here, as Nevermind Kami is returning. It's just going to be it. Coven Syndicate are literally going to set their pace into game 2. A much stronger performance for what we were wanting. And now we're going to be heading to game 3.
So 2 very one-sided affairs in this series, which kind of puts us in a position where I have no idea what's going to happen in this game 3.
I love a game 3. To be honest, it's been so long. I don't know if Coven have gone to 3 games yet this season. I think they've either been 2-0 or 0-2. So I mean, it's always exciting when we get a 3rd game in a in one of these higher division series.
I mean, this should look for. Look, I'm pretty interested to see what the game 3 is going to be doing. And I mean, look, I guess this time, PRFA should have priority pick, if I'm not mistaken, in the terms of which side do they want to choose. Do they, look to keep in blue? Do they want to instead maybe get the counter pick on their side for the last game matchup? I mean, champ pool's going to very much be dwindling thin.
I mean, the question now is, can Wrangle sustain game 3 and 5 bans?
I think he's got some things under the wing. There's the Senna still available.
Senna just got nerfed though, so she's not nearly as good as she was.
Well, the nerf doesn't come out till next patch.
Oh, is that right? Am I one patch ahead? I don't know, man. I see notes and
I'm pretty sure that's 26-13 where the Senna nerfs are gutting her.
Well, in that case, I retract my statement. Senna's playable. It's all good.
We have a champion. Let's go.
Yippee.
We can still
Well,
go.
But as I said, the Lucian Milio is still there, so that could be a really
Yeah.
nice pairing
I
up.
suspect Wrangle is avoiding champions that let him E forward on midwave. I think that is a self-imposed ban.
And I think
So
they're also looking for just locks on engage. You know,
Yep.
his rel was exceptional in game 2, and his Nautilus, to be fair, was pretty nice in game 1 as well. So yeah, probably keep him on engage. Not too sure what other champions are available. His Rakan is still available, so they could go for an early Zaya Rakan. That could work out as well, as they did leave the Zaya for the second phase of bans in that second game there. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they navigate it. But what I'm excited for is this mid lane matchup. Both of these guys have kind of been taking lumps out of each other, and you know, both of them still have plenty of chance that they can play.
I mean, they do have a lot of champs that they can currently play, and I mean, I guess it comes to a point. You know, you've now do we? I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think maybe on what are these junglers going to be playing coming into game 3 to like is it going to be looking to synergize with the mid laners? Don't really know. I'm just having a look at their champ pools, trying to see if I can gauge anything from the OB.GG perspective. Because it looks like, you know, Jetman puts a little bit of time into the Zac. Looks like he's even got Diana under his wing. You know, you still got Lysea. It looks like they've got Yone available, which I think Havoc can also even play. There's Oriana, which I know both people can also play quite comfortably. But I don't really see a lot of champions that are actually available to work with it, unless maybe, you know, like I said, you keep locks on that engage, right? I mean, Alistair's still there. You can still play Ali, you know, Senna. I was remembering the champion now. You still got an Ali Senna in the bot lane. You can still, you know, rolling with a Tom Kench. But yeah, I'm honestly really. I mean, for myself, I'm starting to lightly struggle in what are these teams going to prepare coming in for game 3. But I mean, look, I mean, I think the only thing that I'm probably going to see similar is most likely the ban rotation. You know, they're just going to 3-man ban Wrangle again. And then literally, you are correct. I mean, they do usually tend to leave the Rakan and Zaya. I mean, they did that for both ban rotations. So, look, it's come to that time. But I believe
We
have
are
they
seeing
switched sides, right?
yeah,
They've
we're
switched
seeing
sides, yeah.
Syndicate on the blue side for the first time, so they will be getting the first pick. It hasn't really been too much of a series where that red side last pick for the solo laners has been crucial, game changing. So I don't think they're going to be too upset.
Yep, has just
I'm
put in the chat in the lobby. Kindred Zac Timo Mundo.
Oh dear.
Please give me Timo Jungle.
Oh god.
We know that Jet plays it, and potentially a counter to, say, like a Trundle or a Zinzao, but Zinzao is gone. So, yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I'm sure Jetman will probably end up on the likes of a Zac, potentially, or a Mundo. As I think those junglers suit his playstyle quite well.
There we go. There's the center band coming through from the side of Coven, actually.
Yep, so they're looking to just get rid of that. Potentially they have something in mind in terms of ADC. Probably the Lucian Milio if they are getting rid of the Senna, as the Senna can be quite nice into that combo, and they are getting rid of another support. So I think really... Oh, it could just be a Rakan first pick here. No, it's the Zaya first pick, which means they are forcing PRFA to take this Rakan.
I mean, that's it. Do you choose to let it go? Do you choose to not play it? I mean, I'm looking at, you know, for Lightwalker's champ pool, and I'll be honest, I'm not seeing overly too much Rakan in their utility. I mean, not to say Rakan's much of a not a too difficult champion to pick up here, but I just wondered, are they going to go, you know what, maybe play a little bit more comfort pick into there? But I mean, a Jarvan pairing, though, with Rakan is also not a bad, you know, 1-2 pick if you go to look into doing that.
And Jarvan pretty good into Zaya as well. You can put her in the Cataclysm, and they can't really escape the Cataclysm with the the Zaya ult and get out of there. So yeah, a nice pick into there, and also one of the best junglers that are still available. The Nocturne is gone, the Zinzao is gone, the Vi is gone.
There
So
it
they
is.
are taking away the Rakan, which I think is a smart move here.
Yep.
But it's one of those things where you take someone's best champ away, but they know best what works into it, and it's going to be a
Oh.
Poppy.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh, and a
say.
Braum,
No,
so it's going to be a jungle Poppy, I would assume.
Can I say, I think Poppy is one of my favorite characters in draft. She offers so much denial, and if you look at the draft on the side of Coven, it's just nope, not happening. Sorry, buddy.
Well,
Zero
you see
chance.
You see two dashes being drafted, and you're like, all
Yeah.
right, this looks like a good Poppy angle.
Well, and of course Braum too, right? Like engaging into Braum is always a hassle, the best of times. And then
And
even if you get past the Braum and past the Poppy, then you've got a Zaya who's sitting on ult. It's gonna be a tough time getting onto this Zaya, I think.
yeah, and it's almost like perfectly scripted for the side of Syndicate, where it's you first pick Zaya, and then they just pick engage into you. You're like, all right, this is what I wanted.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's it. It's what Isaiah does want. Isaiah does want at times, close skirmishes, and you're literally picking two champions that work very well for a close skirmish. Braum is very well for that. Just one little auto punch is all he needs onto a couple of these champions to really burst that up. A Glacial Fisher can literally interrupt, the team from even hard engaging with the Poppy's W. Yeah, it is looking like a little scripted. I'm interested to see, for the Scion. I think Scion isn't necessarily as well a very bad, a bad blindable champion that you can kind of pick into both lanes. I doubt I'm going to see it in mid. I doubt we're going to see the SKT Faker, arising into this lineup. But we are noticing very heavy bans in terms of the Zaheen as well as the Gwen, which quite literally would cause a lot of tremendous for the side of PRFA Esports if they let them slide through. And Ezreal Smolder is also being responded. So I guess they're really not wanting to either allow the mid scale to come in or even a late game scale comp. They really want
So
to
they've
try
gone
get
with the Ziggs, which is a really nice pick for the ADC. Most likely that's going bot lane, as I don't think you'd blind pick Ziggs mid, as the Cassidon is just an easy send into
I
that.
actually quite like this 6-pick bot. I think this is more than a draft pick. This is a little bit more meta than that. This is a mental pick too. Wrangle's been very vocal about how he feels about mage bot lane players. And it's not kindly, that's for sure. So I think and I think too Kami plays a fair bit of mage bot, so I kind of like it.
This Syndicate comp is chef's kiss right now. It's just really good into what Perifani has been drafting. They want to send it in. They want to land these combos. And Lyset and Nivea is a great pick. And there's not too many counters available on the table right now. So we will see potentially a Rise or something like that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
It will be a Vel'Koz mid. Okay, I
okay.
see you. I see you.
I guess this is not an awful Vel'Koz angle, right? Like, there's no one really on the side of Coven who's going to go and pounce on top of you and make your life miserable, so he can sit back and just bomber him and Ziggs.
Yeah, and it was a nice little pivot in those last two picks for the side of Perifani, as they did draft this all-in sort of team comp. And so Syndicate was like, all right, we'll peel back, we'll goof around, we'll do whatever, and we don't need to sort of commit to any fights because they're going to come to us. And then Perifani was like, we're actually just going to go Ziggs and Vel'Koz here, who can just sit as far back as possible.
They quite literally can, and I guess we're looking at what champs are going to start to be coming across here, and I guess we are starting to see some very, I guess you would say, uniques, coming out there. Especially a Vel'Koz. I'm not going to lie, the Vel'Koz kind of actually set me back. Wasn't expecting that to really come in on the side.
Ooh, hello, look at this. The drafting teams, by the way, have been so kind as to select their roles on drafter.lol, which is very kindly put it in a lovely order for us.
Epic. That's what we like to see. So I mean, yeah, it's good draft from both sides. I like how they've adapted mid draft, how they've used their blind picks and that kind of stuff. You know, Anivia is a really nice blind pick. Vel'Koz is a very nice answer to the Anivia. So we've seen something interesting come out. I don't think the drafts are too determining of what this game is. As I think if this Jarvan can get a good pace going, he can cause some issues. But you know, I always say this at the start of every draft. Which comp is easier to play? And I'm going to have to give that one to Syndicate for this one, as I think you just need to sort of wait for them to engage on you.
I mean,
Yeah.
how much engaging are they kind of, you know, like Ziggs Vel'Koz are not exactly conducive to engage, would have been my initial thoughts.
Exactly. So they can learn the poke, which is, yeah, I'm saying it's like a really nice pivot from the draft, is they've got heaps of poke. And so if the Vel'Koz and the Ziggs get ahead to any degree, it's going to be so hard for Syndicate to play. But with how we saw Lycia playing and how I know he plays this Anivia, I think he's going to be able to stifle this Vel'Koz quite easily. And I think Wrangle and this Braum are going to pretty much do what they want to the Ziggs. I don't think the Ziggs is going to be able to get too ahead in the spot lane.
I mean,
Shouldn't.
I certainly don't think Wrangle is going to allow this Ziggs to do anything. Like, if for no reason again other than personal vendetta against Mage in the bot lane, there's just no way that he's ever this Ziggs.
I think it's going to be a really fun game, though. I'm excited for this one. I know the viewers are going to be excited for this one. Didn't expect this one to go to a game 3 after that game 1 drubbing from Havoc, specifically. But Syndicate strike back with their own drubbing, and then now we're in what looks like to be a pretty even game for this game 3.
It's going to be I feel like this should maybe be a little bit more of a slow pace, I guess you would say, game. You know what I mean? I feel like the last 2 games were very much, once one team got that, you know, early game fight, they literally just snowballed it and off they went to the hills to literally get themselves back into this said game. I'm probably looking at, you know, PRFA like esports where they're going to want to maybe lightly take their time. But I mean, but again, you know, it's time where I wonder how they're going to set themselves up for it. Because you're like, I don't know. I really am liking this Poppy pick. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm literally seeing this Poppy, and I look at it in the terms of you could choose to play things slow, but even if you try and go in for that potential, like, early game pick, if Poppy's there, literally disrupts the entire fight, like, for the entirety of this game.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's going to be quite hard to get to this Vel'Koz and the Ziggs, though. They have a lot of control. If there is a single Poppy running towards them, the minefield's there, the satchel's there, the E from the Vel'Koz is there. I just really like this Vel'Koz pick. If Havoc's able to pull this off, it's going to be really impressive. As well as they had this AP bot laner with the Ziggs, so they're like, oh, shoot, do we have to go AD mid here? Which the Nivea doesn't really mind a good fashioned AD matchup, you know, apart from maybe the Zed. The Vel'Koz has true damage, which is, you know, perfect, because if this Poppy decides to build a lot of magic resist, it's going to cut through it regardless.
I mean, I want to say, don't sleep on this Slammed Gangplank. This is a turbo comfort pick, I think, from what I've heard, the whisperings, the rumors. Like, this guy is a Gangplank player. Gangplank's one of those characters you can either pilot him or you cannot. And I am under the impression Slammed can comfortably pilot Gangplank. So, you know, that's another big win con there for the side of Coven. You know, a fed Gangplank is very scary still.
Yeah, I've had had the pleasure
though.
of laning
Alright.
into the Slammed Gangplank myself, and it is very tricky. He obviously knows how to command the champion very well. We'll see if this casual Scion is able to just mitigate that and become a bit of a damage soaker machine, because that's kind of his job this game.
I want to say that the Scions that I have seen over the last couple of patches have looked very underwhelming. I don't think that the pick has as much power as it did kind of earlier on in the year and even earlier on in this season in the OBL. I think it's kind of fallen off, and we're starting to see the teams that are doing really well are the teams that are making really good use of their top lane and giving them picks that kind of unlock the map and unlock the game. So, not a huge fan.
Yeah, it's all good. I think Silent, it just does the job. Just does the job. This is a safe laner, especially into ranged. That's why I really like the mid as a mid pick as well. Is there are a lot of matchups that can be quite hard for pretty much any other melee. But Silent, you take the Emax and you put the Comet in the bag and you just poke them out even harder than they poke you. So it's a bit of a devilish pick, especially in the mid lane. But top lane, you're on an island, and you can't really make use of your ult as much. It's almost like a pseudo like Pantheon TF in the mid lane, where you can ult top, you can ult bot, you can ult to both objectives from the mid lane. Whereas top lane, you kind of just get pushed out, and then you have to ult back to lane.
Are you leaking drafting secrets that we were going to see tonight? Is that tech that we would have seen in?
I mean, Sion's one of my most played mid laners in solo queue. I've played Sion mid multiple times last season. It's no secret that I like a good Sion mid game. If someone wants to ban it, be my guest.
This guy, I swear to God, he's an animal.
It's I've got more tricks in my bag that have not come to light yet. That I've had a little bit of practice on Scrimson, and just watch out.
It's not a threat. It's not a threat at all. It's a statement. That's from how I'm hearing it from the side.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like, I guess I really am looking at who is going to kill Sion if, let's say, Sion like does get ahead. Like, yeah,
Gangplank has a good. I mean, Gangplank later in the game will still do some damage, right? He's got 45% armor ignore. That's not insignificant.
I think they're able to pretty much space him to the point where like he can't do anything either. So, as I was saying, he's just going to be a big old heavy bag that Coven are going to punch on.
I mean, you could even try and, you could even look at it from in term of you might see this Sion trying to, look for an unstoppable onslaught, with that ultimate, and then, sorry, you've been walled. Like it's gonna be very interesting to see how they're gonna like utilize it. I mean, I do agree, it's just gonna literally just be a meat bag. It's just a meat shield. I do think, in the terms for PRFA to literally pop off for this, it's gonna literally be either all eyes on Kami or Havoc. I mean, I probably am more looking at it from more of the Vel'Koz perspective. And then I guess really just to see how his team, paces things up, but
I mean, I wanna put a little bit of pressure on Havoc here, right? Like something that one of you guys said earlier was that we haven't really seen great utilization of counterpick thus far. People who've had counterpick haven't been kind of the ones to carry. And so, I kind of want to put pressure on, right? Like this is game 3. It's do or die. You have like the one opportunity to counterpick here and get a winning lane at the very least, but hopefully overall a little bit more of a winning game state. So I think Kami can carry, but I think it's on Havoc to carry.
Yeah, I will just add a little note. I thought the Yasuo counterpick to the Ahri worked really well last game. So
I mean last pick though, right? Like that guaranteed counter.
Yeah. But I mean, they're both super confident and competent mid laners. They're both, not saying that they're egoing, but they don't mind blind picking.
Okay.
You'd hope. I feel like you get to that spot where you'd hope that you're in that aspect where you want to feel, confident in regards to blind picking if potentially if it's needed to allow your other potential, like either duo laners or solo laners, if you're looking for that as an aspect. But look, we are dropping into game 3 though. And it's literally going to be now do or die in the terms of this. It's going to be the final game between both members for the side of Coven Syndicate and Purifani Esports Gaming.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We are on the Rift, game 3, and we do get the nice Star Guardian Poppy skin, which is a very fun little skin. I like that one quite a lot. And they're going to be putting pressure onto this Vel'Koz straight away as the first Q goes wide.
I want to shout out this color coordination from the bottom side of Coven here. The big vault door nicely matching the tire feathers.
It's very
that-
cool. Wrangle's got a couple emotes for them as well.
Mins. See, where do we begin? I mean, look, a lot at the moment. It's going to be a little bit of a poke and trade. I wonder though if they kind of give away, the early lane push. I mean, it is a mage compared to an AD, so they don't really have consistent damage. But I mean, we're going to see Locke already going to be walking up here. Does get the Q, but just doesn't get the little snatch onto Kami. Even in times of Wrangler autos, heal's going to get used.
I mean, it's a good use of the heal. Get a really good trade-off. Kami does hit that teleport, so might as well put as much pressure onto them as soon as possible. If you can force that Ziggs back before he gets the tier purchase, it really throws off the tempo from the Ziggs in the bot lane. But I'm sure he's going to just try and stick it out until he can afford that, as that is the best sort of logical first B, as we see plenty of trading going down in the solo lanes, as the Gangplank will be shooting them with that Q, and the Vel'Koz will be shooting lasers at the bird.
I mean, I don't know how, in reality, a bird would survive much for a laser. But I mean, just seeing these top laners now having a little bit of a play fight. A little bit saying, no, I'm gonna hit you a little bit, and it's gonna be, no, I'm gonna hit you back. But the difference between, Slemt and I guess Casual is Sion's healing, passive, I guess you could say, on his W. Each time he strikes a minion, he's just getting life back. And it's just going to do a little bit well there. I wonder, though, is the game plan more to, get 6 first and maybe go for that objective for both teams? Or how are we looking for it?
Who knows? I do know that they are going to probably be contesting both of these. We'll probably be seeing this Sion in a lot more team fights in the Gangplank, because the Gangplank can affect the map from across the map with his ultimate Cannon Barrage. And he has also taken the Ignite, so he will not be able to TP into these fights until he has completed that mission. Oh, we do see a solo kill potentially coming out here. Casual barely misses out on that first blood, which would have been absolutely huge. So both flashes blown in this top lane. Junglers might pay to visit them in the top lane very soon, as Jetman has read the script and is coming top. Hail of Blades being activated. Not enough damage to get onto the Sion. A little laugh emote on the way out for the Sion, as he will be picking up this top scuttle, and it will be traded for the bottom scuttle for Vepr.
Yeah, just a little bit of a one-for-one aspect. Is Walker is just going to get a little bit of the knock up there with his grand entrance. But I mean, yeah. I mean, very, very, very well, I guess you could say, paced in terms of the top side. I mean, this is kind of what I would want to see Casual do, especially in the Sion pick. I really do feel, yes, sure, Gangplank might have some of the utility to, I guess you could say, burn his way into the top side tanky matchup, but I really do feel like, as what am I saying, we're going to see a little bit of an engagement at the mid lane here at the moment. Flash going to get used up for Nivea there, just to keep themselves alive here. Very nicely done for Lightwalker to kind of roam on that tempo timer.
Yeah, so just Lightwalker reading the play, opening up through mid, trying to get some pressure down onto this Anivia, and gets the flash out of it, which is going to be really crucial in these early dragons, as the Anivia is very immobile as it stands, and no flash just makes it even easier, as Kami hasn't even taken his first recall, so might be looking to try and go full Lost Chapter recall first B. We will see. They are heading back now. Probably can only still afford maybe boots, Amp Tome, and the tier, but he will not be going for the tier right now, as he is going double Amp Tome and a Mana Crystal, which is very curious, as typically you want to try and get the Seraphs on the side of the Ziggs, as it just helps with the wave clear, but he is back in lane already with the teleport.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there. I was kind of expecting more of a tier, but looked at want to go for Lost. I mean, really go more that Lost Chapter route. I mean, look, Dragons are, again, not really going to see too much of, I guess, the laners, because, you know, both mid laners going to be resetting. They'll have TP back up. Jetman's on top side, jungle clear. But, I mean, blue side hasn't reset yet, so as now we're going to be seeing a little bit of a gank here from Vapor on the sidelines. This is now starting to look through.
Oh, a nice cannon barrage. Gets the first blood. So Wrangle picking that one up, and Vipper just watching from the sidelines. Really nice heads-up play from Slimt in the top lane is already affecting the map from his lane.
It seemed like maybe Light Walker just maybe started a little bit too soon. It's like, you know that, you know, you've got Wrangle and Locks, you know, with the Braum Zaya bot lane pick, you know, they're happy to, if you're going to start it a little bit early without that jungle support on the actual aspect to cause that disruption, they'll literally take your life. So I was liking the fact that, yes, you know, we're coming down for that gank, but I still feel like it's a little bit too early there. Way too early.
Definitely jumped the gun there. Took a lot of damage, but they did end up picking up the dragon off the back of that play, so they were able to force a reset out of Wrangle. And Locks, oh, a nice knock-up onto this Anivia. Lightwalker has opened up mid again, looking for some plays. The door comes out onto Vipper as he does hit level 6, and Jetman will be level 6 as well. So, I mean, it's a pretty pedestrian start to this game. A couple nice plays from both junglers in terms of showing their faces in a couple lanes, but apart from that, it's been pretty chill.
It's been pretty chill, but I mean, you know, Veppa's going to be literally coming into his top side empty-handed. Sure, you get your chickens. I think he's just now come to realize, oh wait, Jetman's taken my entire top side. And guess what Jetman gets to get? He gets his entire top side, and he's just now clearing for his bot side, so yeah, just setting that.
Definitely something to expect into any kind of competent jungler is that if you go for that early dragon, you do miss out on at least one quadrant of your jungle. So it will remain to be seen if that is going to be worth it or not. As here comes the Scion in the mid lane, opening up onto this, and it will be Kentucky Fried Chicken in this mid lane. But do they get it down under the tower? This egg is surprisingly tanky. Oh, it just gets down. Really nice heads-up play from Casual, just sending that train down the mid lane.
Yeah, that onslaught was exceptional there, and literally came into the time where Wall's not available here at the moment as Lux trying to, you know, keep this pink ward alive, but don't really think you're going to be able to keep it much alive for much longer there. Just going to have to accept the fate that the ward is gone. Look, it is very good tempo, and I mean, even then, sure, maybe would have wanted the kill onto Havoc there, but I mean, it was on a timer, you know, get it down as quick as we can. But I mean, even given it onto casuals for this top side matchup, that's also exceptionally not bad. I mean, he's already got the Warden's Mail, he's got, you know, a lot of cloth armor there. It is going to get to a point where Sion is kind of not really going to be seen dying too much top.
Yep, and it's just a slow roll for this Gangplank. Does have the Cull, is very aware that not many kills will be available onto the Scion as he has gone double armor to start it off. We'll probably be looking to grab a pretty early Frozen Heart, if I can predict that correctly. Otherwise, he will be going Steel Caps into Aranduins, which is also pretty good, into the Gangplank. But we will see.
Yeah, I mean, I would be more inclined to think Randuins, because I mean, there's not really too many, I guess you could say AA champs, so Frozen Heart. I mean, Frozen Heart's just a nice item in general with the CDR and I guess the extra mana, you know, from there, but I would expect more of the Omen, and I guess you could say played Steel Caps as more of a better buy, which we can kind of see that with the Steel Caps, right?
Yep, there we go. He's put that one in his back pocket, and he will be most likely going for that Randuins, or just sitting on the sitting on that and going for an Unending to spare. Both are really good options. First for the Scion, but he's just an absolute menace right now. Super tanky. Did pick up the Cull a little bit later than the Gangplank though, so he is only 37 CS away from completing his, whereas 78 on the side of the Scion. But it's really just semantics at this point, as both teams are going to be scaling up very well on both sides, as Wrangle's taken a little bit of heat from the Ziggs. Ziggs is in a good spot right now. He will be getting the Ludens at some point, and so will the Vel'Koz. So that's a lot of upfront damage from both of these mages.
surprisingly, decently priced item as well. For an AP, Luton does allow that little bit of an early prop there. I mean, we're already going to be seeing, Jetman. He's already going on his MR duties. Literally forget the name of that item. I know it starts with a K towards the very end here, but I mean, that's the one. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we can't. It's going to be very well there. I mean, this top side, again, just doing a lot of back and forth poking here, but I mean, Casual may look. Never mind. Nope. Gets
to the barrel.
I was going to say, he goes, nah, never mind. See the barrel. I'll back away. Get that plus 5 extra HP from hitting with grasp and call it a day.
Yeah, so as I expected, the Poppy is really the only tank on the side of Syndicate, so they will be getting as much magic res as possible, as Lox is doing his damnedest to keep this wave frozen for his boy Wrangle. Will be able to save a decent amount of CS. I think he did miss a couple there, as Lysair is picking up a good trade. He's got the fancy feet onto this Vel'Koz. He might be able to get a kill. A Cannon Barrage out in the bot lane. Lysair is looking for it. Oh, Havoc is gonna just sneak out of there. Will they turn onto Jetman here? Ooh, everything's going wide right now. It's a bit crazy. I think everyone's feeling the pressure of this Game 3.
Certainly feeling the pressure on the Game 3. I mean, Teleport's going to now come on in, so, Kami's going to be returning with his Ludens now actually available in his pocket here. We do have Lysair going to be resetting there. Does have TP available again. Dragon is up. Do they set their sights potentially onto Jetman?
Ooh, a nice W being used by the Jetman. Oh, a nice cancel almost there, as they do dodge up on the Mega Inferno Bomb, but they're both stuck in this Cataclysm. They sneak out, as a lot has been used before this Dragon has even been started. And I think the over-eagerness to get kills onto Wrangle and Lox have left them in a poor position, and they probably will just have to give up this Dragon.
I mean, they certainly will. I mean, look, they did try and set their sights for that early snatch and grab, but they do kind of have to realize, well, we've got Sums available, we've got Ultimate still available, and, Havoc necessarily didn't want to look for anything really heavy onto a play as well, sitting on, half HP, because, I mean, maybe if he was full, could have been maybe a crazy man, could have maybe walked towards the Dragon side, flash over the wall to actually be in a proper position to really go for a play. But speaking of a play, we're going to see Dragon and taken there. Flash going to be used out by Jetman to keep this up alive.
Definitely worth a bit of craziness going on, but yeah, one Dragon a piece for either side, so it will not be an Earth or an ocean. I mean, Earth or a Wind Drake, or a Mountain rather, not Earth, for this game. Which, I mean, definitely the Scion and this Jarvan would have loved a Mountain Soul, but I think they might just have to settle for a Chemtech.
Man, I find Chemtech, I say this I think almost every time I see Chemtech. I think Chemtech's like fake, but maybe that's just me as a player.
It's relevant. It's relevant to like 5 champions. There are 5 or 6 champions who love a Chemtech Soul.
I don't know if you've ever seen a Mundo with a Soul. A
4 members
so
top side.
4 people here. Slimped. I'm not sure you're getting out of this one, buddy. Nice try though. Almost gets Lightwalker down on the back end of that, but yeah, a really nice heads-up play from PRFA. They know they need to be proactive, or else this game will slip out of their hands.
Damn, they went, you know what, if we couldn't get it bot, we're going to try and get it top. And I mean, speaking of bot, they actually might set their sights on the bot side. I mean, Mina's going to get used up here, Glacial Fissure as well.
Oh, a really nice stun onto Kami. Does he get one on the way back? He does. Oh, and an interesting ult from Jetman. Very celebratory in its nature.
Bit of a misplay
one
there.
For one in the bot lane. Good getting gold onto Wrangle, but if this Ziggs, gets ahead, it's a lot of wave clear. As Lysair is doing the fancy feet around Havoc in the mid lane, is getting some good chunk off. Maybe one more E is going to be able to get him down. He is going for the flash, and he is going to get the solo kill. Lysair is taking out this man in the mid lane.
I mean, that now dwindles. Not to say it was a large gold lead, but, being up that, it's 18 CS, not really going to be much now when you kind of get a kill. Plus, then the additional CS to catch up on top. No, very, very well played, for the terms for Lysair. That to kind of get that grab onto it when he could. Exceptional as well. Glacial Storm just setting that slow pace across. Nah, honestly, literally had it in the pocket here. I mean, right now, looking their sights onto Wrangle.
Oh, a lot of knockups, but there's not much damage. It's really just Viper and the
roots!
Oh my god, he just got absolutely shut down as Wrangle is on a killing spree. Here comes the Scion. The Express is looking for a station to stop at. Jetman is being knocked up. The double knock up here as the laser beam is gonna barely not get him out
behind
there.
from like
Jetman, oh my god, a perfect W. Sneaks him out of here, and here comes the bird. Oh, the dunk does come down onto Jetman, but the fight is unfolding in this mid lane. Another knockup gets sent onto the multiple members of Coven as there is stuns going across the board, but not that much damage. Slimp's like, hey guys, are we doing something here? But never mind, I'm back to top lane farming.
Cannon barrage!
Nice, another knockup. There's just knockups galore going on in this mid lane as Lycia potentially going down. No, he's sneaking out and he gets a really nice Q on the back end and then locks, hits him and knocks up the players over, and Coven has won out.
Lordy lord. It's like slow, but then it's not. It's like, I feel like people's health bars are slowly dwindling, but then the plays that are actually happening are rather pretty swift. And then when everyone gets into execution rage, it's all in or nothing. And I mean, look, for the side of, Coven, this is kind of what I guess you would want there. And I mean, Lux is...
Oh, that's a really nice dodge on that EQ from the Jarvan. He's going to be able to sneak out of here potentially. Really nice. And the TPs are coming out. Lycia is looking for this Vel'Koz on the backside. Scion, no, it's the Ziggs is joining a bit late as they're going to find them both here in the jungle. Viper wanted just to take those chickens, but he is going to be giving up his life. Potentially a nice EQ escapes. And the dust settles here on the bottom side of the map as we look at top and... yes, not much happening here.
Like a little mini game, trying to go for the barrel plays here at the moment. I mean, Slemt is really trying to see if he can set on a potential kill, but I mean, I don't really see it happening, right? Going to be backing away there. Vev's going to get knocked up. Jetman is now going to be seeing the one re-engaged here. We've got Wrangler, though, coming in from the sidelines now, but I mean, there isn't really much damage going to be returning here. The Q does not land. Cataclysm, damn slime! What am I saying? We've also got Lycia claiming a kill onto that bot side. Okay, what just happened? It was chill and then it was not.
It's interesting that Viper has recognized he needs to be doing damage this game. Picked up the Eclipse, and they're looking for Sleep on this top lane. I think he's just realized that he might be going down here. Oh, the barrel just missing out as he is putting down the cannon barrage. Will be getting knocked up though, and you can't eat oranges to stop a knockup.
Blimey, bloody blimey. I mean, for what was a little bit of an overstay, wasn't really a little bit of an overstay for the side of PRFA, it really was. They kind of got punished for it. But then, we're just seeing Common Syndicate just do the same thing. They then decide to go, you know what? Yep, I'm going to use this time to go for a late jungle aggression, takeover, and it just got set against them. And yeah, I don't know, but I mean, they're not really available though for this dragon takeout that Coven aren't going to be taking, so they know everyone was top side just for that play there. And Havoc's going to be potentially the next target coming around here. Glacier Fusion goes for the knockup.
Really nice one onto them. Another double knockup. Oh, it's a very big fight here. It's a really nice knockup. Wow, they're just getting so many onto them as Lox is in the mix. So is Lycia, and there's no damage. Wrangle is not a part of this play as Lox might sneak out, but he is going to go down to the tower. Casual is on a killing spree, and this guy's just going to get tankier and tankier.
Bit of Undying Despair there. I mean, that's in our little pocket. He should have his next item also available there. We're going to be, Slem going to claim for the top side just to allow his team get a little bit of extra gold. Yeah, honestly, it's still in that pace of anyone's game. But, yeah, okay. I thought things were going to slow down a little bit, but things have not been slowing down. And, I mean, Slemt could be the next target at the moment as the teams are now arriving here.
I mean, Slemt at this point is just trading as many tower plates for his life as possible as he has realized he's been found out. The Flash will be getting burnt, escaping over the wall. As he's got quite a lot of gold at this point, and he will be going for a collector, which is very interesting, but I think he understands that he needs to be blowing up these people as we've seen a lot of these fights have unfolded. There's not much burst damage. It's all quite slow.
Yeah, it very much is slow, but I mean, I'm also gonna say I feel like this Ziggs pick hasn't really served the purpose, and I mean that more in the terms of what you would want to expect from a laning experience. You know, the whole purpose of getting the Ziggs is, you know, get them early, grab those early plates, right? And we've not really seen that at all. Like, I mean, it is kind of doing exceptional work in the fights, though. Like, I will say that, but the gold lead isn't too. Wait, am I reading that wrong? That is.
It's 2K to the
gold lead
Zaya.
on
Yeah.
the Zaya.
I was gonna say it's 2K lead. Never mind. What am I saying? What am I saying? I think the
it's-
colors. I think the colors got me. I was going blue side, so I was reading that as, you know, Wrangle had it.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah, he
Wrangle
does.
has
He does,
2K.
right? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I am duping myself here. Yeah, this is literally what I was saying, right? Like, I think the whole purpose of the Ziggs is to try and get that early gold lead ahead. Literally has not been able to really serve its purpose of any early tower at
Yeah.
all.
I wonder too whether perhaps Enchanter's kind of falling a little bit out of the meta makes it a little bit harder for Ziggs. I think he perhaps prefers, you know, something a little bit Enchantery for his laning phase, but okay. Here's
Well, I
what
was
it
looking
is.
at the Zaya lane, and a lot of the champions that can outrange Zaya, like the Zig, like the Jinx, like the Caitlyn, like the Senna, all of those picks are gone. So I can definitely see Kami's like thought process here, being like, oh, I want to outrange the Zaya. Poke is good into Zaya. You know, I can space her really well. But you know, Lox and Wrangle really just understood the assignment. They used that heal, level 1, and they said, look, this is our lane. We're not going to allow you to take these plates. Ziggs wants to take the tower as early as possible, then rotate mid, and take more plates. That's his life.
It's his life and hasn't really served much purpose, and a potential purpose here is Jetman's just, never mind. Gonna say, have it, take the void, scuttle instead. Just typical Puppy gameplay when they're about to get caught out by engages that dash. They press the W and go on their merry way here.
Yeah, and at some point, the tide in terms of like influence in between these top laners in the side lane will turn, but probably won't be for a little bit, as the Scion is extremely tanky. Did opt for the Sunfire cape to give himself a little bit more split push pressure, shove in those waves so he can affect the other sides of the map. Yeah, he is a tanky boy.
Certainly is a very tanky man, and I mean, look, they're pretty still equalized. Like, sure, yeah, you know, you've got a 3-0-3 Scion here, but I mean, GP having literally a still very strong CS laning capabilities, also getting the bonus gold, obviously within his parlay purpose of the passive, really kind of like diminishes that. And again, you know, people are starting to now group up here. I mean, you know, what I say are now coming in at the moment as well, which could be getting met up by casuals at this point in time. The engage is starting to come.
Yeah, and the best situation right now is if Syndicate can potentially win a 4v5 teamfight while this Gangplank is just farming away on the sideline. He has joined the fight in one barrel, takes Havoc down to half HP, so he is hurting right now. And it is ARAM time.
Crit, right? It is ARAM time. I don't even know if that was a crit barrel combo
Oh
there,
my
but I mean,
god, they take him out. Goodbye, Ziggs. And unfortunately, the Ziggs slander will continue as Kami has just been taken out on the Rift.
I think that Ziggs death animation of a balloon being let go is pretty accurate. He just got absolutely popped.
Yep. I didn't even see the barrel, to be honest. It might have just been a cube. But, yeah, Lycia just finding the angles. As I said, Lycia really likes this Anivia pick, and it is working out really well. Unfortunately, you know, we were very excited about this Vel'Koz in the mid lane, but it's just not working out in the same way that we wanted it to.
no, it really isn't. I mean, again, you know, certain champions that you would want to try and either somewhat be equal. I mean, you mainly want to be ahead, but maybe still you want to have a little bit of an equal lane up, not almost a full item behind, is literally going to be this Vel'Koz and Ziggs. And I mean, Anivia, and they're setting their engages onto it. They're going to go for the flash quickness.
It's a very Hail Mary play right now. They do have enough damage to at least take Jetman down to half HP, but this guy's got a lot of magic res, and he is gonna. Oh, he just misses out on the
Pathetic.
timing of that ult. The wall is coming out. Oh, they do get the kill onto Jetman. There is some gold in the pocket of. Oh, it looks like they are looking for a play onto Mom Goes Boom in the mid lane, but really Veppa is potentially going Boom as casual. He's gonna charge up a full Q onto the Zaya. As here comes the Ziggs. He's flashing over the wall. He's going crazy. He's gonna dunk on them, and they are looking for more. Lox is getting low. Lycia is heading them down, but they're stuck in this mid lane, and Slimp potentially with all these cooldowns might want to take a piece of the pie off of Perifani, but nice heads up play, using the map really well.
Something I just want to
guess
point
you're
out.
in a fight or
Oh,
die,
you go.
right? Sir, yeah, I was gonna say, sir, like I guess you're in that fight or flight or. Oh my god, I can't do it anymore. Like, you're in that desperation, is what I'm gonna say. Like, for the side of Perifani Gaming, you're in that desperation. You kind of want to try make a play, even if it is. Look, that was relatively scrappy, but still comes a little bit in their favor to get a little bit of kills back. Try to slowly balance the gold a little bit more. You know, people picking up shutdowns now. And yeah, sorry, to your point, Chief, go ahead.
I just want to say this Scion so far has bought 0 magic resist and has got quite a lot of HP. That's not unending spares and armor item now too, isn't it? So 0 magic resist, and there is an Anivia on the other side who does have a Landry's Torment and is quite happy to throw down a slow field and go, okay, buddy, what are you gonna do now? Like, so I think
that's kind of what I was seeing in the champ select as well. Is it's so easy to space the Scion with these champions right now, and if worst comes to worst, you can just use the Keeper's Verdict, as they are going to face check this. They are going to use a lot of cooldowns onto Lox, as he might just sneak out of here, barely, as the big Inferno Bomb is going to come down and not pick up anyone. Kami does get the kill on the backside of things, but who is in the back line? It is Slimped, for some random reason, as Casual continues his rampage on the Rift.
Team fight split into two. I'll say you've got, you've literally got support going. Yep, you know, a little bit of an early blind there. Kind of gets early engaged on. Had to flash out to still died anyways in the process to try and get a re-engage back in with the Glacial Fish. I don't even think they got it off. And then you got Slamped going. Yep, don't worry.
Well,
I'm gonna try hold the people in the back. And speaking of holding, we're gonna be dropping a pause.
I think Slimp forgot he was not playing Gragas.
Yeah, right.
And he just he probably just flash Eden there, and then was like, "Oh,
Wait a minute.
sorry about that one, guys. I'm just gonna try and get out now." And Perifani's like, "I don't think so."
Yeah, I was gonna just literally rounding up into a man demolition into a train, decimating slam, and then Havoc just going, all right, I'll just throw a little bit of laser out, have some little, instead of pocket sand, it's just have some laser in your eye, pal, and yeah, I don't know. Interesting to see though what the pause is for.
Have some magic damage. Have some spells. That's what Perifani be doing right now on the Rift. They just be casting spells.
It's going to be their sole purpose. I still feel like though, what you know, like I still feel, you know, Perifani is still way too far, you know, like kind of behind in that aspect on maybe like I guess how are we looking to like get yourself back into this game really? It's still a little daunting, I'll say.
Yeah, and as we were touching, like they pivoted this draft so they could have Poke to deal with the fact that there's no engage on the side of Coven, but they aren't really waiting to poke anyone out. They're just like, we're gonna go in now and we're gonna fight, and hopefully we can blow someone up. Yeah, very curious.
Yeah, I was gonna say very curious, and I do agree. You know, we're picking, you know, those champions that can do what they kind of want from afar, and they're just kind of like letting themselves be in that range to, like, you know, let's say like in that last fight was literally able to keep the fight in half, even against the team with such long range. We now, of course, did get the unpause back in, and typical Riot client likes to have a little bit of a panic attack when you pause, so we should be getting out of that freeze momentarily, which that has now occurred. Dragon's up in about a minute 30. I mean, sure, Dragon is an objective, but I still don't know what purpose it's going to serve here for really both teams, I guess.
Yeah, and I think we're about 1 minute 10 seconds off of deciding this game. I think this next dragon fight is going to be very explosive. Everyone's got pretty much all of their cooldowns up. Coven's lacking a couple flashes here and there, but potentially you might be getting a lot more flashes up for this fight. But they're already posturing around this dragon 50 seconds before it's even going down. Kami is going to be able to land a little bit of poke. Those bombs are actually doing a really good amount of damage.
Certainly are. That's what I would hope for with a 3-item Ziggs with a large rod. And again, they're setting the mid lane pace here, and Casual's going to walk up, getting a little bit of a slam jam at the moment.
I mean, even with the Leandres, this Scion is just tanking damage. It's Havoc talking about tanking damage.
He
does have the TP though, so he's going to try and get a reset off. Never mind. He decides against it. Is potentially... Oh, no. He's going to try and get that. So they might just be able to rush this down. They do have a nice lane, and they're cutting off where PRFA wants to get into this dragon pit. As Slempt is cutting off the route with these barrels. He's in a good position to get a really nice barrel combo off there. Oh, he just goes wide on that one. They're doing a lot of posturing. They're standing right in each other's faces. A big charge Q gets onto Lycia, but nothing to it as they are trying to poke Jetman out. Landing some good satchels down onto him. They are going to do this as a straight up 5v5 mano a mano. The dragon has been started by PRFA. As the posturing does continue, Havoc really likes looking for a flank as they bonk away the Scion, which is the main piece of this. Lightwalker is looking for an engage onto Lycia. They find it. The death rate is not going to be able to take anyone down. Lightwalker goes out. Wrangle picks that up. The dragon does get stolen away by Viper as they do get locks on the back end. Here comes the Scion, walled off from the team, but so is Jetman. The CC is going crazy onto the Scion, but a huge charge Q is able to do a lot of damage. They're trading top laners right now as they look for this Jarvan who's come into the wrong spot. The egg is ready to be procced, but it looks like Havoc is looking for more as they might be able to proc this egg, but a crazy team fight. I said it might be ending the game, but unfortunately, we're going to another one.
We will be going to another one, and I mean, look, PRFA, you know, esports gaming literally give themselves a little bit of extra time into this game, you know? They got some very, you know, nice kills there, and I mean, even then, it was kind of, I mean, look, we got the dragon objective. We did lock that in. Damn, the pacing on both teams, just knowing when to get that reset engage in to nuke a target, and then how to also play it slow and get themselves out. Like, I mean, quite literally, you saw the power of Slempt, Wrangle, and literally, you know, Lycia literally working together into that backsided comp onto that last fight there. And geez, it's just... It is honestly still... I mean, look, I still feel like it's still strongly sided on the side of Common at this point of time, but I don't know. Baron's up.
Yeah, and the Ziggs is huge. He's just gotten his Rabadons, which gives him a lot more damage. And in that fight, he did heaps of damage. So it's honestly, it's kind of in Slemp's hands here to try and hit some really nice barrel combos onto this backline. But to be in range to hit a nice barrel combo, he is going to have to go out of sorts. He's going to have to stand a little bit closer to the Zerkos, to the Ziggs, who are doing a lot of damage at this point.
They really are. And I mean, hey, we finally got to see... you know, Ziggs surf his purpose, which is to execute a tower when it's on that last 50% remaining life. So look, it's just a little bit of extra gold still for the team. You know, it did lower the gold lead by just a couple of hundred there. But I mean, look, we are getting to that late game aspect though, where look, I guess you'll say, like, you know, not really the gold difference doesn't really tend to matter. But look, Visions, I guess you could say, is just literally being set up, though, for the side of PRFA Gaming just to try and get anything potential. I mean, Slam could be the target right now. Doesn't really have anyone available at this point in time to support him.
Yeah, and as you see, the tables are turned with the agency. PRFA just kind of walking wherever they want. As Lox is looking for a pick onto Havoc, he does find it. Plenty of CC landing down onto this Valkyrie. He's chasing him over the wall. He might be going a little bit deep as Lycia is going to eat the Mega Inferno Bomb and potentially go down to the Scion. But the Scion is caught out on the backline. Havoc actually makes himself away, but the true damage from this Scion is not... I mean, the true damage from the Gangplank But Jetman gets traded on the backside, so they won't be able to start off this Baron just yet. So yeah, they use a lot. They
got the
lose
knock
a
up
lot.
on Locks.
Oh, he just gets out. That's not who you want to knock up, though, as this Brom can just put up the shield. But, oh, Lycia is a speedy bird right now. He's looking for a good wall angle as they are all grouped up. There's not too much they can do about this one as they are... Oh, Kami.
Oh. That was scary. That wall was scary. You are lucky that the Riot Gods were on your side and pushed you behind the wall. Still gets to keep his flash available.
Yeah, and just when I thought the Scion couldn't die, he dies twice, you know? So he has been taken lumps out of him because this Lord Dom's on Wrangle and on Slimt. Pretty much just what they need to be able to cut through the Scion.
But even then, you know, it kind of like still... I mean, he still bought a lot of time, but I mean, even then, I think Jetman, that last fight, kind of took the brunt for his team. He basically acted like the Scion for his team instead, because he's literally, again, their only tank. And I mean, look, when casters have to try and nuke a tank, it's kind of like kind of becomes a wet noodle, really. It's like, good luck, take your time. But I mean, look, still though, 30 seconds onto this dragon. I mean, it is of course soul points in the times for Purifani Gaming. I mean, lanes are being set up here, but I mean, look where Slempt is though at the moment. No one's really there to answer at this point.
Yeah, so they are sending back Havoc to deal with them. They have got the TP up on the Vel'Koz, but he takes the tower, and this is honestly what you want, as this Gangplank shreds towers at this point in the game. Oh, Lycia is really out of position here. Has to burn the flash. CC is landing onto him. A huge wombo combo onto the Coven, but Kami is taking huge damage on the backside. Wrangle is sitting away, but here's a huge combo from Casual in the top lane, and the Lightform Disintegration Wave is actually just cutting through the entire team. But here is Slimp. Wrangle is going to go down as well. Wow, what a huge team fight, back and forward, but Casual just carrying that so hard.
Oh my God, we got ourselves a game. You know, for what I was thinking, you know, wasn't, you know, necessarily in the terms of Purifani's way to get into a game. They're still setting a statement very strong with that. I mean, Casual with that triple knock up and then Havoc arriving in that late fight into the Cataclysm with the disintegration ray. Jeez Louise, it is taking literally the lives of the side of Coven Gaming. I mean, look, this is also going to be their dragon at this point as well.
And this Jarvan and Scion are really going to like this dragon. They're able to pick up this soul point off of the top of this, and yeah, I mean, Casual is just having himself a game.
He certainly is. I mean, he's enjoying his life. I mean, I still want to see Kami with his ultimates maybe placed a little better there. I mean, look, it's still doing mega damage, but...
Oh, he did a lot of damage in that fight.
I was going to say, like, he's still doing plenty of damage, but he's noticing with some of those ult placements, just a little bit, they're only, like, just slightly hitting, because he's more, like, getting the corner bits lodged. But even then, you know, his Qs are landing, his mines are doing the mining, and Jesus, like, Lycia, I think also kind of bit a little bit too much more for what they were looking to choose there. I mean, they were so far up ahead without really any members to retaliate in the forms of, like, to support. And I mean, the quickness from Lightwalker was just, as well, very, very exceptional there on the counter.
Yeah, and even if they do catch the Ziggs and Vel'Koz with any form of CC, they don't really have any burst to take them out. You know, Lycia has gone for the Bloodletters and the Leandre's combo. So they don't do too much burst, obviously still a decent amount of damage. But, yeah, there's just not much burst, and if Wrangle wants to walk forward, he has to pretty much stand on top of the Scion, who does not mind that at all.
You stand on top of the Scion, you've also got the little mines as well from Kami there. And I mean, again, you're also walking into a Cataclysm, right? But I mean, the difference between, I guess, last fight and this fight, Wrangle does have flash available, compared to, you know, Kami doesn't have theirs up. I think Havoc's should be coming up very shortly, which is what we can see. That's coming up in the 5 seconds. But I mean, look, they're going to be starting to push a couple of lanes here and even going looking for a tower.
Viper is jumping out of the wrong spot, as he will be going down right before the Baron, and that will be up. A really nice cannon barrage sort of halts the re-engage as
but look where
Wrangle
Slimpt is
walking forward. Slipped is on the base. He's probably going to get a bottom in-hinge here. As Casual has realized he really needs to make a play here. But the Featherstorm comes out, catches onto the Scion. The bees are being stopped. Slipped is really just hitting on this tower, and Havoc's gone back. This is going to be a free Baron for the side of Coven and PRFA, using their pressure a little bit too aggressively, and a beautiful wall from Lycia catches out the jungler for PRFA.
Yeah, I don't know what they kind of did there. They kind of really just went, ooh, yep, let's look for something, and it wasn't really anything to look for. 100%.
Oh my god, the smite. The smite comes out there at 100 HP there. Really, Jetman is testing the waters in terms of how long he can leave that one.
I think he just knew that you know, Kami's Q wasn't really aimed towards the Baron, because I mean it kind of just bounced on over. It seemed to more be focused primitively onto Wrangle there, and
oh
yeah,
please
look.
God, sorry, no one took that control ward on the blue. I'm so sad. Wrangle just hit the control ward. It was right there. Oh, no one wanted to take it. Everyone wanted to get their reset off, but now it's still just sitting there. Oh, and it has been swapped out, so that was Lightwalker's ward, and he has swapped that one out. But yeah, this is just a back and forth game. Very crazy.
It's a back and forth game, but we're at a point now where everyone's essentially on full items, right? Like, basically your last remaining people that are trying to chase their last item is just the top lane. In the terms for Casual there, I guess, you know, you got Lightwalker on the bot side going on for theirs. I mean, Havoc, and yeah, I mean, look, literally everyone is just finishing up these last item components there. So I mean, for, you know, PRFA, I guess this was where they would want to kind of get to still keep a footing in this game. But I mean, if they don't shape up these fights, it's, you know, they're really going to be setting tremendous pace for devastation for themselves. Baron, though, is going to be very nice, though, I guess, for a range
Oh, they are just going to try and... What was that flash by Slimt? He used it on top of Vipper. An unfortunate mistake. It's such a crucial part of this game. And pretty much now, the whole Baron's just been ruined.
Quite literally. I mean, now you're going to get literally getting nothing now, you know?
Unfortunate. I don't know if you caught that, but he, instead of flashing, he flashed on the spot.
Yeah, you did. Slam just... I think it was just like a little boo moment, but nothing was really there. And you know, for Vepa, I mean, PRFA, like, esports didn't have to use anything. Like, sure, using the ultimates, but I mean, Elder's not up till another minute 10. Ultimates will come up available. We've now got a flashless GP into a very heavy poke comp. Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to spell a little bit disastrous here for this Elder setup.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very happy that my game got cancelled tonight, as I don't know if I could have mentally gone from watching these two teams to playing myself, as I think there would have been some form of you know, transmissible disease that I could have caught from watching this craziness unfold. There's nothing bad, it's just what happens when two high-skilled teams face each other. You know, the margins are very small, and sometimes some crazy stuff happens.
Yeah, but speaking of crazy, I was gonna say don't be crazy enough to go for this, but Jetman,
he's running. He's got his Nikes tied up all the way, and he's trying to get his ass into gear and get out of there. But it is going to come down to an Elder flip, as we all would have expected. You know, two stomps, game 1 and 2, and game 3 is a 42-minute banger with 2 kills going the way of PRFA over the top of Coven. But let's see what happens here, as Slimt has just decided to TP into the top lane, and he is going to pull Havoc up here. So it will be potentially just a 4v4 in this bot lane. They are starting up the Elder. They're forcing them to make a decision. Vipper is waiting in the wings. He is going to go for a steal, as Kami is getting caught out here by Lycia. He has found the pick on the backside, and Lightwalker is going for an engage. It is all going wrong before the Elder. It is down to Vipper and his ability to steal this one away. It almost goes over, but Wrangle picks that one up with some feathers, and Slint is looking for Havoc. He builds on the combo, and he almost won into it. He gets one hit on the way back. This is turning into an absolute clown fiesta, as Casual is trying to casually walk away, but his ticket has not been redeemed to back to base. And he will be getting chopped down by Wrangle. What the hell is happening?
Oh, all he can do is dance his way. But I mean, this is just devastation for the side of PRFA. I mean, exceptional pick-ons from the side of, Seiya on the Anivia, catching Kami there, getting the literal wall effect on wall-on-wall. He was just stunless. He was gone. Flashed it out. Nothing's there. TP's going to get used.
He's using it just in the face. He's trying to pretend he's someone else. But unfortunately... Oh, a huge 4-man ult in the wombo combo onto Coven. This is craziness as the Elder is being ticked down onto both sides. It is an absolute siege for the ages. Lycia just gets blown up on the way back. Oh my god, Wrangle, you're going to have to run, my boy.
Did you
what
see
the
Havoc's
hell? A
Q?
triple kill from Havoc. Craziness on the Rift, as we would expect from these two teams at this point of the game.
Oh my god, the Q snipe. The Q snipe that happened with Havoc. You know, hitting the egg to Nivea, but then sniping Jetman. Jetman was at a loss. He was like about to walk back in, walks back out. He walks back into the queue. Oh my god, you had it there. Syndicate, you had it potentially in the bag, and we just... Oh my god.
Someone get this guy an honorary degree in geometry. Like, just beautiful.
Craziness, and it all came and it stemmed from that 1v1 in the top lane where Slempt was trying to go bar for bar with the Vel'Koz and almost one-hit him, but he just turned back on. There are a lot of minions in the base. Wrangle has recognized this, shoving out this mid-wave. They aren't going to be able to contest this Baron, and wow.
Whoa.
I mean, how many Barons have we had this game?
This is going to be the third one.
Oh my god, that gangplank damage is huge. The redemption is really clutch though. Here comes Lycia. Lightwalker is looking on the back line, and it is going to be a hugely split fight as Lycia might go down on the top side. A really nice Zhonya's buys a little bit of time, but they are going to... Slimp is on the base
got the
right
recall.
now. Slimp is on the base. Slimp takes one tower. He's looking to take a second. He takes the second, and he just skirts out of there as the Baron recalls. Get the Vel'Koz back. But now, does Coven have another window to try and take this game? Oh, lads, this one is an absolute banger.
It's a banger, but what is happening? Everything's going so far. I mean, it's still a while for the inhibitors to even be up. Towers have also been taken down. They're not spawning for the next couple of minutes. Sure, you've got Baron, but you're 2 members down. Oh, what am I saying? Sorry, there's still 1 tower available. Never mind, I thought it was an open Nexus. They will not be able to put the Nexus in their bag. But they're going to have to, Syndicate is just going to have to back it away here at the moment. I don't know if this is a potential chance for a second Elder. We've had 3 Barons. Are we going to be seeing a potential second Elder?
Probably at this point, probably. We got 2 minutes away. Both teams, I'd imagine Coven are going to wait out this Baron from the side of PRFA, and then it will just come down to yet another Elder.
Oh, these Elder flips. But I mean, the thing is that, for PRFA Gaming, they're not really setting their waves up in the terms of management. And this is before, obviously, the inhibitors were down. They weren't really setting up their wave management. And Slemp has just been able to use that to his advantage to kind of go, all right, cool. I'm already at the tower, by the way. Like, he's not really had anything to stop him in his way. And honestly, Syndicate just playing exceptionally well there.
Yeah, it's just some craziness right now, and man, if I wasn't an unk before the game time, and this is turning me into one, as we are edging on 50 minutes here in this game 3.
I want to say I've been messaging Jacob about whether he's going to come along to the next game and all of that jazz,
God,
and I said, we should be done in like 20 minutes. That was at 6 o'clock.
Jeez
It's
Louise,
been 40 minutes.
I mean, all the games, the second set of games are going to start, so we're going to be able to flow straight from this game into another best of 3 series. And so for all of you OBL watching fans who like to watch, you're going to be eating good tonight as, wow, the siege is slowly continuing. Elder is up in 40 seconds, so they're probably going to try and shove in a couple waves and then peel back to that. And then that is where we will see, potentially, I don't want to jinx it, but potentially the final fight of the game.
Man, I thought I was going to get
Certainly
like
be,
20,
right?
30 minutes to set
Oh
up the
my
next stream before like everything was live, and at this rate, I'm going to have like 5 minutes. It's going to be this stream all over again.
Red team's inhibitor has respawned.
Goodness me.
So
Oh
at least
my
they get that top inhibitor back, which allows them a little bit of pressure.
Mid's coming up too.
They do have a TP on the gangplank, so as long as they have a wave, he can go for the back door here in the top lane.
And another Elder Flip.
Oh, they're
Wall.
sending the train straight in the wall.
That's
It's gonna.
TP.
Oh my god, the flash to try and dodge, but they send the Silent away. They're gonna start off the Baron, the Elder rather. Oh, Sleeper's on the base. Sleeper's on the base. He's gonna be able to cancel this TP potentially. No, they send 2 back.
Happy's returned.
Oh my god, it's craziness. The Slip is going to go for this one. He does heal up just enough, and he is on the base. The towers are down. They are going to get the Elder stolen by Lightwalker. We missed that unfolding as the Elder is going to proc on to Wrangle. They're going to look to try and kill him, but how did Lightwalker get that in that situation?
Oh, he's going in!
He's going to go in and he's going to kill Wrangle all by himself. Lightwalker is taking this game into his own hands as they are going to kill them all. Holy cow, just when you thought that Barry finally couldn't pick it up, Lightwalker just does the damage and the TPs are coming out. They're going into the bot lane of the base. Perry Farty, how have they pulled
Look at
this
Jetman.
off?
Look at Jetman. He's trying to see if he can go for this base race in the back.
Slimt is looking for an angle to try and get himself into the only way he can is if he can get onto their base, but I don't think he's going to be able to find a way out as... Oh no, he's able to pull the wave to the side. Is he able to get it out? I think they need this gangplank to get back into the base. Oh no, he's being stopped by the Jarvan. They are pushing onto the base. The Ziggs is absolutely wailing through the towers right now as they are able to kill Jetman on the backside. Slimp has picked one up. They are going to try and take these towers down. They don't take any damage. They don't have a wave right now. The wave is going to come in shortly as maybe Slimp... Oh my god, 1Q absolutely just annihilates him as they are potentially going to look for the win here. Oh my god, they're whacking down the towers. They still have a couple minions left. Slimp isn't able to do it enough, and they're going to win the best of 3 series. 50 minutes into the game, Wrangle can only sit and watch as his Nexus goes down. PRFA Esports have done it.
Oh my god, what a game that was! And the turnaround. Oh, how did Lightwalker... Oh my god. How did Lightwalker get Elder? How do you... Wait, did he like... I don't know. I need to see how this Elder was taken. That is just... He literally just put his team... He literally just won his team the game there. I'm at a loss of words. I'm literally at a loss of words to how that has turned out. Jesus.
I mean, banger game. No complaints here.
Literally, that is just exceptional. I mean, we're getting... I know we got, like, Elder Coin Flip, but, I mean, I just didn't think it was going to operate that way. Anyways, I mean, bloody hell. Look, either way, long story short, I don't know. I feel like for the side of PRFA Esports, I'm sure they're going to literally be screaming to the moons till the cows stop singing. Like, everything's on light at this moment of time. I'm sure that they are... Man, could you just imagine the comms? It has to be crazy. That had to have popped off.
I mean, Lightwalker, as I said, put the game in his hands there at the end and not only stole the Baron, but hit a beautiful knock-up that killed Wrangle, took him out of the fight so he wasn't available to try and stop the final push. And then also a really nice play by Veppa hunting down the gangplank. Did trade his life, but life for Nexus is definitely a good trade there as PRFA Esports show their mental and they win that game out of a desperate situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally, you know, crawling their way through the trenches. And I mean, look, they bunkered down, they hold it down. It was essentially an open nexus. You know, you couldn't get more scripted than that in the terms of trying to get that game-winning finish. But look, with the range, with the clear, once the inhibitors were essentially no more, you know, it just becomes more difficult to really try and end it. And jeez, I mean, even then, you know, you had Wrangle, on the Slitherus of Health, hadn't yet had the Elder proc on it, but I mean the swag flag from Beppa literally procced it in there. So then when Light Walker got the re-engage with the knock up and the quickness, it just literally was just a recipe for disaster. Even though sure, you're gonna pop Featherstorm, Elder goes through it, man, that was just honestly, exceptionally well played in the terms of that Elder fight there, and just keeping, I mean, I think maybe they listened a little bit to potentially some of the wave clearing. I mean, they had it a little bit more set up there, so Slemt just didn't get to, I guess you could say, auto turbocharge into it. Lets them keep the last remaining seconds, but damn, that is. I'm sorry, I'm still at a loss of words. That is just a banger of a series for that last game as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I definitely feel for Coven. That was such a crazy series. They had the game in their hands at multiple points of the game, and unfortunately, just a couple tiny little things just didn't go their way. They were so close to moving to 5-1. They've obviously still made it into playoffs themselves. They'll be in the top 8. But yeah, the curse of Perifani strikes again. They've lost only to Perifani teams.
Man, goddamn, it's like the T1 Genji curse, right? You almost find Genji just being the only team that I guess you could say snipes SKT. I say that as HLE1, but damn, that is just exceptional, bloody exceptional. Obviously, for those that are watching, we do of course have, I'm pretty sure, more games coming about. But I think we're just, in that little window of probably gonna, I would imagine, taking a break here, I would say.
Probably have a break. We've got some very
there's
over.
I don't know how much of a break there is to have, and I don't know who's coming and going. I don't know if you guys want to hang around. You can. If not, we'll get Jacob in. I'm trying to do this and a ticket and up the new stream. It's all going crazy at the minute.
Oh, I'm gassed from that game, to be honest. That was an absolute crazy one.
Very good. No worries at all. So, obviously then, Grunky gonna have a little nap, or are you staying on?
I'll probably watch the stream, play a game or two with my team. Obviously, we didn't get to play tonight, which is a bit unfortunate, but we'll probably jump into a flex or maybe even play some ARAM Clash. But
okay, Catsbee, what's your plan? Are you coming or going?
I guess I can go wherever I'm needed. I still
mean,
got time. I can.
We'll be happy to have you, mate. Especially if Jacob comes in, cool. If not, then you and I. Wrangle's decided he won't be jumping in because that was a bit of a
yeah. Fair enough.
Buys me a little bit of time to sort this ticket out in the background.
Yeah, certainly. Oh my god. And speaking of the devil, I mean, it's not Wrangle, but it's Jacob. He has come on in. He has embraced us with his presence.
Yep. We got lots of energy to bring for this next series. That's for sure. It's been this is like halftime of the World Cup, and I'm one of the subs. That's just not quite the starting roster, but good to go for the final minutes.
No, mate, you're the starting roster for sure.
It's that finish strong strategy. Gotta lock it down for the last half. So yeah, it should be good to get into the next one.
Too easy. 100%. You guys are in very capable hands. I'm gonna sign off, and good luck to you guys. And thank obviously to all the viewers. Just one quick PSA: make sure if you saw any good clips during the game, make sure to clip those, add those to the appropriate channels in the Discord. But that game had plenty of highlights, so please take some time to make some highlights for us. It makes our job a lot easier when it comes to repackaging the highlights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grunky.
All right. Enjoy your night, guys. Have a good one, Jacob. Have a good one, Gat. And Chef, thanks for having me. Shout out to OBL, and make sure to have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Good night. Bye.
Alrighty. I'm going to let you two yap while I just trouble solve in the background.
Fair enough. I need to figure out how to I keep getting the reverb back again. I know how to manage
You need to
this.
just mute my stream.
I'll just mute the stream. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
I'll fix
actually,
it. Oh, dying. Yeah.
It's right. I figured it out. I always mess it up every single time, and it
Okay.
catches me out.
I'm gonna need probably just a quick 5-minute break, aka get some water. Could go to the
Yep.
bathroom, but I'll be back. Also, who is gonna be the next team? Hop on. Who will be streaming for this next round?
Mr. 100 Fan Club versus Parafani Aegean.
Ooh, another Purifani special. Okay. These are meant to be the
stuff
brother.
riding on this one.
Yeah.
I feel like this was. I don't know. I don't know which one's the. Maybe
The
they're
brother and
twins.
the sister. Maybe they are. I mean, I think
Like-
Will's referring these ones the sisters this entire time, but damn, after that play, I feel like Jesus, they had the big plays. Sorry, like that. I'm still gassed at that. I can't get over
Yeah.
that 51-minute game. Like, what the hell just happened? The entire series. It was literally both games were so one-sided, and then the last game was just back and forth. Jesus.
It was pretty good. I was away for the first two, but yeah, sat back down and thought I'd tune in, and I was happy to tune in because it was a very good final game for a series. Can't
Alright,
ask
I'm
for
gonna be
too
right
much
back.
more. Yep,
Will not be too
no
long.
worries. I'll get some water as well.
I've returned.
Okay.
Oh, damn. Let's see. Oh. Having a
Yep.
look at the teams, pulling everything through now, slowly. Okay, so that's right. It's going to be Mr. 100.
Yeah.
Of
Now
course.
I think there's a lot of tiebreakers that are
Yeah.
pending the completion of this particular game. Let me go see if I can find it. Blake did a very nice write up of all the factors that are at play here for this series specifically. So let's
Sure, while
see.
that pulls through, I'm doing my typical grabbing the team rosters from Discord and then pulling up, OP.GGs and seeing where things are set to be.
Yeah, that's the one. I've got my paper right here. I mean, I can tell you right now, Zed is going to be banned against Govos every single game, so you can add that one to your notes.
Write that down.
Yeah, just write that one down.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure everybody here is familiar with that specific rule when playing against any team Govos is on. Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about Kato as well too, as potentially being the best ADC in Div 1, or at least the most scary to go up against.
Oh, you're right.
So I suspect a few bans against him, particularly the Jinx. So yeah, my initial thoughts are Mr. 100 Fan Club will be pretty much perma-banning Jinx and Zed, which it's rough having to have 2 perma-bans right at the start of the series. Kind of those.
I mean, poor Wrangle literally copped it the entire series. Man was minimum 3 to 4 man champ banned, and he was just left to play the few little ADCs. I mean, look, the man still performed on a lot of his ADC picks, but damn, still having a lot of that. It is. It does make it hard.
Just it's just merit to how good you are though. At the end of the day, when
100%.
you're getting target banned like that. And the other great thing is that it gives you an excuse when you lose, because you can just say, "Well, I was target banned, not my fault."
Blame my team. Go next.
Yeah. You guys need to get better at certain champs, so I had to ban those instead.
Certainly.
Yeah. All right.
I've got Lock.
So yeah.
That's right. So Lock's going to be 80 scene. I know it's passionless, but really that's Nay. Pretty sure. So
it is Nay, yes.
Yeah, definitely be Nay, aka I tend to be the goldfish for Nay, and I still need him to take me out for a walk. So very interested to see what he kind of pulls up for this series, though. So that's going to be that team that I've gotten written up. I've gotten drafted up on my notes here. I'll start to look into some of these things. But I mean, these OBL are pretty blank for most of these champs.
Yep, they
especially
were
for Ring Grease. And then looking at top, even then, it just seems like Lock's the only one that's got a multitude of like an actual champ pool here. I mean, we've got Griff as well. Griff also has a couple there. Looks like they like to play a lot of their mages, cause disruptions.
Yeah, the Vex is an occasional joy to watch as well too. I've got to see it a couple of times. It's it's a very polarizing pick. Can go crazy though.
Hells yeah, that's what we want. Okay, let's see. So for top will be. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's other Purifani team that have like other subs, but don't know if Nab's going to be in or if it's still going to be Paranoid, but I'm sure things should be locked in very soon. 'Cause, I mean, we are heading to that time of gameplay, but see when the teams start their drafts and when they get ready.
Oh
Alright,
yeah.
so got Paranoid. We got
Sorry, I haven't had
Kato.
a draft link yet. I'm waiting to hopefully get one.
You know what?
Literally right now. Look at that timing. I'm still wrestling my way through a ticket at the same time, so
Spoken into existence.
bam, that should tidy up. Let's get rid of some names. Alright. Good to go.
Your things. Let's have a look. Pulling that up. Then we've got. We've got that on lockdown. We've got that on lockdown. Okay. Interesting enough. Let's go to browse. I'm gonna blame Nay at this point. If we don't have a draft link, I'm just gonna blame Nay. It's his fault.
Yep.
No, we've
This
got
is
a
a
draft
given.
link. It's there. That's it. Waiting. M1F is ready to go. They're just
Nope.
waiting on Parafani to
Gonna
join.
blame him. No,
Okay.
just gonna blame him.
That's fine. Blame Nate. You're allowed to blame him on stream a little bit.
Awesome. Splendid. That's all I needed.
All right.
All right. Okay. So Joe's not looking to. Yeah, Joe's gonna be the Jung. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We've got a little bit more to play through in the terms of understanding Pirafani's comps. So, hey. Anyways, look. I guess we do have the drafts available. We're just waiting for things to be locked and loaded when they begin the drafting. I wonder if this is going to be another series, or if it's just. I wonder if there's going to be another three. Is not really sorry, a game 3 series. I wonder if this is what's going to occur. I wonder if this could have maybe set up the Trinity for the night. I mean, because it's another Pirafani, team comp coming into it, and so could this be maybe another 3?
Could for the final week of the Swiss, we might be seeing the 6-game series, 6-game yeah,
6
the
games.
6-game
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call it, 6-game stream, 6-game night.
So
we
I like.
might have not got 6 games for the NBA finals, but we might get 6 games for the OBL Swiss finals.
I think that is more important. I think the OBL Swiss finals is where you want to operate now. I think this is clearly where we want to begin it and set it through.
I mean, theoretically, Mr. 100 fan club should be looking to have the advantage as they're 4-1 compared to Parafani's 3-2. So on paper, they're showing up as the better team. But in looking at some of the names, at least, I feel more scared when I look at Parafani's names. And of course, last time I casted this Parafani game, they played very well. and they won that series. So I've not got to watch Mr. 100 Fan Club play yet. So that is probably playing a little bit into my head when I'm looking at these two teams.
Yeah. No, I don't see why that shouldn't be the case. And I mean, but even then, we got to also realize, man, I'm not so sure if PRFA had gotten it, but didn't also Mr. 100 fan clubs, didn't they get a bye? Like in the terms of their team had to, I think it was like Golden Wash, right? They couldn't rock up to a game, so they kind of
did,
got
yep.
given. So technically speaking, both teams are really, if you're looking at it, kind of sitting more on that 3 wins where they've actually had to play it to secure it. But I mean, speaking of looking to secure things, we are already seeing champs bans coming out quite literally left, right, and center, and very swiftly there.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that. There's the Jinx and Zed ban against Parafani.
I was gonna say, yeah, we're looking to be banning the Karma. We got the response for the Nocturne Karma Bard. I mean, I guess that also wouldn't have been too bad of a pickup if I was to look into playing. If I wanted to pick a center on my side, but it looked like they're just gonna take it in the terms of Mr. 100 Fan Club. It does open up. Okay, so they're looking to kind of like open up top lane in the terms of locking in, just giving them a tank pick, because I think for top, which is quite literally, top is going top. I feel like they play some of the either tanks or maybe bruiser kinds, which Sion can have a little bit of a time to enjoy his setup there. But Wukong, okay, Wukong's a nice jungler, kind of blindable, enjoyable, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I'm just putting a quick poll in chat for everyone, so you guys can pick who you think is gonna win the first game. And yet we do get that Wukong, and there's the Volibear that will be going top most likely, playing for Mr. 100 Fan Club on the limited champ background we could see on their listed profiles. That was their most played. So shout out to some of our Div 2 Volibear players as well too. I think this is probably inspired.
But we're also seeing a Maokai, and I mean, Maokai doesn't necessarily have. I don't think he has too much of a bad time into the Wukong, if I'm not mistaken. I think still Wukong slightly maybe has the, I guess you could say, win rate percentage, but it's relatively pretty close. And I mean, it looks like they're going to be locking up the Virus there instead, because they do know Senna should be going into that ADC role. Senna Virus, I guess it's pretty standardized lookout to kind of see in the terms of where both are going to be picking, and I guess also playing against one another. I guess in terms of bans, we should start to be seeing some I'd imagine mid lane control bans at this point, right?
And there you go, right on the mark with the Nivea ban that will be going against Griff, and maybe an Ari ban against him as well too, if they do want to shut him down. A very safe mid laner that does often like to make sure he does not cause any harm to his team. So putting on something that is not as comfortable might mean he doesn't get to play as safe as he wants.
Yeah, I mean this is certainly true in that aspect. And I mean, we would say though in the side of the Mr. 100 Fan Club, it looks like they want to be getting rid of a lot of the engaged supports here to try and solidify the book on who would really work well for the Sion Wukong aspect. And it looks like you were right on the mark in the terms of that Ari as well, to look to be taken away. Getting rid of the Anivia. We're now getting rid of the, of course, now Ari there. So that starts to minimize the pools on, I guess, champs that might be able to work with and for Mr. 100. And looks like Akali's going to be coming across there. And I would imagine, there you go. You're going to be going the Insta Slam for the Syndra. I was going to say, I would imagine, want to control mage here, and Syndra does fit that spot really well.
Definitely can exert a lot of control, and is a champ that, can be played pretty safe, especially with that well-timed scatter to, scatter the opposition away from yourself. Always a solid pick for the mid lane, and maybe a Lux response here.
I mean, it could be a Lux response there. I dare say. don't know if I want to see Nay on Lux. No flame, I promise. But don't know if I would. But I mean, a Lux center bot lane is also potentially standardized as well. Like you can go those two into that bot area matchup. I mean, I guess you would rather want to tank though. But yeah, and that looks like exactly what they're going to be doing it, and it looks like probably more of a Zoe, I would say, mid angle into the Syndra.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, jeez, I'm stuttering. Because you can layer the Lux root with the center root, can't you? So that can be pretty, easy to land when one is already hit. So it can be a lot of chain CC.
Oh, Blitzcrank. Fair enough. Pike, I was going to say, I don't know if I'd be more. I feel like I'd be maybe a little bit more into it for the Pike, but I mean, but I guess Blitzcrank is also exceptionally well because it just means that the target literally gets locked in there. And I mean, Blitzcrank is that hook champion because I mean, you're gonna want something that's gonna hook into the enemy team for the against the Mr. 100 fan club. Yeah, I'll honestly say drafting is certainly being arranged here. I mean, we should probably see, I'd imagine, the following way. It's most likely going to be, Volibear top, Maokai jungle. Should be then the Zoe mid for the center Lux on that bot side aspect. I'd probably imagine for PRFA, I mean, look, you're going to have what? Sound top, Wukong jungle. Yeah, I mean, that's literally it. Because of the draft lol, you can insta-lock your champions to your roles as well, which is exceptional. Actually, looks really clean. And I know we're starting to say that in the last series that we were playing. And oh, wait, actually, that's Lux mid, Zoe support.
Yeah,
actually.
I was
Hold up. Never mind.
gonna mention that it does look like they have locked in Zoe support.
Okay, I just want to say, Nay said he was going to do this all week. He telegraphed it all
Oh
week.
yeah, actually, I feel like I did read that somewhere in like a general chat in some division. I did not write that down in my notes though, so my bad for not staying focused up on this one. Zoe support. Not that I don't think I've seen this played before.
I've seen Zoe support. I'll be honest. I don't know much into the terms of a center pairing. But the only times I've mainly seen a Zoe support is where you do it with Misfortune. But that's because you can sleep him and Misfortune can ult, and it doesn't interrupt. They just have to slip there and sleepy land and take it. But I'm sure something like that would still work anyways. But Blitzcrank though is still pretty scary though. I feel like into this game, in all honesty. And sure, you might be able to buffer in the terms of Zoe when you get to that little 6 where you got little, the realm bubble jump. But I don't know. I feel like you hook anyone really on the side of Mr. 100 fan club, and they're kind of set to die. I'll be honest. Like I feel like it's just set in stone.
Well, Blitzcrank is always so dangerous though. Like at any point in the game, doesn't matter if he's behind or ahead. Like a landed hook has the same effect either way, and of course that's the main thing. Land hook, knock up, death, right? So it is you have to be on such lookout while playing into a Blitzcrank.
I mean, you certainly do, and like I do say this a lot of the times, even when I like to play, I guess Blitzcrank in solo queue, and I'll just go, look, it's fine, I can go 0-10 in my lane, but all it takes is for me to land one hook, and congratulations, I've done my job. So I'm sure, that is certainly available in this aspect. But I mean, even then, I think if we're still looking at comps that I guess reluctantly are maybe a little bit more easier, and I'd say point and click. I mean, I would still say PRFA is probably that aspect. I find their comp is a lot more easier. It's a lot more set in stone. You've got your typical bruisers, you've got your typical meat shields, you've got your control mages that can, set up the disbursement. I mean, you've got a nice, virus ADC as well with a chain of corruption that can lock down those, tanky engages when they do get in on the fight. So I feel like, for Mr. 100 Fan Club, yes, you've got your engages, you've got your snares, which, I mean, I guess that's probably their game plan, right? Land a bubbles, get someone sleeping, Lux then maybe snipes them through a cross, or, you do the Nature's Grasp, assault with the ultimate on Maokai. Yeah, but I still feel like, PRFA's comp just as a whole, it's just a bit more easier to lock down and, you could say, execute.
I think, yeah. So do you think a blitz hook or a bubble from the Zoe is harder to hit? That's kind of what I feel like it comes down to for
I guess it depends on
the bot
the
lanes.
stage, right? Well, I mean, in the terms of bot as a whole, I mean, Blitzcrank Hook's probably going to be a lot more easier to like land and lock in. But he also got like the actual map itself, right? It's like, let's say you're going through within the jungle. You know, you can use, Zoe's bubble to kind of skim across through the walls and snatch a target from afar. And, maybe if Blitzcrank isn't there, you might be able to get that actual pick there. There's a lot of little things like that that could potentially occur, but just gonna take our time. I think I am being asked though if we are ready. I mean, I'm assuming we're potentially ready to start. If that's the way ahead,
Yep.
there we are.
Here
We are
go.
giving the official comms.
Well, while we wait for this, I'll go through some of the scenarios for everybody. So to be honest, I'm just gonna rip off Blake's work and pretty much just read it. So with the final week for Div 1, it is the final week of Switch stage, and teams will be needing at least a score of 4 and 2 to advance to the top 8. And there are a couple scenarios though for this 4 and 2, because although you need a 4 and 2 to make the top 8, it doesn't guarantee a top 8 even if you get 4 and 2 on this one. So let's see here. So in scenario 1, if Mr. 100 Fan Club win, that's the so-called clean scenario. So in this case, 3 teams end on 5 and 1, and 5 teams end on 4 and 2. This adds up to 8 and makes a very clean and easy to decipher top 8 for that finals playoff bracket. In scenario 2, if Pirafani Aegean win, then there will be 2 teams on 5 and 1 and a total of 7 teams on 4 and 2. In this case, that is 9 total teams. So 1 will have to be kicked out of that top 8. So tiebreakers for this top 8 cutoff are for specific seedings within the top 8 are based on strength of opponent, which means that the series win-loss percentage of all your opponents throughout the Swiss stage is considered. Basically, the stronger opponents you faced, the better your tiebreaker potentially is. If needed, the backup tiebreaker is your team's game win-loss percentage. So to summarize the teams we currently have, the teams that have already qualified are Old and Washed and Coven Syndicate. They both have a current 4 and 1 scoreline and a 64% tiebreak, which is their opponent's win rate. So they theoretically shouldn't be possible for them to end up as the 9th placed team. Mr. 100 Fan Club and Pirafani. Which Pirafani is this though? Is this the one that's, because it's Pirafani Rising, and see now I'm confused already.
So Pirafani Esports should realistically be settled in because they did just win their last series. So
yeah,
this would be following up with the other team, which will be for AGN. So they'll be the ones that I guess that are at risk, right? Because they're fighting for that 4 and 2 like win, right? Because they want to get that compared to.
Yeah,
I mean, go.
That's correct. Pirafani Esports will have already made it, and that means that Coven Syndicate should already. Oh, never mind. Blake's just told me that he was wrong about Mr. 100 Fan Club being safe. Okay, never mind. Everyone cancel it. Mr. 100 Fan Club are at major risk of 9th if they lose this now. So pressure's on for Nay and the boys to complete this one.
I mean, we'll see how that goes, and I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's giving us time, right? I mean, it literally just means that this is gonna be like your do or die to literally keep yourself in to then go into the playoffs. Like, so
at least
pretty exciting.
I
would say
control.
no.
It always feels better when it's in your own control. I mean, although sometimes it's nice to have someone else do the work for you if it works out that way. But at least it's on their own merit if they win or lose this one.
And that's essentially it.
Yeah.
But I mean, for those that are watching, I mean, we are getting to the moments, or the final moments of being able to load in, just our typical spectate delay. But I should see us, coming in very, very soon. Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like for game one, I was talking a little bit about, with the champs and what's been locked in and what seems a bit more easier on paper. I feel like, PRFA, if they get to that end game aspect, it could potentially be, disastrous for Mr. 100.
The Scion will, of course, just get more harder and harder to kill. I mean, you saw that already in the game 3 of the last series that we watched. With a pretty
Casual,
hard to kill
literally.
Scion that did end up winning the game.
Yeah, I was going to say Casual, literally, with a monstrous performance there, was exceptional on that. It was crazy. But look, I guess we'll see how that flows through shortly. But damn. So we've got that.
We
Just
could
having a moment.
compare Scion builds between the two games. Casual built Randuin's Abyssal Mask, the Protoplasm Belt, I think is the name, Sunfire, and Unending Despair. We'll see if he copies it for the same result.
It's only one way to find out, and I guess the way we'll find out is when we do get to lock in there. I'm having that little moment where I'm quickly going, what are we grabbing? What are we naming things? And have a little bit of fun time while doing that. Nothing too crazy. Now. Alrighty. Let's go 1, 2, and 3. But, I mean, look. Still, though, I mean, this is going to be one of those games where I guess if either team potentially, get that early spike, might be able to excel with it. But again, I still feel like, PRFA's comp will probably shine a little bit more and probably maybe have it easier. I don't know, actually. I feel like I see a lot of these champs and just don't play enough with them. But I'm also like so out of it in terms of I'm so out of tuned with my comps or with my rank games, and even when I do play rank, I'm a bit of a menace in solo queue. I will lock in Silo support.
Nice.
I will lock in TF support. I will literally do anything that's not meta. So, yeah, I don't know.
That's fair enough. I've had a good day in solo queue today. Managed to win 5 and lose 2, which is not the worst.
I think I have to play some games, or else I'm gonna decay. I think I've got a couple of hours until they update the ladder.
Yeah.
So I can either take minus 19 or I just take the 75. I guess those are my two options. Do you take a quick maybe minus 19 LP, or do you I hope to gain 21 instead? But I mean that's the dilemma that I sit with. Do I either do it? Can I be bothered? I don't know. I find rank to me has become a little bit bothersome. We have started to load in though, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. If my boy Chef is here and around, able to set up the...
We've loaded in, but we're in a pause. And we're in an unpause. I'll get us transferred.
My goats.
Yeah, I just hope one day I reach the level where I have to worry about.
I don't know how to get that series score to change. I've tried, it won't do it. I apologize. The little grey bars on the side of the match scores.
Minions have spawned.
Bomp bomp. Must be some random file.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like when you're in a stage where when you do, I guess you could say, have rank decay, it becomes bothersome. I'll be honest. Like, I think I'm at that spot where I'm like, do I really want to hold it, or do I just let it go? And I think I'm at that spot where the more I do it, I think the more I'm like, just let it go, son. Like, don't worry about it. It's not that crazy. It's just solo queue, you know.
You know, it's okay because unfortunately, even when I play, my rank seems to decay. So
Oh no.
I need to get past that before I struggle with actual rank decay. None of these players are probably struggling too much as they're all really good at the game.
I mean, look, it is our Div 1 special.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, hey, you know, things are now starting up, and we are, of course, now into, of course, the game. You know, I think things are just going to be pretty standardized. Nothing too really scary, I would say. I would imagine, you know, for Mr. 100 fan clubs, bot lane should kind of have the early push there. It is a melee support. I mean, Top's going to be doing a little bit of poke here onto another Halo. Probably going to drop to half HP at the moment. It's really good poke there, actually, I'm going to say. Damn, monstrous.
I feel like the Volibear does have to have an advantage into the Scion. It's not a matchup I've played myself, but based on, you know, my limited knowledge of top lane, I do feel like the Volibear has higher output damage potential, especially early on.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that either. I feel like, you know, Volibear does exceptionally well into a lot of tank matchups to a degree. And I mean, looks like we can already see 3 people coming over from that bot side. I mean, Passionless had to currently flash away. Or I guess I should say nay and actually get his name called out onto the stream. Yeah, we're already seeing Jiro, though, doing an early presence into that bot lane aspect. And with the power of, you know, I Paranoid on Blitzcrank, it's a flashless Zoe could be potentially the target. Might be taken at the moment. Bubble does land. Hook goes through. Won't be landing, though. As now Locke is going to get a little bit of poke here. Going to get a couple of stacks for free, though. If he gets the Q, yes, he does. I mean, this is what Senna wants, right? Early stacks. Get the crit. Get everything under your belt.
It is great poke from Locke, and Top is topping another Halo right now, pretty comfortably. Gonna get a little tower shot in there as well too. Unleashes the storm.
Might get a kill.
Takes the first blood just like that. Wow, I wasn't ready to call that out, but he does it anyway.
Yeah, but we already got a gank from Ring Grease though at the moment, do you? Look at him go. He's going for a little bit of a poke trade.
So I just want to add a little bit of lore and a little bit of flavor in here. Obviously, Volibear for like being given to Vici, who's the top laner, or Vici, sorry. Bit of a drafting blunder. That's kind of like his. You just permaban that champion against this team, right? Like that's his bread and butter is Volibear. Although he has a pretty nasty Nasus also.
Yeah,
but also
put as the first champ. I've put listed down.
Ring Reese. I'm going to describe it tactfully as he's a real team player. He's not one of these selfish, you know, 400 LP Masters junglers that is like, I cannot gank you because it will ruin my clear. Apparently, he is perfectly willing to just stop a buff in the middle of the buff to come to a call. Doesn't matter.
Right.
He'll stop what he's doing, when he's doing it, and go to where the team calls him. So, you know,
That is dedication.
I mean,
Selfish junglers.
very selfless playstyle, certainly, yeah.
I mean, I feel like Top's going to be careful right now. He's generally going to be getting ganked up in now from another Halo, and then of course Jiro's coming through, a couple of little pokes. Nothing too heavy. Looks like he kind of just gets to walk out there for free maybe instead, actually.
Doesn't, no flash, nothing. Just walks on away.
Guess
And this
what
bot lane
happens.
is still pushed in by Locke and Nay.
And I guess this is
Top
what
lane
we'd expect,
do
right?
hit 6.
It is. I mean, it's now going to be a proto belt Zoe, just because this is just how it works. That's just how the systems.
Ring Reese is going to take the first dragon. By looks of things, no competition from Giro on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. It looks like they're just kind of like letting it go. I mean, letting Maokai. I mean, Maokai's Q does do exceptionally well. So, you know, percentage of health onto it and onto the jungle camps. It just does. I mean, exceptional there. Allowing that literally dragon just spawning and then killing it on the site. Infernal Drake's not too bad for an early dragon grab too. I mean, We've got Nay on the side here, landing a very nice bubble there. Fortunately covered up by the minions, but I mean Lockdo will just queue it instead. But damn, how he tests that. This is actually really nice.
Definitely landing those bubbles, and that is what he'll need to do. And the follow up from Lock's been real good so far. You can see Kato just having to try to play safe, use all his pots to stay relevant. He's got the biscuits as well too for a bit more healing.
A little more healing, a little bit more health. Everything gets added on top. I mean, top right now is going for a little bit of poke, meet slap battle for the top side. That's what will happen between these two fellow members. I mean, it's not been anything really too overly crazy, really, I guess, from both teams. I guess they're both taking their time in the terms of play it slow. You know, if you can get that objective, get it when you can. But I mean, I'm sure maybe when the 20-minute maybe comes in, I would hope to expect maybe things start to really dig out there in the terms of skirmishes, battles. I don't know. But I mean, this dive could potentially happen here right now, which is only will Stormbringer's going to get used to stun the tower. So top having to flash away as yeah, Jero saves his top laner there.
Does indeed. Otherwise, looks pretty even so far across the board, and in CS, nothing too crazy. Both our ADCs have a pickaxe, so bit of Minecraft impressions coming out for him.
Just mining away.
I was gonna say chip away at the health of each other. But no.
Just both mining away at CS.
It's a Maokai and not a Malphite, so I can't make any rock jokes. Maybe if they had an axe, you could say chop him down. But talking about Maokai, Root's gonna land onto Govos, and there he goes. Lux is gonna get the kill. Griff heads off the spot lane going 1-0, and it's just action all around now. As Varus takes out the Zoe, Nay overextends, and the bubbles are not enough to put them all to sleep. Wow. Can't even talk about rocks without being interrupted as Griff goes in onto Giro. Ring Reese is here again. Root comes out and is shoved back from Ring Reese. The center ult. Is he going to flash out to escape? He does. Anyway.
Yeah.
Continue on, Catsbee.
Yeah, that literally just blew up. I was like, oh, maybe how everyone's playing won't see anything in the next 20 minutes. Never mind. It literally in the next 2 minutes, we're seeing ganks in mid. Then we're seeing a fight in bot. But I mean, ultimately, I mean, I guess in the terms of where gold has gone to, I mean, it's pretty like evenly split, I guess you could say. Kato's getting their kill for themselves. Then we got obviously Griff getting the kill onto Govos, which is going to be really nice. Into accelerating that mid. I mean, he's just now recalled with the Ludens there already in his pocket. But I mean, like, damn. I mean, I feel like I understood what Govos was trying to do. He was trying to wait for the Nature's Grass to get to that final little spot to then flash out of it. But ultimately, it still literally grabbed him there. Good scatter of the week, though, to keep himself alive. What am I saying? He's already being ganked up by Ring Grease at the moment. There does use Unleashed Power. Griff's going to get dropped very low, but does not die. Ring Grease will then, get the kill for himself into Govos. Damn.
Ring Reese is selfless indeed. Look at his jungle. Every camp's up except the blue buff, and he's in the river.
He's already in bot, though, to help fight this. We already got the flash engage coming on. Chain of Corruption landing on through. Jiro going to be landing up there. Nature's Grass on the sidelines here. Beautiful hook onto Nay there, but he'll have to flash himself away. And, yeah, sorry, that'll be into that bit. Yeah, go on. Yeah, I agree, he is selfless, but...
Yeah, I was just saying, he's got all his camps up. Meanwhile, Giro's got no camps up, but also not got any kills to his name yet.
No kills to the name, but I mean, he does have a couple of camps lead there on the rotations, which you'll be able to kind of keep continuing and going. But I mean, Kato's going to be getting another kill there, and I mean, he's now got static in his pocket here. So we might start to see a little bit of a difference, maybe in that bot lane aspect, potentially, where things aren't necessarily too heavily more locked and Nay positioned and favored in keeping that lane pushed up onto their side. They might be able to return it back.
That is our first item coming out.
Look paranoid.
And we'll get a push for sure. scuttle fight potentially incoming. If Ringreese if he wants it. Bubble. Yeah, a lot of posturing around that Drake right now. We've got 4 members of M1F in that bottom lane, convening around the pit.
The thing is here is they've got double smite for that dragon here, so they might be able to team it up together. Top they're going to get dropped very low, does take double towers there. We've got Cyclone going to be used up on the ring. Rings are going to then have to flash away, gets hit by the Chain of Corruption. Scatter of the weekend, Piercing Arrow will slain the kill there as Top gets killed for himself on that top side here. Dragon is obviously on the other team's perspective there. I think we've got Nay trying to go for a steal, does not get the steal, goes for the portal jump, gets hooked on through the binding landing on to Govos now, as now Locke's going to be doing a couple of auto attacks here, does land the W into there with the Q, paddle pop, and that's going to be Nay getting a kill for himself there, and Kato just gets the recall away. The Scatter of the Week keeps himself alive, as Govos does that exceptionally well there to let the early reset. That just blew up.
Kill, dragon, kill. We get lots of death timers on the map now. And dragon at least does go over to PRFA. They will be able to even it out. It does cost them though in the end. As Mr. 100 Fan Club are going to take a slight gold lead now at 1,000.
What is this gonna say? I mean,
dangerous volley beer if we're looking at it right now though.
I was gonna say, right?
With the Dusk and Dawn. If he TPs into a fight next time, it would absolutely turn it in the favor of M1F.
I mean, he certainly should, and I mean, even then, you know, I mean, you got Kato, sure, you got a lot of gold in your pocket, but I just don't know if it's gonna be enough in the terms of like, am I gonna be able to kill the volley bear, or like,
well, yeah,
are we gonna do enough? You know what I mean?
Ult and jump on top of him from miles away.
Ooh, paranoid, trying to go for a little bit of a hook there, doesn't get to land it. Lock though does get a little bit of a snare there as the the bloody twisted advance though finds the stealth target onto Jiro there, as he kind of like flums across through, but Lock might be maybe in trouble, but the max range hook does land. Chain of Corruption does not. Oh, that could have been disastrous.
Ringreese is coming around. He's got ultimate.
Does, I mean, but again, looks like they're just kind of letting it lightly go, but Ringreese could maybe be a little bit, maybe buying too much more than what he can do. Never mind, what am I saying? They are doing exceptional damage there as Griff just goes, hi there, goodbye, as he just blows up 2 members on the side of Purified. Is now the Mr. 100 Fan Club are now starting to really begin the gold leash pushing, ascending onto their side. You know, from what was sent a little bit of even Stevens, it's now looking into that 2k jump gold lead there now. And damn.
Yeah, Griff is the light at the end of the tunnel right now for the members of PRFA Rising as they get sent back to the grave. Because yeah, that final spark is just doing too much damage. They were locked up with the Maokai ultimate and destroyed.
Yeah, no, legit. I mean, I guess I was expecting maybe a little bit more for in the terms of Purifani to maybe, I don't know, maybe go for a little bit more of a jump on their side, but I feel like things are a little bit out of place. It's like they're not fully synced up and really there together as a team yet, but look, hopefully, you know, as the series go on, they kind of fix things up a little bit there. But I'm starting to kind of realize now that we got a Blitzcrank going a little bit blind there. We got the Twisted Advance coming on through. Knock up does do the knocking, but I mean, Baron landing a nice, you know, flash there to keep himself alive. But I was trying to say earlier, I didn't realize the Dawning Shadow and Final Spark from the Lux and Senna is actually pretty devastating amount of damage, actually.
Yeah, it's a ton of damage.
Yeah.
More than I was thinking as well too.
I guess you know what happens when you. Oh my god, that is an exceptional hook there. Chain of Corruption, but I mean, Nay just flashes away at the skin of his teeth. And I mean, they think that even then the Ignite ticked it away. Doesn't kill there. But damn, that was a good hook. Good prediction.
Yeah, phenomenal. That top turret is looking real low as well right now. Top is definitely getting on top of things. Ringgrease is back again. Lands it onto Paranoid, and that is a dead Blitzcrank. Kato's going to try to run away, get smited, and we'll get out though. Ringgrease he's walking down bot lane with his ult on cooldown and just using it every single time right now.
I mean, welcome to the meta. This is literally meta of League of Legends. It's just going to be how many times can I gank bot lane and looking to speak on another gank, and he's going to be going in with the twisted advance. There goes for the Q sapling knock up. Does do a little bit of extra damage there. We do have Nay on the sidelines, and we do have the Dawning Shadow firing on through. But I mean, Kato just had to flash it away, and yeah, I mean, Towers copping a bit of damage here from the top side as well as the bot side there. You know, the duo laners and the solo laners able to claim a little bit of gold there, but they doesn't actually get to steal the crop there. As now we're looking for a little bit of fight here. Locke, though, he is literally sprinting away from the heading of the hills in the shadow form there. Ain't able to be targeted. But look, they are starting to now group around Dragon.
Yeah, we are going to get what looks to be a 5v5 as both teams are walking around the pit. Ringgrease might be in trouble. Is in trouble.
Certainly is. I mean, that's going to be a shutdown going on to Govos there. So that's a little bit of gold there. We've got the final Spark E with the Binding Light, trying to see if it can steal it, but no, it certainly won't. Unfortunately, Jiro realizes, hey, my smite is a little bit more stronger in that aspect, and timing it right is all he needs to do there. But I mean, this might be a tower takedown for the side of PRFA, yeah.
I thought that M1F were going to get that first tower, and they didn't. It was a much more controlled fight by PRFA this time. As you were saying, it felt like they were maybe a bit desynchronized last time we saw them group up. This time, it did look like the gears were meshing correctly.
Gears are gearing, and people's fingers are maybe starting to warm up. I mean, Australia's been very cold, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just cold fingers because of that. And Top's just, I mean, welcome to the Top show, right? It's literally meat slapping upon meat. It's just gonna be like this for a long time.
Polar bear versus an undead giant, man. So much damage onto Kira. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but they might be able to set the pace on it, though. I mean, look at them. They're going for a 3 onto Top at the moment. No ultimate.
Hook lands anyway. Senai ult does come out to give a little bit of... Oh, is he going to get enough? No. He is shut down onto Top. The charge Q from Halo does do enough knock-up and damage to finalize that one, as Nay's going to try to save the wave and not let Halo take too many tower plates.
I mean, look, he'll deny the tower plates, but that was a shutdown giveaway, and that did go onto another Halo, so it kind of like starting to even things out a little bit there for the top side. But I mean, he did though nearly turn it around. I will say that he literally set the sights onto Jiro there. I mean, maybe if the Stormbringer was used as an offense, maybe that could have actually slain the kill there. I'm sorry, I was a bit obstructed there. You're just watching Govos and Nay literally sitting side by side over a wall, but I don't think either of them had known that they were there. But I'm sure if they did, they probably would have started raising fists and hell would have broken loose.
It's like, you know, when you're someone else on the other side of the wall, and never mind. I don't know where I was going with that analogy. I really got lost there for a minute.
That's all right. I think I've had my fair shares of analogies.
I was thinking about the movie trope where two characters sit in bed and think about each other. Like, they're on each side of the wall. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And you're like seeing the POV. Yeah, I was gonna say you see the POV
like
of both. Yeah, I get you.
I couldn't make it out. The words did not come correctly, but the thoughts were there.
Yeah, no, I get
a lot of action here now in the top lane. We got 3 members from each side up. Stun lands onto Top. Q connects, ult out from the side onto this volley bear. And Paranoid is here. He's gonna, you know, ult as well. Still no one dead. Bubble lands onto the Scion. Scion's asleep, but now here comes Gero. He's got the Cyclone. He's gonna use it. Kato's here as well too, firing into everything. That is one less beer, making that species even more endangered. Oh my gosh! Final spike from Griff lands on the Cinder and the Blitzcrank. It's a double kill for the mid lane of M1F. And finally, they're going to take out Halo here after falling asleep multiple times. This man does not have insomnia. He is tired and he is in bed and he is back in base.
Oh my god. From what was looking a little bit more into PRFA's favor, you know, they got a little bit of the early trade-offs. They're finally starting to get their picks there, but then here comes Griff. You know, he lands the binding, gets the engage with the Nature's Grasp, and just literally everything just blows up there. And, I mean, this Lux is 5-0 at the moment with 2 items already under their belts and a fully stacked Magias in the terms of the ring. So, sorry, Dark Seal, that's what the actual item is. Yeah, this is, that is just setting up a pace to be, and a force to be reckoned with for Mr. 100 Fan Club.
M1F, yeah, they're looking to reshape the meta right now in front of your eyes. Lux is no longer a support character. This is purely mid lane. We're taking Zoe in support from now on.
I mean, it looks like that is to be the case, and I mean, even then, you know, I mean, Lux originally was mid, but look, we do tend to see it more in that bot lane aspect, and you are correct. I mean, look, but even then, it does pair up, I guess, into you know, a Syndrome matchup as well, and I mean, Govos is currently a little bit of a lone here. Scout of the Week does hit up to 2 targets there. Dragon's going to get started up there for the side of mid 100 fan clubs, and we do have PRFA grouping up. Might potentially look for a fight. They might potentially just let it go. The pings are saying, hey, let it go.
Yep. Gonna be even breaks.
Even Drake's losing top tower, though. We've got mid being pushed in. But I mean, look, Mr. 100 fan clubs just, I guess, grouping in at the moment. And we are watching the Nay POV show at the moment as he's clearing out a couple of wards here. As now the director camera goes, hey, hold up. We've got other little actions, such as clearing waves.
We all know that director camera often favors top lane, so it's good to see something else coming through. As Ringree's just going to ult the Baron. Doesn't want it to run away, obviously.
Oh, of course not. I mean, I think obviously the potential aspect was trying to see if they can grab the catch onto Kato there, but you know, Kato was still a little bit just too far away. But I mean, look, hey, it's fine. I mean, Nature's Grass, you know, does kind of come up fairly quickly though.
Yeah. By the time I finish this sentence, it's probably going to be, you know, almost halfway.
I mean, yeah, I mean, look at it. Look at how quick that is literally going. We are literally already 50% of the way through, and he literally just used it. So, yeah. Not that too long of a cooldown.
I'm just so glad we're getting a weird-ass support pick. Like, thank God. This feels right.
This is the Div 1 that we were expecting. We've got the onslaught coming in from the backside. Locke's going to be shadowing away through as Ringreese does go for the knockout. Locke was CC'd there, but Scout of the Week does land. We've got Griffiths on the sidelines, does land the binding, but I mean, look, Scion is just going to be taking a little bit here. He's just, you know, just really just soaking everything that he can, and that's what he will literally do. Could have been disastrous. Could have. But, yeah, just don't think Purifani really went for the lock.
No, everybody walks away. Gonna continue about their day. 3 minutes until that next dragon. Probably a bit more contest around that, as it will be sole point for either team if they do grab it. Right now, we're just gonna
that flash
just
zero,
poke each other in the mid lane. Got top pushing down below, and Govos pushing up above.
We have a flashless Wukong though now for these potentially 2 next objectives though. Looks like they used it because I guess they think that, you know, Griff would have potentially nuked them from full to 0 even with a Hex Drinker, but
yeah. And Ringreese, he's completed the Bloodletters now as well too. which will only cause this Lux for Griff and Top's Volibear to do so much more damage. I mean, even
That's
Nate
right,
Zoe
actually,
as
yeah.
well too with the Mandate. There's so much extra AP damage coming out right now. And you can see Sion's got the Mechanic Rooker and Holy Radiance, so we'll have, you know, some stats against it, but it's yeah.
I mean, still a little bit, you know, I guess of the time before. I mean, you know, I don't really guess I see, you know, seeing a Silent really die, right? Like, I feel like he's just at a spot where he's just kind of going to really be tanking things for a little while. But, I mean, look, I will say, yeah, 100% Bloodletters is really good for the side of Mr. 100 fan club for the team. It is, yeah. You know,
that's
it's reducing it for the Wukong.
Maokai, which is good.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's reducing, you know, your main bruisers, aka the Wukong, or I guess even, you know, trickling down the Blitzcrank as well for when the time comes. Minute though till Dragon, so I'm sure things are just gonna maybe stay maybe a little bit how they are. Keep waves getting pushed up, try to keep things at a nice steady tempo, and then yeah, I guess when Dragon's up, maybe go for that fight engagement.
That is what we're looking at. TP's up for both our top laners as well too. So look, Syndra just going to teleport into the upper jungle, join up with everybody.
Yeah, I guess they were maybe fearing.
Maybe that just walked.
Yeah, but maybe they were respecting and fearing it, right?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. It is still pretty unwatered, charted territories, and sure they're going to know that Top's in that bot side when they would have seen when he was clearing the waves there, but when he had gone, didn't really get to see too much there. And look, Dragon's going to be spawning up now in the next 3 seconds. I'm sure a fight is going to be a brewing very, very soon here, as they might not actually. It could be a Dragon and Baron angle instead.
Yeah, just a little bit of a psych, see you later, as they head over to the Baron area. I still don't think they're going to commit. I just don't think they were happy with the position they had around the Dragon Pit. Nope, never mind. They're gonna commit.
I was gonna say they're gonna set their sights for it. You know, Skyno's got used up there as now a little bit of the poke trading coming on through now from the Miss100 fan clubs. So they're gonna be returning here, and I'm sure in a moment later, this is literally going to be setting up. Baron's going to be very low, but the Lux still is going to be taken on through there. That bringer is just blowing people up. As now literally PRFA trying to set the running away from the hills there. As the Miss100 fan club team just groups together, banding as one as they claim 1, 2 to the 3, and now to the 4. And this is literally disastrous for the side of PRFA to make their way in. This could probably be maybe the final push here, actually. The waves are literally set up. This is perfect for the Miss100 fan club. They might be able to go for it.
It's going to be close here. We're going to go about 15 to 30 seconds on all members right now for PRFA. Either way, it's going to be a base-breaking situation for them of multiple inhibitors going down. Super clean setup, engage from M1F to take that Baron. PRFA just could not get it quick enough, and Lux is going to just eliminate them again. Double kill for Top, and yeah, you're right, this is game. This is game over indeed.
This is quite literally game over. They're trying to defend it if they can. Honestly, Unleash Power is going to be used up in the nade to gain that kill there, but it doesn't really matter when you script it and you play it. You literally excel in it. For what I wasn't thinking was on paper their favor, Mr100 just played it exceptionally well, claiming their first game for the series.
Nothing matters when Griff is 5-0 and 10 on this Lux with 22 pages in the Majayas. That's that's almost a full dissertation in the champ right now that he can submit after this game. It's looking real good for him.
Looking exceptional there, and I still feel like, PRFA, yeah, sure, they had their moments where they were banding together, they're playing the right, comps in terms of the engaging, but it just, I don't know, I still feel like they're a little scrappy at the moment. need to really link up a little bit better coming into game 2 if they want to keep their
I think
potential chance.
for sure though, Ring Reese's positioning was really good because like when you're playing into that Maokai, it's so hard to get control over an area because you neither want to let them set up and then the Maokai can zone your way, or be set up in a way that allows the Maokai just to take over the entire area, which is what happened in that final Baron fight. All 5 of them were there, all within reach of the Maokai ult, um, and all pretty much got affected by it, and they just took it handily. When everyone's rooted, it's pretty easy for Griff to line up that final spark and take away everyone's health bar.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Final Spark instantly dropped 2 targets to literally none. Dawning Shadow from the center, able to free auto attack range with static as the follow up. Everything just literally blew up, in their face for the side of PRFA. Which, look, for what was happening in the prior series, this is kind of what happened. PRFA game 1 didn't necessarily. Sorry, actually, no, I lie. PRFA had a very strong game 1, then it was game 2 where it was Coven, and then now back to here. Wonder if it's maybe different this time. Maybe, they go, you know what, we'll let you guys take game 1, but hopefully, coming into game 2, they lock in a little bit more and make a little bit themselves more of a name. Because I felt like a lot of the players were a little bit at a loss on what to do and where to really be to get that proper execution. But 100%, very well played though from the side of Ring Reese there. Just literally, Ring Reese there. Just like all those Nature's Graphs throughout the game were pretty exceptionally well.
They did. They were good, and of course, the follow up from the rest of M1F does have to come through to actually make it worth their time, and they did that for sure. Locke was super consistent for the entire series. And top, he did his thing on the volley bear, got off to a great start early on, and did a lot of damage, all things considered, as well too throughout that match. He took good target selection.
I mean, no, they certainly did, and I think the draft order should be. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it was that's right. It was Mr. 100 Fan Club. They were on the blue side. I think they've now been told, hey, we're gonna send you guys red side instead. So it looks like PRFA want to try and maybe claim that first pick and see where they can set that early tempo potentially.
Has been switched around. I'm just gonna dip for a minute. I gotta get something. I'll be back though.
That's all right. You're left with me now.
Oh no.
This is trouble. I think. What do you do here as PRFA, right? Because drafting into Mr. 100 Fan Club is a little bit of a nightmare, to be totally honest.
See, I don't know if their players were comfort. Like, I feel like I don't know if their players were playing their comfort picks to what maybe they play.
Certainly not. I mean, I don't know that Locke's uncomfortable on anything in particular. Obviously, BG's on his comfort pick in top lane. Ring Reese has been on, do whatever the heck we say duty for basically the entire season, so he'll have had at least some practice on Maokai. Neon Zoe, not a comfort pick, but something that he's been practicing a little bit lately, and also something that he has been saying basically all week, like, I'm gonna do this. You shouldn't be surprised to see it. But I think drafting against these guys is tricky because, to be honest, like, Nay's not afraid to cook. He'll come up with the most whacked out draft you've ever seen in your life and then make it work.
Yeah, no, certainly, and I think we're being flamed here, by the way. If we're ready for drafting, not really. It's just Nay's politely asking, "Hey, chef, let's get some clarifications on that." But either way, look, even I guess it's just because because I don't know too much of the players, and I guess you could say what their comforts are. It's like what do you kind of do? Like for me, I feel like just the tempo of PRFA was just when we saw the moment where they set up the objective to then go for the objective, it was a lot more in their favor, and it felt like they were a little bit more synced up together as a team. You know, they walked through as one, but then it's just, but then there were just times where they were just out there alone. In the Wukong kind of got caught out a fair amount, and just literally, unfortunately, just kind of became not much of a useful grab into it. I don't know if they're comfort on Wukong there inside of Jiro, but I don't know. It just seems very much of a we need to sync up as a team more than it is maybe more of a drafting. Because I think the drafting was fine. I think the draft worked
Yeah,
very
I don't
well.
think the draft was a bad draft.
It was just how I think they were setting themselves up as individual players. I think that's where things were maybe a little bit lacking rather than, Mr. 100 Fan Club. They kind of realized, oh, wait, hold up. We kind of, because it's because you guys are picking Squishy, right? You need to kind of work together to, let's say, go out there and ward. Rather, Purifani, we didn't really see that much. We kind of just saw them just take it and just let them do what they kind of want.
The fact that they let Skarner through here is a little bit criminal.
Yeah.
This is a Ringreese mega comfort pick.
Yeah. This is round 2 now for Ringreese. We're seeing no buffs taken, but all the ganks.
I mean, he plays this all the time. Like, it's in the matches they post every week, and he always does really well on it. Like, why are we letting this through? Interesting.
There's Tom Kent for top. Well, I'm still 2 for 2 now for top's chance because Tom Kent was my second listed one actually.
I don't bank on this being top yet. This is a flex.
It is true. I didn't really think about that too much.
This is 100
Zoe, so could be could be anything.
Yeah, well, also not only is it like, oh, it could be a flex as in it can be played both roles. Like I think it's actually intended as a flex to see, maybe not because top's already shown, but maybe also just to see what gets put in bot lane here. They might hold on to like last pick as a top support kind of counter pick, or support counter pick if they need it kind of thing. So I wouldn't count on it being anywhere for sure just yet.
Yeah, very true.
Certainly. I mean, Trundle, not necessarily in a bad pick here. It will be kind of one of those ones where you go, hey, I'm just going to take all your resistances and make you a squishy boy, which he certainly does that very well into a Skarner as well as like the Tom Kench. But Azir, we're going to see Azir whipped out. This is very much I guess when you do see a Trundle rumble, Azir does tend to kind of follow through as well, in all transparency.
And the Ari for Griff. Banned last game. However, he picks it third this game, so doesn't let it get banned this time.
Certainly not. And I mean, look, had a bit of a banger of a Lux performance there. So I'm sure they feel a little bit more pumped and ready, especially into a strong matchup that Govos would be. Not necessarily a mid laner to treat as lightly in the competition. But I think just played it very well in terms of his team to set the sights for his Excel.
Yeah, both these mid laners, very good players. And they'll need to be very good players if they want their team to succeed. PRFA looking to make this game score 1-1. As we all know, this is a super important matchup for these teams if they want to secure the top 8 playoff bracket. As we are getting support bans, Rom and Nautilus no longer allowed. Is Paranoid going to pick up the pike this time? However, it lost, and he does love a hook champ.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is a pike angle, personally.
Batting the rel. guess we're not confident on playing Rel. Feel like might be crazy. I feel like Rel isn't necessarily too bad in the terms of a Skarner Tom Kench matchup, and I'm just simply saying that as sure you get mega shields, but you gotta remember Rel's Q kind of just gets rid of it. It just banishes it. So yeah, I'm a bit confused on this ban rotation, in all honesty.
I'm just saying, it doesn't make a great deal of sense to me either, but maybe they've got a plan,
Yeah.
maybe they don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, for Miss 100, I guess it makes sense, you know, get rid of the engages if you're gonna see said supports get picked here. So it's probably gonna be more of an enchanter route, I would then imagine, from both sides instead. But yeah, I'm still actually at a loss for the Rel. Oh well, anyways, we let it go. That surely they've got something scripted, right? Which we're seeing Cogmore. I'm sure we're gonna see something that looks familiar.
I mean, this has got to be like a Lulu angle.
Has to be. I mean, it makes the most sense, I guess. You know,
Oh,
even
Alistair,
then,
maybe? I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know, man. There you go, Emilio. Sure.
Emilio.
Emilio instead.
Nope. Yep.
Nope,
Nope.
Zillion?
Yep.
Emilio?
Almost.
Yeah, right.
I would have been
Okay.
down for a Zillion, I'm not going to lie. I don't know that it necessarily fits the draft, but, you know, I like variety.
Yes. No, that's alright. We know you like Zillion.
Oh, I just love goofy champions, and Zillion
Yeah.
is very
anything that's not
goofy.
anything lethality and that's not played too much.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Tell me, how does lethality Zillion work? What's the build path for it?
Oh.
I don't know that
Cannon
it does.
support.
There you go. Yep. He warns everyone. He says, if you pick enchanters into me, I will pick cannon support.
Yep. I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a Neymar Kennen bot lane special. Because if there was a support champion that he played a heck of a ton off in the early seasons of his career, Kennen was the hero that was pulled up. So that's definitely a champion that they are comfortable with for sure.
Technically, could it still be? No.
It shouldn't.
Man,
It
gonna walk
can't.
in.
It has to, right? Like, I feel like Neymar would be trolling the people if he doesn't pick his signature.
No. I think this is. There you go. They've assigned the roles. Bless them for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ambiguity is also, you know, removed here.
So we can't be doubting now. But damn. Meanwhile, we do my typical, doing my little typical grab things, post things, see what we get, see where we go. Looking at draft, what are we feeling? I feel like feeling like both are pretty drafted, honestly, pretty well, I will say.
If I'm on the side of Perifani, what I'm feeling is at least some fear, if for no reason other than the overwhelming confidence of a cannon pick.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a comfort. It's something he's performing on. And and you gave him an angle, like whoops. So I think that's pretty scary for me. On the side of Perifani, like I think they've got a pretty straightforward team, but they don't have heaps of front lines, so like it's going to be very reliant on this, you know, Trundle Pillar and Azir Sand Soldiers to kind of be able to create space.
I mean, yeah, it'll be there.
Unfortunately, the Skarner is pretty good at getting into space. Which is
Can Skarner
gonna be
charge
something they
through
need to
Trundle's
improve.
Pillar? I
I
would think
don't know.
so.
I feel
Well,
like
if you go through a wall, you can just avoid the pillar.
That's what I would have thought. He can go through terrain.
I feel like I I thought he could. I don't know if
Maybe
it's one of those
interrupt
ones
the
where
charge.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know if it's one of those ones where you have to pillar first. But like, let's say he's already pillared, right, and then you use it. I'm pretty sure you can just.
Yeah, I think you can still like hit him
Um,
with the pillar, but
correct.
I think if you pillar in front of him while he's charging, I'm sure he can get through it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like just.
Yeah, I don't think he's like intangible or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really think it's like.
Well, I mean, Tom Kench can just go under the earth and come back up again on the other side of the pillar.
I mean, this is very true, and goddamn.
So yeah, a lot of ways to get through pillars, seemingly.
I mean, it essentially really is, right? Like, it will be. Although I feel like a lot is going to be on the hands of this Azir. I feel like Azir is going to have to put a bit of work for his team, whether that is to split the fight, whether that might even be to engage the fight. But I mean, even then, you have to try and avoid the charm. You have to try and avoid a cannon that can probably just go, you know what? Let me just burst my ult and instantly stun you. I don't know. I feel very scared, for the side of Pirifani, if anything. But I think that's just because I highly do respect this cannon pick. So I'm just worried how they're gonna really try and set their visuals on this game. But hopefully they link up. I think that's what I really want to hope for on the side of Pirifani. I hope that they link up more and they work together collectively, and maybe just make those slighter, better decisions when they do eventually begin to group up.
I mean, Pirifani don't have bad side lanes here either, to be fair. Rumble feels fine on a side lane. Zir feels fine on a side lane. I don't know if he wins into Ari or not, but like, in a vacuum, he is side laneable. He's not gonna just get jumped on in one shot necessarily. So I think it's just gonna be like ultimately the same thing as every game, right? Like either we're gonna see a hands diff here or we're gonna see a team diff. So the question becomes of have they got the team locked back in? Or has someone on Pirifani decided that today's the day they show the hands that they really have?
That's what I hope to see. I mean, I respectfully, I will kind of say I feel like they're going to have to pull up both aspects. I feel like they need to pull up a little bit from the hand diffs as well as the team diff. Because look, game one didn't give them much hope. In all honesty, not trying to pull the plug or be bad on that retrospective, but it was just Mr. 100 Fan Club just felt more compacted. They felt a lot more in link. And even, the solo laners as well, just kind of were able to manage the games themselves in that revenue. But look, it is still potentially anyone's game. It's not to say that, because, game 2 is new. It is different. Have the little reset, and maybe things will just neaten up. But I'm sure we'll know that when we do start getting into the Summoner's Rift, as I'm sure we've got not too long.
Not just about a minute left.
There we are.
And just an update for you on the whole Pirifani entire ecosystem. Their Div 2 team I think they did take the loss today, unfortunately for them.
Who were they playing
Deluxe.
against?
They were playing Zinger Box Deluxe.
And that's a tough
they
opponent.
lost 2-0. So
well,
we're looking for Pirifani Aegean to make it up.
Well, I don't know if I could beat a Zinger Box at this point. I'll be honest. I feel like a Zinger Box would tear right through me. In all fairness,
as in
the
like,
man himself.
Oh, so I thought you were trying to say like if you ate a Zinger Box, you just throw up. stomach would reject it.
Nah, I'm a fat ass. Like, I'll be honest, I'm a fat ass when it comes to eating. I will say, in my early days, I did a bit of eating competitions and things like that. I did like one for San Churros. I've done one for like dumplings and all this stuff. And I've come to then realize, okay, I need to burn off all this, excess weight that you get when you do these little challenges. Not to say I do it really competitively, but I will say if you ever invite me over and you go, hey, I need my fridge to be cleared, I'd be like, sure, I'll devour anything you got in there. I have an endless pit.
Wow, that's fair enough. I mean, not that I ever did eating competitions, but I used to row competitively during school.
Oh yeah,
And
right.
believe me, the calories that you need to consume when you're rowing like 3 times a day, thousands of thousands. Yeah.
I mean, I 100% would have to agree with that. I mean, I did it during my time where I did like a program with the police cadets as well. So
Oh yeah.
it kind of like got me into exercising, if that makes sense. I wasn't a big boy. I was actually such a skinny boy. My metabolism is just absolutely through the roof. So I can eat big, and it's like, congratulations, you only went up by 1 kilo.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily healthy, I'll say, in all honesty. You want to like try and compact it, but the way I've like compacted that weight now is by just kind of like exercising, working it out. Turn it into try to turn it into more muscle. But no, I had a lot of fun during those times when I would do a little bit of those eating comps. I will say, did get to take home the churros one where I did it as we did it as a group with our friends. So the whole point of it was like you'd like sign up. You can either sign up as a team or do solos. We did it as a team. And we were versing like this like Maori, like comps of these big boys that clearly like gym, they exercise. So and then you just got like these high schoolers. We had so I had my mate because he was very into sports. He did rugby. You had me, just a typical skinny boy. Didn't look like he could eat much, but see what you get. And we just had we had other people, sure, but they didn't really contribute much. They only ended up eating like 5, but my mate and I think we pulled through like just single-handedly. I think we ate like maybe a combination of like 90 to like 95, just us alone.
That's
What's the time window for this?
The time window was, I think it was eat as much within, it was either like within 30 minutes or an hour. So it wasn't like a once you leave.
I was going to say, if you went through like 45 churros in 10 minutes, you need like, you either need professional help or like the ambulance, which is, I suppose, the other form of professional help.
Yeah. Well, in an hour, 30 churros sounds like something doable as a number.
Well, see, that's what you would say until you have other things such as you have to drink hot chocolate milk with it. You have to dip it in all these rich, like white chocolate, dark chocolate. Yeah. There was a whole thing with it. So, yeah, sure, 100%, have the churro by itself. Yeah, probably manageable. But when you're adding, I mean, look, I'm not much of a chocolate fan and stuff. I don't know. It made me go, I hate it. But to cut to the story, though, we did end up winning. And everyone just looked at us like going, what the hell? And we're like, oh, yeah. And what we did as a victory is we went down to Macca's and ordered like when they started doing the like the family meal packs, like you get like the 4 for 4. What I think it's like 4 for 4 or whatever the hell's. We ordered 3 of those, and my mate and I still went out and ate more. But I can't eat churros anymore. Can't eat churros anymore. I will say I do not like churros. Cannot stand it. I don't recommend.
Ring Reese.
Yeah, so here he is, the man, the myth, the legend's going to be coming on in now with a little bit of a knock-up, though, but at the flash away from another Halo is going to be keeping himself alive there. Yes, I've been talking so much about my little life.
We've been talking about eating competitions for 5 minutes at least, yeah.
It's actually on topic, though, because Tom Kench is on the rift. The man himself, the big gulper.
This is honestly just like on topic Jacob's stream.
No, I reckon Tom Kench versus Catsbee eating competition. Flash from there, you get the flash out from Kato.
The absolute
No one's gonna get that
aggression.
just yet.
This cannon zooming in and saying, "Don't you dare touch my ADC," is absolutely insane.
Yeah, he's firing the shurikens of surgical precision. If you look at his skin.
Can I just say that's about his sentiment toward this ADC too. Like, it's you can say whatever you want about any of my teammates, but don't you dare touch my lock. So, honestly, on brand Flash, lore accurate Flash right there.
And this just isn't as well. I got some quick clarification. It was a 35-minute sit down and eat. So I will correct.
That
so
makes
yeah,
it even more cool.
I'm a fat ass. Yeah, that you can just say that. Yeah, we can just have a fat ass and call it there, right?
Under a minute per churro is pretty impressive pace.
Yeah, that's real good.
Yeah, but speaking of real good, we're going to be seeing this Tom Kench go num 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 as he pulls another Halo under the turret as Top just devours his way into that victory.
Ate him up like a churro.
But you know what? Maybe this was an elaborate 6-minute setup for First Blood.
Yeah, but we've got Juro coming on the bot side there. Does get up with the pillar. We don't have a level 6s available from either of the bot lane aspects there. No flash up from the cannon, but never mind. What do we say? The volleyball comes on through. One more auto flash. Num num bite from Juro. No, from Juro. What am I saying? Talking about Juro's got me too much thinking there, that food calorie aspect. But yeah, anyways, that's going to be another kill for the side of Purifani. A little bit different this time.
Looks like that Trundle is going to go into calorie surplus. Yep, that's the one.
That's the wording. We got it. Lock it in.
Too thinking the word calorie deficit. I was trying to figure out what the opposite of deficit is, and it's just like taking a moment to surplus. Yes, that's the one.
God damn. And yeah, I guess talking about food is something everyone can relate to, no?
I really doubted when you said it was on topic, Jacob, but you were proven correct. I mean, both kills so far have been gotten by eating. Let's see how long that continues.
Well, yeah, we do have Chomp and Devour, so it's quite easy to make the connection. God damn. This was scripted. It must be.
Has to be.
Set up.
The most elaborate 7-minute setup for 2 kills is crazy.
Can't just be talking about real life eating just to then have 2 kills followed up by devouring. God damn. It's sad. Oh, nice charm though onto Govos there as Spirit Rush going to get used up here, but the Ignite will taking it away. Claims himself that kill there. And speaking of passionless, I don't really see any less in that passion as he was going in for that stun. Does get it through. But we have a little bit of a top-sided battle here at the moment there. He's going to get licked up, eaten, and will be getting spat out again now. It's going to take 1 tower shot, but not 2. Equalizer's dropping, but we've got Jiro coming in from the team's lane. Bot side does drop up the subjugate, going to be doing a little bit of damage of the armor reduction. Does jump away now instead. And Jesus, nothing gets killed, but Jiro saves his top laner.
Great health bar, just a little bit too big, gets that all back his shield, and does manage to flash away.
Reese is here.
Halo might be in trouble because Reese has appeared on the map.
But Jiro's returning.
This is the rock throw.
Oh, there's no way.
That lands onto Halo and Giro, and that is a dead rumble. And Giro is looking like he's in a bit of danger as well to knock up. And that is a double kill for the Tom
Go boss now? Surely not. Let the play end. Govos doesn't realize that he's actually charmed in from both top to bot lane aspects, but Stunner does not go over the wall there. We don't have Spirit Rush available. Orb of Deception is going to be used up there. A little bit low. Nice Shurima of the shuffling of getting them under the tower there, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. I should be saying Emperor's Divide. You're not really going to be dividing much more. As that
Govos shuffled the cards, and they did not go his way. Because, yeah, Griff does get the good flash out and secure that kill.
I'm a bit at a loss of words to what Govos was kind of thinking there. You know, if you're going to walk up there and see a mid laner, you know, any component clear that wave, that, you know, we'd want to just not kind of walk blind in the returning and maybe walk around long. But, yeah, guess didn't expect that too much. But anyways, that is going to be that pace there. And yeah, look, I will have to say for the viewers, look, we do like to talk about food. And I'm sure the churro talk will be ceasing. Unless we've got anything else we want to add on top.
It's not our fault because we've got a team called Zinger Box Deluxe and another team called Fat Man Steakhouse. So realistically, this is on you guys.
I will point out neither of those teams are in this game.
Yeah, like maybe.
Yeah, but the thought of it came in there, no? And
Oh, going in again.
yeah, he's going in again there. Does get that thing through, but I mean, Joe's going to get stunned up here. Oh, sorry, I should say charmed his way. Does get a nice pillar there. Spirit Rush is going to be available there. One more will be taking it through. Killing Spree is going to be going on there, but a nice, beautiful charm there on Govas. He's going to be stunned up with a Slicey Maelstrom, as now it will be a double kill set up for Griff there, and we do have another Halo. Very low here, actually. This could maybe be a dive. Now, what am I saying? This he's not.
Griff is absolutely on one this series. 4-0 already on the Ari at 11 minutes. Just, you know, running his lane.
I will also point out, huge CS gap. Certainly for the bot lane, where it, what, nearly 40 CS difference at 11 minutes is just brutal.
That is very true.
Especially for Kog'Maw, like, he needs to scale.
I mean, the man does need to scale, and I think Soltex, though, is kind of begging for us to also talk about savory foods, apparently. Would CS lead be different? Would you call CS more savory?
Absolutely. CS is like the water crackers that you have with your cheese platter, you know?
What?
All right.
You know what they're like it's like that underrated staple, but it makes the whole thing make sense.
Yeah, but so I was gonna say we're gonna see another Halo flashing away. This flash has been used on cooldown essentially for the last couple of times here, and
He's just
Reese,
set up in the bottom bushes.
yeah, but Ring Reese is still here. He's been here for like 30 seconds.
And he will. He will. Do you remember when I told you he was a selfless jungler that will just play whatever's called? That wasn't a prank. This is real. This is this. That's what this guy does.
Oh no, they're going to be going on in as now iParano is going to be literally instantly dropped there. And
he doesn't even pick up the assist.
I was going to say, Reese didn't even support it, but I mean, hey, he's here. But I mean, look, Jerry should be going for that little bit of jungle invade, and I'm sure Reese will now claim himself some camps there. Never mind, actually. Griff just says, get the hell out of my jungler's jungle. Never mind. Maybe they're going back. Yeah, never mind, I lied. They're going to go for the KFC. They're going for the Zing stack.
They might be, but look at this rotate up to the mid lane as he is in real trouble here.
Very much is, but I mean, we did just see a little bit of a Shurima shuffle from the little map play there, so he keeps himself alive. But I mean, look, we're trading up, I guess, a kill bot lane. Sure, you didn't get that assist there, but I mean, I don't know. Locke might be careful right now as we got Kato got to be going a little bit with the plays there. We got the Empress Divide blocking up a couple of members there. Govas has to flash away. Here comes Ring Grease. Does he grab anyone? He grabs one target at the moment. Charm's going to be landing. The Kennen stun comes through as Griff claims himself an unstoppable spree. A nice boulder being thrown at Govas keeps him, still keeping him alive. But yeah, it's a 6k gold lead right now, actually, for the side of just the 100 fan club.
Just taken it and ran with it. One is all that Scorpion needs to pick up a kill, and just yeah, it's
I just can't believe the long con for the lane gank and into another gank.
Gonna be another gank, but I mean, Govas is gonna be teleporting, and again, this is another Halo moment. Sorry, no pun intended. to be kept alive. Literally, Guardian Angels. His flashes kept him alive. His teammates, Jero arriving. We then now have had the teleport. But they could look for another re-engage angle as the Lickitung is going to be landed in there. We've got now Nay going to be landing on a double stun here, but Lock is not really available at the moment there. I think Nay is just a bit too much for what he currently chew. There's going to literally be dying there. He will be slain. As now we've got another Halo going to be getting dived in at the moment. That Top's going to be taking tower. Grey Shield still available there. One more boulder will be landing and slamming. As now Ringgrease gains themselves a kill there. We've got Griff in the mid. Does he go for it? No, he doesn't. Just goes to the CS reset.
I mean,
Unfortunately,
Notorious Gardener. He is going to be going for CS. It's just how it is.
this is
Yeah,
very
well,
true.
Spirit rush it. Go for it. Go all in.
I mean,
use
the
that
scoreline
passion.
shows he goes for kills as well too. He's going to go for another one here onto Giro. Does land the charm. Pillar connects, but he's going to have to disengage cone to get away.
Yeah, I mean, disengaging, but I mean, Lock, though, is getting currently engaged here. Nice soccer ball, though, onto Ringgrease to keep himself away. Artillery barrage going to be landing there, which will now shut it down. We've got Griff now dominating. One more Q. Here it lands. The heal keeps himself alive there, but the charm will find the target. As now it's going to be a double kill for Griff there. This Ari is just literally 3k ahead of his opponent.
Pretty much
I don't
he's,
know.
Yeah.
He's a whole item.
He's writing the sequel to the last game with the Magias this time. Almost hitting the 22 pages again. Looking to, make a longer book though. 7-0. Doesn't want an assist. He just wants the straight final shot. And he's getting them.
I would like to just draw attention to something that Celtics has been talking about in the chat, which is that despite the fact that Reese has spent, honest to God, almost no time in his own jungle, he is only 9 CS behind.
Yeah, but I mean, the 9 CS, I don't know what it's going to mean. Never mind. He gets away cleanly as Griff is going to be flashing that away there. Does have Spirit Rush coming up here now. We're going to see Gova's getting stunned up here. Did not get to activate the tower there. As now Ringgrease reinforces now with his entire team. As you've got 5 members from the Mr. 100 Club. Govas just shuffles back in. He says his time is up. And yeah, I don't know. This probably could be the game pace really setting off for this point. I don't know what's PRFA going to have to keep themselves in the books. But I do agree.
Tempo vibes too strong right now.
I was gonna say,
I mean-
I do agree with that CS though.
I mean,
agree with that, though.
I just want to. Okay, never mind. Griff's going for a kill here, maybe.
Yeah, he's going for a kill, but the subject just keeps, Jero alive. And, I mean, Griff does have to respect that with the CS combination, well, the minions combination to potentially block that charm if it was to come back up.
I guess what I want to talk about is that I think what Ringgrease has proved is that certainly in this competition, it is a viable strategy to gank off cooldown and just clear camps when you get to them. You can do that. It's legal. You don't have to necessarily be on the exactly optimal pixel perfect clear 100% of the game and still be useful to your team.
I mean, this is a fairly, fair point, but I mean, even then, I still feel like in the terms of being the enemy jungler, you then have to then look at yourself and go, all right, if I've got my enemy opponent literally ganking on respawn, like on repeat, I then need to make a play, whether that is actually ensuring that we're getting something out of it, whether it's counter ganking or whether it is even taking those extra camps, because I will say, this is a little criminal that they are both equal CS at this point of the game, where quite literally he's had the entire enemy jungle free there, as he's just going to get snatched and grabbed there. But I mean, never mind, Joe's going to flash on the way there. Top, though, gets a couple of auto attacks onto another Halo, going to be using that Devour. Couple of more, Grounded's going to get spat out. One more few auto attacks there. Equalizer is going to use to keep himself alive there. Boulder slams, does not land. Lickitung will, as Top's on a rampage.
Top is tasting blood in the water and dives down to get it again. 4-0-2. And here comes Ringgrease. Oh, turns around, just a bit of a U-turn in the hills.
I love him. I love this
Taking the
player.
winding road in the...
Yeah, man. He He might be my new favorite jungler to watch. This guy's just a little bit unhinged.
Well, I mean, he has been taking Giro's camps though at the same time when he is in the area more than his own camps.
When he's in the area is kind of the vibe though.
No, that's it. I come here when I want to fuck here, but it just happens if it so happens. But I mean, yeah,
it's like whenever he's like finding a dollar bill on the ground when he sees a camp, it's like, oh, look at that! I might have taken while I'm here.
I'm up.
That's about how much he's worth.
He's just a gambling man, and look, he's getting for every single dollar that he's finding, and he's just going, "Hey, mom, I got it. Look what I got. Hell yeah!"
Just pocket money to buy more items. Not the main thing though.
I mean, even then, look at his build, right? He's got Bandle Pipe.
Protoplasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Got the
literally
budget build.
utility. Yeah, I mean, he's literally utility for his team.
But like, that's the beauty of it, right? Like, he gets so much value out of it because he's permanently in lane with one of his teammates.
I mean, he's still 2 levels ahead of the Trundle.
I mean, this is true, and we're seeing Jura now grabbing a couple of camps in terms of the enemy-sided jungle. But yeah, it's certainly been I mean, it's honestly been pretty good to watch. You know, recent resets now, we've got Griff currently being the potential target, does land the charm there. Another Halo does not have Equalizer available, as they only really got the initial damage spike in there. Top's going to be claiming the top tower for himself. Baron minions are literally sieging the top side. You've got everyone starting to group up in mid. We've got Griff that will most likely push the bot side to equal these areas. But I mean, no one's actually there to stop top yet. And he's got like 2... Oh, he's only got 1 cannon minion. Never mind. If he had 2, I'm sure we would have gotten more plates there. And this is a level 16 Tom Kench, by the way, I've just come to realize. And I mean, it seems like he wants to go for this little bit of the fight here right now, as Kato is slowly walking up to retaliation, but the immediate devour grab spit just decimating another Halo there, and
this is illegal.
He just copped a succulent meal.
Azir is so far behind that Tom Kench is like, yeah, I know. I'll get to you in a minute, but first, let me eat this Rumble. Okay. Let me kill this Rumble. Then let me leave.
So Nash's tooth has too many cavities. It's not strong enough.
It really does. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. I mean, look, we do have Paranoid being revved in right now in here. And we've got Griff now arriving with his teammates here. But this Kato is not really getting much more attacked out at the moment. Jiro's going to be the target here. He's going to be the double kill there. Will it be the jump over? Not yet occurring. But, I mean, the team's going to be sieging that bot side here. And,
thank you, directed
having
camera.
to run away, by the way, in that top side. If you look where he is, it looks like Top was trying to grab that KFC chicken for himself and didn't get to grab it.
We're back on the
Equalizer.
Extremely special.
I mean, he's certainly dead. I mean, Slicing Maelstrom was used up there to try and grab any targets here. But, I mean, that's 1 tower down. We're looking for 2 towers. Emperor divides onto the 2 tanky targets here. But there is not really any damage here for the side of PRFA to even really utility support there. We're going to get the soccer ball knock up from the Milia. We're going to get the ultimate there. And I'm sorry, the Mr. 100 club is just literally decimating it from all sides. They're even diving it at this point. He did, Top did eat Nay, by the way. Spits him out. And that is just going to be a strong 2-0 series to the side of Mr. 100 Fan Club.
That is the win. They yeah. They take it 2-0. They wrap it up like a Zinger Box Deluxe and take it home.
Certainly did. They wrapped it up. Ate it. They ate this series. They think about it. They went, yep. Turn you into a succulent
good
meal.
Though. 11-0 and 3 on the Ari. Yes.
Damn.
Oof.
But I mean, that's good though for the side of Mr. 100. I mean, that kind of like locks them in, a lot more strongly now if in case they had lost, because you're telling me about the scenarios that could have occurred if if the worst outcome did happen, but no, Mr. 100 just literally locked them in.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't even know if I was speaking correctly earlier when I was saying scenarios, but obviously this is the ideal situation for M1F. Maybe not the ideal situation for PRFA, but I think unfortunately this does mean PRFA will not be making the top 8 because they will be 3-3, which will not quite be good enough.
Damn, it is a bit unfortunate, but look, at the end of the day, it comes down to game day, and in the moment there to really solidify yourself. And look, it's been unfortunate. Just actually, they just couldn't really link up. I think everything was a bit disconjointed, and either way, though, it's still good games all rounds. You know, in the chat, we are seeing both teams realizing, hey, it's still a good game, and it seems like Mr. 100 were aware, hey, if they were going to get potentially knocked out, they had to lock in, and locking in they certainly did.
Yeah. They they locked in, and Lock definitely, locked in both games as well too.
They
Locked in with
they locked the food in the oven and they ate it.
Yeah.
They went, yep,
Locked for the win.
locked it all.
Oh yeah.
To say, I just enjoyed watching that Skarner. Like honestly,
It was fun.
I want to
Yes.
download that VOD and just rewatch it, but just like locked Skarner cam and like see what the heck he's up to. Like
You know,
it's a nice change from like basically perma clearing, like from a spectator's standpoint.
It's like the do you ever look at someone and wonder what's going inside their head? It's just Ring Reese's Skarner just sitting in the bush
yeah,
for 5 minutes.
legit. No, it's so good, and even then, I think you got like the 2 point of view of gamers, right? You've got like the ones like the sweaty ones. It's like that meme where it's like the guy like mashing the keyboard, he's sweating profusely, like just trying to lock in so hard, and then you've just got Skarny here that's just going. It's just like the old lady that's like just chilling down the road, and she's just going like la 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 la, like they're just enjoying their time.
I think they call it low cortisol gameplay now. Is what what Ring Reese is doing. Yeah.
Yeah, 100. I mean, just I don't even know if he was at his keyboard when he was in that bot lane brush. It was so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a guy! What a guy! I think
it worked. So.
So I think now this means that there are a bunch of flow-ons from this now too for teams hoping to make it or not hoping to make it. Whatever the case may be. So I think that hopefully there's not too many teams that get kicked out as a result of this. I think maybe Team Bulls were relying on this to make it in to the top 8, and so as a result of this they'll get knocked down into the middle 8. But we shall see hopefully tomorrow when the draw comes out.
Yeah, it'll be full laid bare for all to see at that point. We can get ready for the best 8-sided 8-team brackets.
Yeah, I think into the finals we go. Obviously, we had another Div 1 game on Sunday tonight, so I think we'll probably look to do a Div 2 game next week if we can.
I mean, at least the good thing is everyone should know today if they're in or not, because the scenario 1 was an M1F win, which means there'll be 3 teams at 5-1 and 5 teams on 4-2, which equals 8.
Yep.
Everybody else will have a worse game score than that.
Yep. I mean, into finals we go.
We certainly are. Now finally, got the top 8 coming through, and I'm sure the stats will come across shortly. Things will be locked in for those in the next round matchups. But very exciting though, how the season has, started from where it had began to now starting to finish. And I think honestly, it's just exciting just as a whole. And I think for me, I'll probably have to start signing myself off because I've got ARAM Clash to play. I got ran
Oh,
down by
hell yeah.
Radman.
I've
Just been thrown
left
away.
the client and I
I've
just saw
been-
you scouting for Clash.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been snatched and grabbed for Clash, so I don't really have anything else extra to add. But all I will say is thank you very much for having me, and games were honestly phenomenal today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
as always, Catsbee, for joining
thanks.
me and the rest of us.
Absolutely. Thanks everyone for coming along, and we'll see you next week.
Yep. Everyone have a good week.
Have a good week ahead. Bye.